Imagine opening your front door, and instead of a hallway, there's a dungeon, monsters, a timer, and a system message telling you to clear it before time runs out. Leaving the house is dangerous, but staying inside might be even worse. So with nothing but desperation and a ticking clock, he steps into the dungeon again and again, until the guy who just wanted to survive accidentally becomes a necromancer with an army of skeletons. One day, torches lit up inside a dark cave, and a loud noise thundered. Purple slime dripped from the walls, goblin blood. A monster with sharp claws raised its hand and pounced on its opponents. A battle raged in the dungeon between similar monsters and a cloaked hero. The monsters roared loudly and attacked their opponent, using sharp movements when suddenly everyone froze. The hero drew his sword and smashed several goblins with a single movement. He turned sharply and his partner asked, "Is he ready yet?" He kicked the ground and asked not to rush him. The battle continued and only one monster remained, the last one. An armored knight pounced on this goblin, and moments later, the friends began to discuss how they hadn't thought they'd spend so much time on this. The goblins enchanted by the Lord were also dead, but where was he? He'll go and find out about it. But why? They can contact him. Kai thought something had happened to him, and his friend told him he was worrying for nothing. Suddenly, he wondered what was going on. Why was the ground shaking? A more ominous and enormous orc appeared right next to them, causing them to freeze in fear. The goblin began to roar loudly and attack them, and the boys decided that they needed to retreat and find their master immediately. Kai shouted at Castle to wait for him, but he moved into battle and replied that he thought he could easily deal with this orc. A moment later, the orc struck him with an axe, causing Castle to grunt in pain. He was dumbfounded by the shoulder of an approaching orc in front of him, who a moment later struck him again. Kai was terrified for him and shouted his name because he could die like that. At this point, the orc continued to roar loudly when he was suddenly attacked by blue magical rays. He began to roar loudly, and the main character came to the guy's aid, calling them by name and telling them to go back, as they could handle him themselves. The guys saw their commander holding a special card with a golden seal. His eyes glowed yellow when he began to use it, and the guys were dumbfounded. Himbok raised his hand and created a fireball above himself. The guys wondered. This attack! The protagonist charged and aimed it straight at the orc's face. He covered his face with his hands from the approaching flames, and a moment later there was a loud explosion. The guys began to be surprised. After all, the owner was a magnificent mage. Another guy in a cloak approached the master and asked if he was okay. Hanbok grabbed his head and said in a trembling voice that he had used all his mana on the orc. His assistant replied that he was still doing great, and the main character asked again, "Does he really think so? Is he really doing great? This is ridiculous." Although in the past he could only dream of such a level, he did nothing at all. He simply sat under the blanket and shivered, hiding from the whole world. 3 months ago, 2 of his apartments turned into portals to a dungeon. He was locked in his own house. At first, he even found it curious, but when he entered the dungeon, he felt like a fantasy hero. But all this didn't last long, until a goblin tried to kill him for the first time. He ran away from the monsters in fear, but their venom got into his wounds, and for several days he teetered between life and death. He pulled out all the boxes that contained any medical supplies, and all the bandages were covered in blood. But after lying there on the floor for a while, the system informed him that he had survived and had received the rank of Dungeon Explorer. But after that incident, he never dared to enter the dungeon again. He tried asking for help online, but no one believed him. He wrote that the door to his house had become an entrance to a dungeon, and what should he do? No one answered him seriously, and calling the police was pointless. But fortunately, he found others like him when he went to a related website. This site featured not only discussions about tips and groups, but also various quests. For example, the system offered to clear F-rank dungeons within a certain time limit. Participants were 30 people, the remaining time was 365 days, and the rewards for the quest were 1,000,001 and 1 F-rank item. The number 0795 was the dungeon number in his apartment, and he simply needed to clear it with other players, but he was too scared. He hoped he wouldn't be able to cope without it, but he never did. Later, he finally had to go hunting because he needed money to live. He received messages on his phone informing him of new coins being deposited. He earned money for killing monsters, and then bought the necessary items on the dungeon website. But one day, he saw a thread that said the further he went into the dungeon, the more terrifying the monsters he'd find, so he decided to keep killing regular goblins. 3 months passed, and he continued to shiver under the covers in front of his computer at home, wondering if there were really only 5 people left. Then he wondered, why were there so few? Had they really died? What should he do now? Should he just live by exterminating goblins? But what if they came to him? Frightened, he glanced at his apartment number and shouted that they needed to do something urgently. After that, he found someone who had received the same quest as him. He wanted to fight the boss tomorrow and asked the rest to gather for it. When Hanbok saw this, he grinned and raised his hands in joy, shouting that he wouldn't die. There were still people capable of fighting, and there was hope. The next day, he clutched his head and was in complete shock, as only one participant remained. He was incredibly scared, and there were 274 days left on the quest. He screamed loudly in fear and, after a while, found himself in a dungeon among goblins. He watched them stealthily, then suddenly pulled out his club, and the goblins began to roar loudly. With a confident expression, he began to destroy them one by one, striking them over the head with his club. The goblins scattered in all directions, and Hyunbok realized there was only one left, the one he had to destroy. He pounced on him with his shield and struck the remaining goblins. One of them fell unconscious and fell to the ground, while the other stood there, bewildered, looking at his opponent. The protagonist exhaled in relief and wiped the sweat from his face. Then he pulled out a box cutter, cut his finger until it bled, and silently prayed for success. A drop of blood fell on the seal on one of the goblins' bodies, and a moment later, a bright light erupted in the cave. Hyunbok realized he'd succeeded, as a magical bond had formed between him and the goblin. He clutched his head and wondered what was happening to him. Why was he feeling so dizzy? The goblins watched his body in bewilderment. Eventually, he was left alone, and he tried to ignore what was happening and searched the website for anything that could help, but found nothing. He clutched his head in fear and muttered that he had absolutely no choice. If he couldn't clear the dungeon alone, he would be stuck with it forever. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone, and before doing so, he needed to evaluate his skills. He realized he'd succeeded. His mana and concentration were listed, meaning he was a wizard. Using a special app from the website, he was able to view his information. Thanks to his developed teamwork skills and concentration, he learned to tame and subdue the goblins. It worked with one at first, then a few more, but he couldn't do it anymore, and his mana was depleted. Beads of sweat trickled down his face from exhaustion, when suddenly he realized something and jumped to his feet. He gazed silently into the depths of the cave, contemplating the need to return. The goblins turned in his direction in surprise, and he shouted for them to help him quickly. After some time, Hyunbok returned home and tried to catch his breath for a while. He realized he was home, and if he couldn't make it, but before he could fully process this, he suddenly looked at the glow near the window. Thanks to the website, he realized something. Magical skills are quite rare and especially sought after in group ranks, but he was the only one left in his group. At that moment, he cried out in horror and realized that if he hadn't chickened out, then, together, they would have had a chance. If only he'd decided then, everything would have been different. He collapsed on the floor and began sobbing and pounding his fists, causing the goblins to stare at him in bewilderment. He wouldn't be alone now, if he hadn't chickened out then. The goblins watched the proceedings questioningly and exchanged glances. The system reported that the dungeons were class 0795, with 272 days remaining until the raid's failure. 3 days had passed since Kim Hyunbok began clearing the dungeon. He was currently asleep. He fell face first into the ground and lay there motionless for a moment when he suddenly spun around, realizing what was happening. He grabbed his club and found himself waiting by the door. He listened to the sounds and wondered if he'd imagined it. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to an even more terrifying one, and he remained in a state of total anticipation. When he grabbed the door handle and opened it, he exclaimed along with the goblins standing behind him. But it turned out to be only a single box, which surprised him greatly. He approached it and, upon examining it, realized it was a package. After a while, the senders discussed it. It seemed he'd received this package. Mike turned to the chairman and asked if he'd really sent another package. He replied, of course, they needed to invest in their future. Most would die within a year anyway, but the survivors would be very strong. Mike shouted that it was just a guess, causing the chairman to turn around and say that nothing serious had happened. It was only $3,000. Mike was angry, because he'd already spent $900,000 this way. How many people had he helped like this? That's a huge amount of money. Richard replied that it was a lot of money, and he was right. But it was best to invest your savings in people. If you help them in their most difficult time, they will remember your deed forever. And even if only 1% survive, it's a worthwhile investment. Mike clutched his head and said that he understood everything, but still, he couldn't do it himself. Richard replied that the main thing is that he understands, so let him just help him. Mike replied, of course, and the chairman mentally asked, I wonder what will come of this in the end. At that moment, the protagonist grabbed the package and asked again, is this really the chairman of the wizards? He saw his message, and when Hyunbok opened the box, he saw a book on the theory of deception. He thinks he's in a tough spot right now, so he's sending him these 2 books. The chairman hopes they'll help him. Hyunbok began examining the books carefully and realized they cost 200,000 won each. What's going on? The system told him he'd been sold a mana theory, but it was a fake. He wondered, was it a fake? It seemed like many people had been deceived by this book. He grabbed the book, it glowed with a bright magical light, and he was stunned. Hyunbok realized this book was genuine, and he didn't know who the chairman was, but he thanked him profusely for it. Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. Meanwhile, several goblins were sleeping on his floor, relaxed. Hyunbok remarked that using magic was like knitting. A person creates a pattern, imagines an image in their head, and it's a shame he hadn't had time to study at school. Now his head hurts when he reads this book. It took him a full 30 minutes to draw one magic circle correctly, but he seemed to have gotten the hang of it in 4 days and would definitely get used to such volumes with time. First, he needed to take care of today's tasks. He opened the system window, which reported that the remaining time was 19 hours, 47 minutes, and 30 seconds. If he didn't participate in time, he would be punished. The punishment, if he continually refused to participate in dungeon clearings, would be a decrease in his level and skills. At that moment, he decided to move forward and left his room with the goblins. Together, they peered out from behind a huge rock at the approaching goblins. and Heenbok pointed forward and decided to pounce on them. His goblins rushed to attack when suddenly everyone cheered. They quickly defeated the villains, and Heenbok opened the system window and said that now it was much easier for him to manage mana, which was excellent. He needed to tame another goblin when suddenly he saw skeletons. These terrifying creatures stared terrifyingly ahead, their eyes glowing bright red. Heenbok wondered if he should try this with them. He thought he could handle them. They were just a pile of bones. At that moment, he chuckled and decided they'd see what happened. One of the goblins turned to him and pointed to the fighting goblins and asked again, but Heenbok was oblivious, thinking only of his own. They had no blood, only bones, and killing them wouldn't be fun. Opening the system window, he saw the skeleton's dexterity was E, swordsmanship was E, and magic concentration was C. He realized they had skills, which horrified him, and he shouted that he would catch them first. He shouted for his goblins to pounce on them, pointing his finger to the side. After a while, he crouched down on the ground when the skeletons were destroyed and decided to try taming them. He didn't remember anything like that on the website, because the system stated that emotions and intuition influence magic, and that it was necessary to integrate them into the study of magic. Okay, in that case, he'd try following his intuition and emotions. He used the magic circle and decided to do the same as with the goblin. Placing the seal pattern on the skeleton's head, he decided to direct his mana at the creature. The skeleton was completely bound with ropes, when suddenly the creature's body began to tremble violently. Heenbok realized he'd succeeded when the skeleton's eyes glowed blue, so he could rely on himself and continue exploring the dungeons. He was very pleased with this thought, but it had consumed too much mana. In that case, they needed to return, and now he was heading home with the skeleton. It turned out the skeleton was female, with the following stats: Strength 2 out of 35, Dexterity 1 out of 39, Fitness 4 out of 30, Magic 3, Mastery 6, and 0 remaining points. Heenbok clutched his head and asked again, is it really just one girl? He wanted to give her a name and decided to call her Christina. At that moment, the girl's eyes glowed a bright blue, and the system reported 268 days until the quest's failure. 7 days had passed since Heenbok began exploring the dungeons. The protagonist went to bed and fell into a deep sleep. Christina sat next to him, watching him sleep. Suddenly, she remembered being human, defending the dungeon with her friends, but a moment later, they were all destroyed. She turned into a skeleton, suddenly examined her hands, and was surprised. The protagonist stood up and asked again, what's wrong? It's still morning. Christina sat on the floor, smiling, wrapped in a blanket. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and realized he had already tamed the skeleton yesterday. But when he approached her, he touched her head and asked what was happening to her. She smiled and said, good morning, master. The protagonist was very surprised that she could speak, and Christina told him not to be surprised. It was all because of his mana. Heenbok was stunned, along with the goblin, and began to tremble in surprise. She wasn't just a skeleton, and Christina repeated that it was all thanks to him. Since he had given her a name, she was able to remember her life and could now even speak. Heenbok was stunned and asked if she could tell him more about it. She wasn't just a skeleton? Were her feelings and ability to speak all because of mana? Christina lowered her gaze and replied that it was all because of the name he had given her. He asked again, name? He just said it. Christina shouted that nothing happens without a reason and slammed her hand on the floor. The guys listening to her were surprised by such a reaction, and Christina shouted that a name establishes a person as an individual. This distinguishes a person from all the creatures of their world. Heenbok apologized and said that he was wrong, to let her calm down. She exclaimed and apologized, because this is very important for nameless creatures like her. He asked again, creatures without a name? She raised a finger and answered, yes. Those who lose their identity and soul end up in the dungeon. That's what happened to her. He replied that everything was clear to him, but did she know what happened to her? Christina answered, no. Her memory had not yet fully recovered, but she remembered one thing for sure. It was a terrifying monster with red eyes, a creature that was terrifying to the point of trembling. The protagonist was dumbfounded and also trembled, asking himself again, could he really sense her feelings? He watched his trembling hands and asked again, was it really that scary? Will he be able to defeat this creature? They crowded around Christina and tried to calm her down. The protagonist grew angry and exclaimed, how terrible. What should he do? Now he would have to fight some terrible creature, and he could also lose his soul. So why should he do all this? Suddenly, Christina turned to the master, grabbed his hand, and said that she wouldn't let him die, so he shouldn't worry. He addressed her by name and saw the goblin's reaction. They began to rejoice. He was dumbfounded, then thanked them all for their help. Then he turned to Christina and asked if she remembered anything else. Every little bit would be helpful. She looked around questioningly, unable to remember anything, when suddenly she began performing some peculiar movements and asked him not to be afraid. She simply needed to maintain her mana to speak. He asked again, meaning she didn't have enough mana? She smiled, and the protagonist apologized, meaning he'd have to wait until it recovered. What should he do now? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and he realized what a strange sight it was. The skeleton Christina had put on headphones and started surfing the internet. The protagonist, who had opened her stats in the system window, wondered why there was no mention of speech. At least her other stats had already improved. Something new had even appeared. What kind of talent was this? Sea-level magic. he'd need to take a few lessons from her. If they developed their magic, they could simply stand back and force the other skeletons to fight. Christina, meanwhile, was trying to learn and catch up on some verbs. Hyunbok realized this was excellent, because now they had a plan. He'd need to buy her a computer for training. Christina clutched her head, confused. After a while, the system reported 267 days left until the quest failed, and 8 days had passed since Hyunbok began exploring the dungeons. After a while, he turned to Christina and said he needed help. She asked him to explain what had happened, and Hyunbok asked again, "Did she say she was a sorceress in a past life?" Christina replied, "Yes, that's true." And at that moment, the protagonist announced that he wanted her to teach him magic. Christina replied, "Okay, she'd be happy to do that." Christina's knowledge was excellent. She drew special pictures on paper, and Hyunbok asked again, "Does he always have to draw these now?" She replied that it depended on the situation. Thanks to her, the book's contents were much easier for him. Last time, he made copies, and they worked too. Christina asked in surprise, "Copies of his magic circles?" He confidently answered, "Yes." She explained how to use and accumulate mana, and also explained why he couldn't create magic circles. He could become a wizard too, but he needed to physically cultivate spirits. Only then would he be able to create magic circles. Then she watched him draw a magic circle and told him there was an error, but he'd learned so much in just a week, and he wanted to go to the dungeon after drawing all the magic circles, but because of the impending punishment, he had to hurry. The god of this world was very lenient, sending him to hell and giving him a chance to survive. Hyunbok laughed at such a frightened voice and realized he was now less afraid of the dungeon. He looked at the goblins and asked if they were really fighting again. Christina informed him that this time he would need to tame as many as possible. He wasn't sure he was capable of this yet, but he decided to give it a try. Christina said they'd had enough for now, and he asked again, "What should we do now?" She replied that they needed to check something. He asked, "What was it?" Christina approached one of the goblins and said it had to do with her. Did he remember them collecting their shared mana before leaving? He said, "Of course." And Christina continued saying that no matter how hard they tried, her mana hadn't changed. He replied, "Yes, he remembers everything," and asked again, "Did it have to do with her?" She answered, "Yes," and suddenly grabbed one of the goblins by the neck, startling the creature. She used her magical powers, and dark rays began to emanate from the goblin, and the creature began to scream loudly in terror. A moment later, the goblin was dead, and the protagonist was dumbfounded, realizing what Christina had done. She replied that she was undead, meaning a monster that had already died. It's after death that a person desires life most. She can't accumulate mana because she's already dead, and for the undead to become stronger, they must take lives. Her hand trembled, causing the protagonist's hand to tremble as well, and he realized that humans really don't do that, and that the need to kill other beings to survive only proves that they are already monsters. She understands all this, which upsets him greatly. He turns to Christina, pats her on the shoulder, and asks, "She said she would do everything for him, right?" She answers, "Yes," and Hyunbok says that it's an order then. Let her kill to become stronger. Christina turns to him with a smile and asks, "What was he saying?" He replies that otherwise she won't be able to protect him, and that to be strong, she must kill. She can blame him entirely, since the order is his. Christina is dumbfounded by this and declares that he's too good a man. Hyunbok pointed at himself and asked, He really meant him, but that wasn't it. He needed to survive at all costs and wasn't going to make any more excuses. Still, he began shouting loudly that they would deal with the rest later. All his subordinates responded, "Of course, master." After which, he looked at the cave walls, and Christina said that at least she wasn't a zombie. Hyunbok asked, "What's the difference?" She replied that while they were closer to living people than she was, to become stronger, they needed to eat the dead. By that, she meant they had to bite them with their teeth. Hyunbok was dumbfounded and frightened. Christina asked him to be quiet, and he exclaimed that it was good that she was a skeleton. After that, Christina asked again, what were her skills now? He replied that they had improved noticeably, but he didn't think it was enough. Killing only goblins wouldn't improve his skills. Then he needs to find someone stronger. At that moment, Christina froze and looked into the distance. Hyunbok turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" The goblin pointed in that direction, hinting for him to look. There was a huge crowd of goblins running toward them. At that moment, Christina asked him to leave it for her, and Hyunbok asked, "What? Could she really handle this alone?" She replied, "Of course," then created a magic circle in front of her and used her magic arrow skill. All the goblins braced themselves and prepared for battle, when suddenly, a bright beam of magical lightning flew toward each of them and struck them directly. All the goblins fell to the ground, and suddenly Christina began to fall too, muttering that her mana had dropped. The protagonist shouted for her to rest and recover, then prepared to attack, and shouted with his goblins to attack the remaining ones. A fierce battle broke out between the goblins, and they began to wrestle with clubs. One of them swung at another from behind, when suddenly the protagonist helped destroy the same goblin, who also began to fight and help his friend. The monster's teeth flew in all directions from such powerful blows, and one of the protagonist's subordinates noticed the other goblins starting to run away, and Hyunbok shouted, "Are they really thinking of escaping? They must catch them all." His goblin rushed after them, and moments later, many destroyed goblins lay on the ground. The protagonist was covered in cuts and exhausted. He was trying to catch his breath when he suddenly threw his club to the ground, clutched his head, and asked, "What have you done?" All his goblins were dead. He thought the enemies were escaping, but their lair was there. What should he do? Should he subjugate the goblins again? What if this happened again? What should he do again? At that moment, Christina turned to him and asked how he was feeling. He remained silent and unable to respond, so she asked him not to be so upset. He was dumbfounded, and Christina continued to say that these goblins were expendable. It was bound to happen sooner or later. They needed to go back and heal their wounds. Hyunbok realized she was right. Since this had happened, nothing could be done. He turned around, smiled, and said they could go. When they arrived home, Christina removed his shirt and began to heal his wounds. She did this using her magical healing powers, and all his wounds suddenly healed. Hyunbok asked again in surprise, what was she doing? She replied that it was the first healing circle of magic, a quick healing. She didn't think she could use it as an undead, but she was glad it worked. Hyunbok examined his body and was delighted that all his wounds had disappeared. At that moment, Christina leaned right into his face and suggested that maybe they should buy better gear. Next time, the situation could be even more dangerous. He answered bluntly, yes, but he didn't have much money. His bank account balance was 1,641,657 won. The most basic set would cost 150,000 won. Christina pointed out that even the most basic kit wouldn't be enough, but he shouldn't worry. She'd find the money. He looked surprised and asked again, how would she do that? She replied that she would create a topic on the advice page, and the ones with the most views would pay well. She could post something useful about magic and earn money that way. Hyunbok asked again, would she be able to? But could her knowledge simply be exchanged for money? She replied that it was possible. There would be nothing supernatural. She would write advice for beginning magicians, and she wasn't sure the topic would be popular, so they shouldn't have high hopes. Hyunbok thought for a moment and said that she really did know a lot, and someone would definitely find these tips useful. So he wished her luck. She smiled and replied that she would try to achieve this goal. After some time, Hyunbok's bank account balance was already 51,341,657 won. He was stunned by such a large sum of money and asked again, isn't that a lot? Christina grinned and said that now they could even get a new base. He shouted, moving? Is that possible? Christina replied that it was possible. After making the payment, they had to enter the address of the house they were living in and the house they were moving to, then stay in the dungeon for about half a day and then return to the new house. By the way, he should expect another transfer tomorrow. The protagonist asked again, will the same amount come to his account? Christina replied, yes. If she ranks first in views, she receives a one-time payment equal to the profit earned. Administrators usually split the payment over 5 months, but she persuaded them to pay it all at once. He was dumbfounded by this and said that it was excellent, and that he would like to move closer to other people. Christina smiled and said that's what they would do. 4 days later, they were in 4 rooms, a kitchen, and a living room. They made a down payment and signed a year-long contract. It was a wonderful apartment, except that when he went out onto the balcony, he saw the incredibly beautiful neighboring buildings. He didn't understand what all this meant. How did the move even happen? Were these the administrators Christina had negotiated with? Could these be the same people who helped him with the money? What if they knew how to get out of here? At that moment, Christina screamed, Master! He was dumbfounded and asked again, what? Christina shouted at him to stop daydreaming, because to survive, he needs to get to the dungeon. Hadn't he come to terms with that yet? He turned around in surprise and wondered if she could read his mind. At that moment, he asked, but what if there was another way? Christina asked again, even if there was such a way, so what? If this way turned out to be even more dangerous, what would he do then? Would he really try to escape? He was dumbfounded by what he heard, and Christina repeated that avoiding problems wouldn't solve them. Hyunbok's mouth dropped open in surprise and he was silent for a moment. Then he clenched his fist. Suddenly, a bright beam of light appeared in front of him. Freedom appeared right before his eyes. He punched the system, and his hand began to bleed. He just wanted to get out of here and survive, and he would definitely do it. He began screaming loudly, full of confidence, and everything around him blazed with a bright magical light. A drop of his magic spread throughout the apartment so much that Christina realized it was mana. The protagonist examined his new body and asked again, what was that? A moment later, he grabbed a weapon and began fighting the new goblins in the dungeon. When he managed to defeat them with a single weapon, he looked at his hand and realized that it was excellent. He was able to overcome his anger and despair, and a new strength was revealed to him. His own mana had now awakened within his body. He asked again, why all of a sudden? Christina started screaming, what do you mean? He got this for overcoming his own moral compulsion. Magic always depends on a person's mental state. Now he could truly be called a wizard. Hyunbok was delighted and said, did he really have a magic circle? Christina reported that after becoming a circle mage, he had become stronger. At that moment, he smiled, adjusted his hair, and said with a smile on his face, of course, he thinks it's all thanks to their equipment. Christina replied, yes, money solves everything. He was wearing an org leather set worth 1 million won and a one-handed mace worth 5 million won. He asked in surprise, where did she learn such words? She replied that people write that all the time online. Hyunbok decided it was time to restrict access to it. Sometime later, when they defeated more skeletons, he decided it was time for them to return, because they had done well today. They destroyed 2 skeletons with sea-level skills. When they arrived home, the protagonist began using his magic powers, and again formed the magic circle pattern directly over the faces of his slain skeletons. A moment later, they stood up, and he realized he had successfully subjugated them. Now naming these skeletons Castle and Kai, would they succeed? Christina suggested they wait for now. Hyunbok wondered if anything could go wrong. She replied that she couldn't promise they would be as obedient as she. Memories of death and life as undead could affect them in unpredictable ways, so they could only wait for their memories to return. After some time, Hyunbok decided to open 2 doors, and when they opened, the protagonist was terrified to see a skeleton walk past him. He cried out in fear, and that skeleton fell to the floor, while the other continued to sit, frightened, in the closet. There was an awkward silence between the men, and Christina approached one of them and said that his memory had apparently returned. The skeleton nodded, and Hyunbok remarked that he seemed to understand them. But he can't speak, can he? She replied that they lack vocal cords, making her case unique in that regard. At that moment, Christina congratulated them, as they had received a second chance at life. The skeletons exchanged glances and smiled. She explained that while their memories had been taken from them, they had been able to regain some of their past life memories, thanks to their master's gift of new ones. Here he was, their savior. All his subordinates looked at him as if he were a god, and the protagonist asked, "Did it work?" Christina explained that her master was now in danger, as was their world, which could also be destroyed, so they must help their master survive. They must do what they had failed to do in their past lives. Let them swear allegiance to their master. Swear that they will give their lives for him, and she will do the same. Then she thanks them for giving them the opportunity to live again for the sake of magic, and she pledges her loyalty to her master. At that moment, a magical bond formed between them, and Christina addressed the other skeletons and said that now they must do the same. If they refuse, they will die on the spot. The skeletons were stunned by this, after which one of them looked away, but they decided to agree. The protagonist was stunned when he heard this speech, and the skeletons said that they thanked him from the bottom of their hearts for giving them the opportunity to take revenge and achieve their goal. They pledged their loyalty to their master. At that moment, a magical bond formed between them, and they realized that they were now a team, and the protagonist relied on Kai and Castle. They did not even leave them the right to choose. At that moment, Kai said that the master and the lovely lady should take care of them. Christina informed them that they were all now connected and could speak without using mana. The protagonist remarked that this was very good, then turned to them and asked what they wanted revenge for. It would have been better for him to know this beforehand. At that moment, Castle remembered that he felt he needed revenge, but he couldn't remember who or why. He still adhered to the rule of an eye for an eye, so he would definitely find the bastard who killed him. After these words, Kai explained that his family had a family heirloom, but when his older brother went into the dungeon to find it, they lost contact with him and the item was lost. Therefore, his goal is to find it and defend his family's honor. At that moment, Christina entered the conversation and said that in a past life, just like now, she was a sorceress, and all she wanted was to study magic and become stronger. The protagonist wondered if he really wanted that too. After which, he spoke his name and said that his goal was survival. He had once been on the brink of death and no longer wanted to feel that fear and pain, so he asked them to help him survive. At that moment, he clutched his heart, and the skeletons looked at each other and shouted that they appreciated his honesty, master. Of course, no one wants to die, so they would help him, and he should tell them what to do. Hyunbok replied, "Excellent. In that case, they will get to work right away." After a while, Kai used his powers and began destroying one goblin after another with such incredible dexterity that he killed several with a single blow. At that moment, Castle launched an attack and asked him to retreat so he could destroy the same number of monsters with incredible speed. Kai turned to him and shouted that it was dangerous. Had he really returned? Hyunbok replied that he saw they were doing well, and Christina noted that thanks to them, the owner was spending more time on training. They were advancing through the dungeon much faster. The guys continued the fight with incredible enthusiasm. The protagonists didn't think they'd reach the boss so quickly, and they found themselves right next to the main gate. He read on the website that there should be 1 goblin and 20 smaller goblins. Castle said it was easy, and they could handle it in a couple of minutes. Kai said he was overconfident, as the bosses were smarter than the goblins they'd encountered. Besides, you can't always trust what the website says, and Christina thought they needed to prepare first. Well, if he wanted to start now, then that's what they would do. Hyunbok said they'd better get ready and come back later. After a while, the guys gathered in the apartment, and the protagonist turned to Christina and asked if she was checking their stats. She replied that they had indeed improved. He was getting stronger through experience, and this world was amazing. It was simply wonderful. At that moment, the protagonist turned to Kai, and Castle asked, where did they come from? The guys asked to check their stats too, and he replied, okay. Castle's stats were level 6 out of 109, fencing and defense level C, hand-to-hand combat level D, strength 18, dexterity 15, fitness 24, magic 15, mastery 21, and 5 remaining points. Kai's stats were level 6, C level plus swordsmanship Marksmanship, B-level Leadership, Magic E, Strength 16, Dexterity 20, Fitness Magic 21, and Mastery 27, with 5 remaining points. The protagonist noted that their stats had also improved and even added new skills. Now they decided to check the owner's level, and he decided, okay, they'll do that now. He had the highest level of 9, Strength 17, Agility 18, Fitness 16, Magic 35, Mastery 23, and 8 remaining points. He understood that this wasn't enough, and he needed to get stronger to avoid losing everything at once. Kai noted that they should be careful, and by the way, they needed to buy something. Christina said they needed to buy magic crystal powder. He exclaimed, "What? That's very expensive. This substance cost 1 million won for 10 grams. Christina said she needed 1 kilogram, and there was a 50% discount, so it shouldn't be too expensive. The protagonist noted that he didn't have that much money, and Christina said the website said they could pay for it in installments. Hyunbok asked again, does she really need that? Christina replied, yes, it's really needed, and Hyunbok said, then they'll take it. Sounding very upset, Christina was overjoyed for a moment, as she had a new package in her hands. She'll be crafting something, so for now they must go without her. The protagonist remarked that she sometimes frightened him. Kai said he didn't know what she was doing, and it was unlikely to be quick. Castle remarked that they should go without her, as they could handle it. After a while, they arrived at the dungeon and began fighting again. Kai reported that 287 skeletons had already been killed. Castle remarked that these were weak opponents for today. The protagonist noted that it seemed they had used up all their luck for the day. Castle remarked that luck is very important for living beings, because it cannot be influenced. Hyunbok mentioned that he had a luck skill, and the guys asked him what he was talking about. He replied that luck helps in desperate situations. That's what it says. Kai said it was a strange skill and he needed to be careful. At that moment, Hyunbok turned around and asked why. They replied that luck doesn't just happen. Good things happen because of luck. But if luck only helps him in difficult situations, then he's unlucky in everyday life. Maybe that's why they hadn't met the right skeletons. He'd already spent his luck on them. Castle noted that was entirely possible and smiled. Kai said he was pleased to know that meeting them was luck and chuckled. The protagonist was dumbfounded by what he heard and watched in bewilderment as they laughed at the whole thing. Castle asked him again, what do you think about that? The protagonist didn't answer, and the guys asked again, what happened? He blushed. Was he really feeling unwell? Was it because of the goblins? He shouted that everything was fine and they should go home. When they arrived at the apartment, they saw Christina sitting on the floor. She turned around abruptly and asked, are they there yet? He didn't understand what was happening to her and asked again, is she finished yet? She answered in a trembling voice, no. Smoke was coming out of her skull and she had turned blue. Hyunbok remarked that he was sorry, and Christina remarked that the item was easy to create, but she had messed up 3 out of 5 times, so she tried to lie down and get her head straight. The protagonist noticed that luck was not on her side today and realized, is it really because of him? At that moment, Castle wondered out loud if it was because of the owner. Christina asked again, what? The protagonist silently begged them not to tell her about it, but Castle immediately told her everything, and Christina said that she didn't think that was the issue, because these were her mistakes and she was the only one to blame, and if it was somehow connected, then the failures would end sooner or later. The protagonist grinned and replied that everything was correct, and Christina decided to try again. The guys asked again, will she tell them what she wanted to do? She said it was a secret, but they would be pleased, and she promised them so. After a while, the guys agreed with her and went into another room, but decided to eavesdrop. Christina said how cheeky they were. Maybe they should go to the dungeon? Or would they just hang out here trying to eavesdrop on her? The guys were terrified when they realized she understood everything and apologized for disturbing her. They were shaking with fear as they were terrified of her aura. After a while, Kai made himself some coffee from the coffee machine and brought the tray to the table. The protagonist asked when Christina had last contacted him. He replied that it had been 3 days, I think. Hyunbok wondered how she was doing. He'd like to help her, but he didn't think he could. Castle said they shouldn't do that. Didn't he remember the look she gave them when they tried to eavesdrop on her? Kai added that it would be better to simply trust their sweet lady and wait patiently. The protagonist replied, yes, Christina is smart and will do everything in the best possible way. At that moment, when he began to drink coffee from a mug, she entered the room and said in a terrifying voice that she was back. The protagonist almost choked on his coffee and stained his face, after which he asked again how she was doing. She replied that her task was successful and smiled with a magic card in her hands. He asked again, had she been working on this? Christina answered yes, it was a spell card. He asked again, but what is it? She explained that in simple terms it's a card with a spell. He needs to take the card, imagine the spell, and then direct it with mana into the card. Anyone can use this thing. Moreover, thanks to the card, it's possible to use magic 2 levels higher. She handed him the card for him to examine carefully, and the protagonist, picking it up, shouted with delight that they would really need it. How did she even do that? Christina explained that frankly, in her world, there weren't cards, but spell books. He asked, so she made it all herself? She's simply a genius. Christina explained that this world is highly technologically advanced, and after drawing one, she scanned it and can now create as many as she wants. True, a small percentage of the copies are far from the original. He asked, So what was it that failed? Christina replied that she'd failed 3 out of 5 times because she couldn't enchant them. It's not that easy to turn ordinary paper into magic. Hanbok chuckled at the idea of it all being handmade, and Christina replied, yes, but thanks to the printer, she'd managed to avoid the hardest part. She made 20 cards in total, 7 pairs of circle 1 and 3 pairs of circle 2. It would have been great to make 40, but she couldn't. Hanbok asked again, why do they need first circle cards? Wouldn't it be better to use more complex magic? She laid the cards out on the table and explained that it was all about mana consumption. The higher the circle, the more mana is required, meaning the problem was a low level. Suddenly, Castle slammed his fist on the table and asked the lady sorceress to stop. Was there something in this for them? She replied that she had nothing yet, that she didn't have enough ingredients to make cards for everyone, but she promised to make one for them next time too. They were delighted and decided to wait. Hanbok announced that now they needed to raise their levels. Christina said yes, especially her, since she'd missed the dungeon 3 times. The guys shouted that they could go right now, and he replied that he was ready too. So why were they waiting? They should leave now. After some time, they found themselves near majestic gates. 16 days had passed, and their levels had increased. Now all the guys had the same level, 12. They had prepared their spell cards. The protagonist confidently announced that they were ready and could move forward. He turned to Kai and asked him to be careful, as his role was very important in this battle. He shouted back for the master to believe in him, as he would lead them to victory. After some time, they reached the dungeon, and the protagonist opened the gate first. All the other guys followed one another and carefully continued their way, listening to the surrounding sounds. In the distance, many goblins were gathered around the columns, awaiting their opponents. One of them began to yell very loudly, warning the surrounding goblins of the battle. They all suddenly came to their senses and began running, crowding in front of their new enemies. Hanbok realized there were far more goblins here. Castle shouted that it was good they had prepared in advance, and turned to Kai to rush in and attack immediately. At that moment, the goblins began to attack them, but the boys continued to fight. At that moment, Hanbok turned to Christina and asked her to use Fireball. She pulled out a magic card and, together with the protagonist, pulled it aside, causing a powerful fiery explosion to thunder across the battlefield. Many goblins were destroyed or lay unconscious on the ground. Kai shouted that the sweet lady and master were protecting them, and now it was their turn. They must attack now. The boys continued to fight the remaining goblins, and the protagonist turned around, smiled, and said that it was excellent. It was good that he left Kai in charge. Castle continued to fight, confidently marching toward victory, laughing loudly and shouting for the goblins to die, as their end would come immediately. Suddenly, he froze and struck the last goblin with his sword. Pausing, he heard the incredibly loud sound of the lead goblin, ready to attack. Now the boys decided to deal with the boss together. Castle shouted that he would deal with him and ran to attack him himself. After a few blows, he began to tremble, and the goblin approached him. At that moment, he struck him with his weapon, and Castle flew back and trembled, causing him to scream that he needed better gear and lacked protection. If he survived, he would definitely buy it, he swears. After these words, he charged again, and a multitude of bright beams appeared around their struggle. He shouted for his master to help, and Hanbok, hearing his request, responded, okay. He and Christina used the magical power of Spark and struck the goblin with a bright beam of light. Castle chuckled, saying he was lucky he was already dead. At that moment, he grabbed the goblin by the shoulder and asked, was he really planning to run away? He wouldn't be able to, because Castle struck him square in the chest with his sword and shouted that he was dead, after which the goblin fell to the ground, motionless. Castle raised his sword in victory and laughed with joy. Kai remarked that this was excellent, and now they had to finish off the survivors. Victory was almost theirs. The battle between the guys continued, and they shouted that they needed to hold out a little longer. They rushed into battle, and after a while, with their combined forces, they managed to defeat the enemy. The protagonist fell to the ground, stunned. His entire body was splattered with the purple blood of these goblins. The protagonist rejoiced, blushed with embarrassment, and raised his arms in victory. The system informed him that he must reach Dungeon 0795, level F, within a certain time. Even though the level was low, he should keep in mind that all dungeons are dangerous, and he should be careful. Hanbok completed the first floor of the dungeon in 50 days. After such an exhausting day, they finally returned home. Hanbok immediately shed all his armor and exhaled with relief, then lay down on the floor, so tired was he. Some time ago, the skeletons had gathered mana, and Castle remarked that the bosses were indeed very strong. He still had enough mana for the 3 of them. Christina said that she seemed to have access to third circle magic now. After listening to them, MC smiled and rolled over, deciding to lie down and rest for now. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the face of a decomposing goblin in front of him. Fear struck him, and he jumped up and backed away, screaming loudly. The skeletons immediately rushed to him, asking what was wrong, and he, looking at the dead goblins, thought he was crazy for deciding to rest in such a place. He suggested that they return quickly and took out his phone, and they were very surprised when they saw the quick return button. They had never seen such a thing. Kai asked if it was because they killed the boss. He suggested that they press it, after which a door appeared in front of them. Hanbok noted that this was a very convenient function, but Christina was absolutely delighted. She approached the door on trembling legs and exclaimed that this was simply incredible. A connection of worlds, materialization, or both at once? How is this possible? MC called out to her, but she did not answer, and then Castle sighed heavily and told him to leave her. They would not understand her magical parables. They would not touch her for now. He exclaimed, "How will they get home then, since she is spinning around the door?" Castle irritably said that they will wait for now, and he asked, "Then how long will they stand here?" Kai said it was really best to leave her alone right now, and Castle agreed with him. Sometimes she scares him. Seeing no other choice, Hyunbok sat down on a rock with a heavy sigh and said they would wait until she calmed down. And then, they were home. The loud sound of the doorbell made MC's eyes widen, and he asked Christina if she had bought something on the dungeon website. She told him that was not the case, and Kai went to the door, saying he would check what was inside. After that, he brought a large package into the house and placed it on the floor. Castle examined the box carefully and advised Hyunbok to be careful. Indeed, the box didn't indicate the sender. MC opened the box and the four of them looked inside. Inside was chainmail and a letter from his secret admirer. In his letter, he wrote that he was glad that his topic had become the first on the site and that he was making good progress in the dungeon. He was sure he couldn't have done it alone, so he would send him something as a gift. He hoped they would meet one day. There were also chainmail pants, high-end equipment with a passive effect that restored mana. The skeletons immediately began calculating how much it cost and holding it to Hyunbok to see how it looked on him. He took the chainmail with a smile and thanked the man, and Christina pointed out that he could have sent it before the boss fight, and he agreed. But they still needed to thank the man somehow. Christina asked how he would do it, and he told her that he didn't even know. He had plenty of money, so what could they give him? She suggested a spell card as an option, and he remarked that it was quite nice. Christina said she wanted to sell a few anyway, and he was a wizard too, so she thought it would be a good gift. Incidentally, it would be good for him too. Her words immediately made MC nervous, and she said it was time for him to learn first circle magic, so he should make the cards himself and send them in his own name. He protested, saying he had just returned from the dungeon and wanted to rest for at least a day, and she exclaimed in response that for a wizard, learning is rest. After that, she grabbed him and dragged him into another room, saying that she would teach him everything. Meanwhile, Mike entered the chairman's office and, seeing his expression, awkwardly asked if something good had happened. He confirmed it with a smile and asked if he remembered that guy who was left alone. He had made good progress. He even sent him chainmail as a gift. Mike said that it was insanely expensive, and he said that happiness cannot be found in money. He showed him the first thread on the site, where Hyunbok advised others not to confuse it with the third circle of rapid healing. Rapid healing is only possible for minor wounds, and after using it, they will feel hungry and tired. If they use it alone in the dungeon, they can become goblin food. Mike was surprised and told the chairman that he had excellent instincts, and he laughed, saying that he wants to continue supporting him. He really expects a lot from this guy. Meanwhile, MC returned to the dungeon, this time armed with new armor. They entered the second floor. Everything was quite calm and quiet. Hyunbok noted that there was almost nothing different from the first floor, and Christina reminded him that the monsters here are much higher level, so he should not let his guard down. He laughed nervously and told her that he was as vigilant as ever, and finally their first opponents appeared, a small group of goblins led by an orc. The monster growled menacingly, and MC called out to Kai and Castle. They understood him instantly and rushed to attack, and the goblins ran towards them. Watching at their fight, Hyunbok swore nervously and noted that they were stronger than he thought. One of the goblins struck with a club. Castle managed to block it with his sword, but he was thrown back, right at the orc. He looked at him and said that here was their leader, he would have to deal with him. Another group of monsters appeared behind him, causing MC to curse nervously, and Christina told him not to worry. She called out to the boys and told them to retreat when she gave the signal, after which she took a spell card from under her clothes and told the master that she would borrow some of his mana. After this, mana immediately began to flow to her. He felt how much of it was leaving, and Christina gave the signal. They scattered and she created a huge fireball in the air, then waved her hand and directed it at the group of monsters. The skeletons immediately retreated to a safe distance, and the monsters became very nervous in the face of danger. After that, an explosion was heard. The monsters were finished off at once. Hyunbok exclaimed with admiration that the magic of the third circle was incredible. They all died at once. He turned to Christina to tell her that she was incredible, but seeing her lying down, he became very worried. She told him that everything was fine. She simply used up her mana and fell apart like a real skeleton. He breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he was so scared he thought she died. Meanwhile, Kai pulled Castle out of the fire, and he turned to Christina with displeasure, exclaiming that she almost killed him. Let them return his legs immediately. Kai approached the master, saying that he thought they should go home, and he agreed with him. It was too dangerous here. After that, he took out his phone, and Kai began collecting Christina's bones. When they returned, her body immediately returned to normal, and MC breathed a sigh of relief, noting that it was good that she had recovered. It would have been good for him too. He turned to Castle and asked if he was okay. Christina said that he was fine, that lost bones would regenerate over time, or they could just attach new ones. Because of her words, Castle got angry and exclaimed that it was because of her that he was now disabled. She didn't want to apologize to him. She immediately apologized to him, promising him to be more careful next time, and he said with displeasure that he didn't feel remorse. She calmly answered him that there was no remorse in her apology, and Hyunbok said that it was good that they were almost all right. Kai remarked that it was a shame they'd lost all their goblins. MC asked Christina what about the fireball. He didn't remember her mentioning it before. She told him she'd prepared it just in case. They, wizards, don't always act rationally, but they try. He smiled and noted that rationality definitely wasn't her thing. Castle told him to remember the story about that door. She hadn't acted very rationally back then either. He agreed and asked how they were finding the second-floor monsters. Kai told him the goblins were stronger but not as difficult as the goblin boss. Castle added that the orc was also strong, almost boss-like, so they needed to be careful. Hyunbok said they'd start the battle with a magic attack, and Castle said that was all well and good, but they needed equipment too. He noted that he'd always refused before, and he said he wanted it now. He'd gotten used to his body. Kai told the master there was another reason. Weight. The skeleton is very light, so it's difficult to fight with it, and the equipment would add weight. MC, slightly confused, said he'd never even thought of that, and Castle confidently exclaimed that they'd quickly defeat the orcs that way. Christina said there was another way. The core. Hyunbok was very surprised, then asked in confusion, "What is that?" She replied with displeasure that she'd already told him about it. Had he even listened to her? Apparently, she'd have to give him additional lessons. He immediately started making excuses, saying he was just a little confused, and she kindly explained everything to him again. All undead have a core, something like a heart. If you destroy it, even the strongest opponent will fall. He scratched his cheek in confusion and asked, "So this is a weak spot?" Christina stared at him with a cold expression and, after a short pause, asked, "Does he really not remember anything?" He decided to remain silent to this question. There are 230 days left until the quest fails. 55 days have passed since Hyunbok started exploring the dungeon. Christina is very angry right now. Undead, they don't feel pain, so they are dangerous opponents, but they have a weakness called the core. This is where you need to aim in battle. It is located in the heart or in the head. MC said that he doesn't remember seeing this before, although he only fought skeletons. Christina said that low-level monsters don't have a core, but it appears with time and experience. Castle pointed out that this means a core can't be created just like that. She said that she thought so too, but today she thought of another way. Kai said that they need to get stronger to continue progressing in the dungeon. They must get them. Hyunbok asked, "What will this core give them? Won't it add problems?" Christina answered him that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. With a core, you can use magic circles and aura. He agreed with her that this is very important for warriors and wizards. But how did she use magic before? She answered him that she used the mana from her bones, although it is not enough. Therefore, she asks him for permission to create a core. He thought for a few seconds and agreed, saying that there are more advantages than disadvantages. He does not mind. The skeletons were very happy, and he told her to start right away, but she was categorically against it. The core must be made of something that can hold mana, a special metal, a monster heart, or a crystal. Right now, only crystals are available to them. He became slightly nervous, and she added that the higher the crystal's purity, the better. He thought about it and asked her how much money he had in his account, and she told him about 30 million, not counting living expenses. He noted that this was quite a lot. And that's not enough to buy a crystal? She told him that a 1-carat crystal costs about 4 million won. And he asked how big a crystal must be to become a core. She told him that the crystal must be at least 5 centimeters in diameter, and 1 carat is only 6 millimeters. Realizing how much all this would cost, he felt sick and asked if there were any other options. She smiled and told him that she had it, and that he should wait a little. After that, she ran into another room and came back with a huge business plan and began presenting a project for making money for the core. MC, along with the others, sat down on the couch and asked in surprise when she had time to do this. Christina said that to make the core, they needed crystals, and crystals were very expensive, but they shouldn't worry about that, because she knew how to make money. Spell cards, selling them, they could earn a decent amount. They are especially useful for non-magic classes. She thinks everyone understands the importance of magic in dungeons. If he is worried about production costs, then everything will be fine, because with 1 kilogram of magic powder they can make 100 cards, and each card will cost them 1 million won. Considering the production costs and the chance of failure, she proposes selling the cards for 3 million apiece. After that, she gave Hyunbok her detailed plan and said that if he agrees, they can sign a contract. He took it, confused, and asked, "He just needs to sign it, right?" She confirmed it, and Castle irritably remarked that she had great persuasive powers. Kai said he didn't think it was a scam, but he should have at least read the contract first. MC signed his name and asked if the price was too high. Would they really sell it? Castle replied that of course they would, because life was more valuable than 3 million. He agreed with him, then handed the contract back to Christina, and she said that under the circumstances, you have to look for the best. She quickly checked that he had signed everything, and he asked how they would sell it. She told him that she had already discussed it with the site administration. They supported her initiative, and would even help with advertising. Hyunbok said that in that case, they should stop chatting and get started quickly, and Kai noted that the second floor is more difficult, so they would spend more time on it. Christina said that they couldn't sit around doing nothing, they would just move forward gradually. MC agreed with her and said that they would be returning home after one battle. Time passed. He wrote an ad and posted it on the website. Then the first sales began. Hyunbok was so tired of assembling packages and sending them that he lay down on the floor among the trash and, with tears in his eyes, said that he almost died. Kai brought him tea, praising him for a job well done, and Kassel said that he was a little surprised because they sold everything in 5 minutes. MC smiled and agreed with him. They sold everything out pretty quickly. He was scared even looking at such huge numbers in his account, as much as 450 million won. Kassel exclaimed that he hoped they would earn even more, and Christina approached Hyunbok, saying that now they would be able to make cores. She had already started ordering materials. He agreed with her, and then smiled sarcastically and asked if he could at least rest today. She sighed heavily and allowed him to rest. But first, they needed to clean up, so they sold 20 first circle spell cards and 10 second circle spell cards, even giving the first 10 buyers a 10% discount. When the cores were ready, the skeletons attached them to themselves, and Kassel remarked that things were much better with the core. Kai tried moving his hand and said that he felt like he was reborn, and Christina said that now they could use third circle magic. MC was surprised and asked, had everything changed that much? She laughed and remarked that it would be a shame if nothing had changed. Had he forgotten how much they spent? He smiled and remarked that they spent 16 million, and she said that it was good that they used artificial crystals and not real ones. They were much cheaper, and the right size was easier to find. He asked, but that way they lost 30% of the efficiency, right? She said that's why her core has 5 of them, and of course the cores are changeable, so she can replace everything later. He noted that she had thought everything through well, and then suggested they check their stats. Kassel told him not to be surprised at how strong they had become, and Christina asked him to start with her. Hyunbok took out his phone and saw the stats of all 3. Each had received bonuses from their cores, in addition to their magic stats. Noticing this, MC said that something new had appeared, and showed it to them. Christina noted that everything was displayed separately, which she thought was a good thing. But since their cores were still very new, they needed to closely monitor their stats. They would check them every day. He agreed and said that the main thing was that they already had results, which meant it would be easier for them in the dungeon. Kassel began to stretch his shoulders and asked, then why are they standing here? They needed to get into the dungeon as soon as possible. Christina immediately firmly said that they couldn't go there yet. She had said that their cores were very new, and they needed to test their magic first. What will he do if the master dies due to their carelessness? Her gaze made him nervous and agreed with her, as did Hyunbok. Only after a while did they go to the dungeon. Kassel immediately began swinging his sword, demonstrating his abilities to the master. He demonstrated his technique called Sword Whirlwind, which only A-class assassins can use on a goblin. MC praised him, and Kai chuckled, saying that any knight can do that. At that moment, a goblin ran at him. He drew his sword, saying that now he would show them something truly worthwhile, after which he swung the weapon several times, hitting the target from a distance. Hyunbok was delighted with his abilities and immediately began praising him, which made Kassel feel envious. He swung his sword, exclaiming that he could do that too, after which he released a shockwave at the goblin, losing his balance, and an explosion occurred. MC turned to praise him, but seeing him crumble into pieces, he screamed in fear and remarked that he was just like Christina that time. Kassel said that he must have run out of mana, and he smiled nervously, noting that they had combined it. He'd used it all up that quickly? Kai said that this ability really did use up a lot of mana. It wasn't just swinging a sword like before. Kassel sheepishly exclaimed that he simply wasn't used to his new body, and Hyunbok, looking up, puzzledly remarked that it was a problem, but they should continue exploring the dungeon. He apologized to him, and Christina thoughtfully said that she thought the core's main problem was that it regenerated slowly. She'd have to work on that later. MC suggested she put off the experiments for later. First, they needed to sell the second batch of cards as they'd quickly run out of money. They needed to get back quickly before the monsters showed up. The skeletons agreed, and Kai said they were a little late. He drew his weapon and stared into the darkness, from which a pack of gnolls emerged. Hyunbok panicked, knowing they couldn't cope without Kassel. Meanwhile, the gnolls drew their weapons. He panicked, turning to the sorceress, asking what they should do, and she told him to calm down, then cast a lightning strike spell, electrocuting the gnolls. She then slammed her staff into the ground, using her ice breath to hold them in place, and gave Kai a sign. He immediately understood what he had to do and ran between the opponents, dealing one fatal blow to each. MC looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is that all?" Christina approached him and said seriously that a wizard is always focused, and that panicking is unacceptable, as it means you won't be able to use magic properly. At worst, you'll die in seconds. He agreed with her, saying he wasn't that good yet, and Kassel reassured him, saying he was learning quickly. Kai agreed. Just a couple of months ago, he was an ordinary person, and Christina added that he was indeed developing at a good pace. Of course, he doesn't always succeed, but he has his strengths. He looked down thoughtfully, then smiled and thanked everyone for taking care of him. Night soon fell, and they had already returned home and were getting ready for bed. Hyunbok praised them and went to his room, and they wished him a good rest. As soon as he lay down in bed, he smiled and thought that he was so tired, but it was a pleasant tiredness. Sinking into sleep, he found himself in an empty space. There was no one there. He immediately realized that this was a dream. Only a very strange one. Since nothing was happening, he wanted to wake up as soon as possible, but he could only wait. At that moment, a clot of mana in his chest glowed. He touched it in surprise, and the mana flared, extending beyond his body. He was worried that this could be dangerous. He tried to stop it, but the mana splashed out more and more. He grabbed the clot of magic, trying to hold it back, and said that since it was in his body, then let it obey him. Let it stop right now. His heart began to beat rapidly. The mana began to slowly return back. And then he heard the voices of skeletons asking him to wake up. He opened his eyes sharply and saw them above him. They were very worried. He stood up and asked what had happened and why they were all there. And Castle told him that something terrible could have happened. Mana suddenly started leaking out of his room. They went in to check and saw that it was filling the entire room. He could have died from lack of mana if he hadn't woken up. MC stared at one point, puzzled, and Christina asked if he knew the reason. He confirmed it. The same thing had happened in his dream. Did she help him somehow? She told him that she didn't do anything. It went away on its own. It seems he's fine now. Realizing that she hadn't helped him, Hyunbok wondered if that meant he dealt with it himself. He lowered his thoughtful gaze and immediately felt something and looked at his hands. He saw light on his left palm, just like on his right. Now he understood everything. He somehow managed to master the mana in his body. It turns out he can control it. He tried it, and his mana began to flow from his heart and spread throughout the room, then quickly returned. Christina remarked that he was truly becoming a remarkable wizard. He skipped the second circle and immediately moved on to the third. He was very surprised by this news, and the others began to congratulate him on this. MC, confused, thanked them and asked if he was still sleeping. How did he manage to become a third circle mage? Christina answered him that magic always relies on a person's inner state. She had already explained this to him. Therefore, sometimes progress slows down, but everything can change dramatically. Although his result was surprising, it was quite explainable. He gradually developed, but at some point he was able to overcome some obstacle and moved on to a new level. This happens differently for everyone, and what became a catalyst for him is unlikely to help others. But this information is still useful for wizards. Something interesting can be gleaned from it. So let him tell her everything about his awakening. She took his hands, her eyes shining with delight, and he asked, confused, if they should have breakfast first. After breakfast, Christina said that using his control talents, he could manipulate mana and make it obey him. Moreover, he would be able to use spells even without knowing the correct name or pronouncing them incorrectly. He just needed to understand the essence of the spell. But judging by the speed of his learning, he would have problems with higher level spells. But since his mana level had increased, he would even be able to try to defeat a mage whose level was higher than his. That was quite interesting. Hyunbok smiled tiredly, noting that at least he was not so useless now, and she agreed with him. But they had no time to waste. From today on, they would begin intensive training. MC was in despair. So it was not intensive training before? She said that now he was a full-fledged mage and could learn more spells. They would start right now. After that, she grabbed him and dragged him into another room, saying that they had no time to rest, and Castle noted that they wouldn't see him anytime soon. There were 193 days left until the quest failed. 82 days had passed since Hyunbok began exploring the dungeon. Time passed, and they went into the dungeon to test his new skills. MC threw spells, blowing up everyone around him, and laughed loudly when they burned. Castle noted that he must be tired of studying, since he had to relieve stress in this way. After the next group of monsters was dealt with, Hyunbok sighed with relief and said that he felt reborn. Castle noted that his skills had improved, and Christina said that they could slowly return. He asked in surprise, so quickly? They said that it was important to know when to stop. He still had a lot to learn. When they returned home, MC immediately went to take a shower. He came out of the bathroom and, seeing them all gathered around the table, asked what was wrong with them. Castle told him that they wanted to check their stats, and he immediately took out his phone. His eyes widened in surprise. Their classes were now displayed. Castle was a skeleton warrior, Christina was a skeleton sorceress, and Kai was a skeleton knight. Besides, many stats had improved, but there were no new talents yet. They said they had assumed this, and he asked in surprise, did they already know this? They confirmed this because they could feel the changes, and Castle said that everything was already visible in them. He stood up and compared their heights, asking if he hadn't realized yet how much they had changed. Looking up at the skeletons, Hyunbok became slightly nervous and exclaimed in surprise, when did they manage to grow so much? They said that because of all the changes, they really are getting bigger. And MC turned to Christina, asking, is she too? She told him that of course she is changing too, but almost all of her changes are happening inside her. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that at least she won't become taller than him, and asked, what is the reason for all these changes? She said that it's all because of him. He stared at her in confusion, not understanding what she meant, and she said that he became a third circle mage, and this directly affects them. He asked, so, if he is getting stronger, then they are too? She answered him that most likely this is exactly what happens, and Kai said that it is unlikely that they will be able to predict exactly which skills will be improved. However, he is sure that they have become stronger thanks to him. Now it will be even easier for them to explore the dungeon. Because of his words, Hyunbok thought about it and told Christina that he has already gotten used to his powers enough. Maybe they should continue clearing the second floor? She told him he wasn't ready yet, and he smiled awkwardly, noting that his strength was apparently not yet sufficient. But Christina was just making fun of him, saying she would have said that if he weren't a worthy mage. Realizing what this meant, he became overjoyed, and she said their new equipment wouldn't be ready until next week. The boys were also happy about this, and Christina said she would improve it all with magic, so they just needed to wait a little. After that, she turned to the master and said that for now, they would continue training. A week later, everything was finally ready. Castle tried on the armor and said that she had kept her promise. His equipment was finally ready. Christina noted that this wasn't just armor. Its defense was enhanced by magic. While he was wearing this armor, he had access to instant reinforcement and a bunch of other magical things, such as lightweight and recovery. She also improved their weapons. They were sharp, durable, and could also regenerate over time. They both looked at their new equipment and started jumping for joy. And MC remarked that they looked so happy. Christina said that she had a gift for him too, which immediately made his eyes shine. She prepared a cloak for him and let him check it out. This cloak is also very light, has good protection and regeneration, and she also worked on the pockets. Now he can put a lot of things in there without feeling their weight. Castle immediately decided to test it out, and Hyunbok was surprised to notice that she used so many cool magical things. She told him that it all cost them a lot, but it would definitely come in handy in battle. He asked, but this equipment will last them a long time, right? Castle and Kai started shoving all sorts of things into his pockets, and Christina has said that no matter how good the equipment was, they were just consumables. The stronger the monsters, the more damage the equipment will suffer, but she hopes that they will use it for a very long time. After this, Castle put his hand on Hyunbok's shoulder and said that they had enough talking. It was time to test their equipment in battle. He stretched his shoulders, saying that he couldn't wait any longer, and Kai agreed with him. MC smiled and said that since they had changed so much, they could now go to the dungeon. Christina nodded and added that they would be able to advance much further. He decided to start with mana, and when he reached into his pocket, he felt something there and immediately pulled it out. Seeing a stuffed toy, he was very surprised and called out to Castle, asking when he had managed to do this. He smiled and asked, "This is great, isn't it?" They entered the dungeon. They again encountered a group of goblins and orcs, and Castle exclaimed in anticipation that it was time to hunt. Before he could take a step, Christina cast a spell, and a fireball flew right in front of his face and slammed into the monster, causing an explosion. They died instantly, and Castle exclaimed indignantly, "Have she gone mad?" She had already taken his legs once. One of the monsters managed to survive, however. He stood up and was slightly taken aback by such an explosion while they began arguing. Christina said that she had miscalculated a bit then, but this time she knew where and how to hit. He exclaimed discontentedly that it was still just as dangerous, and she said that it wasn't dangerous at all, since he wasn't injured. He said that she was just lucky, to which she replied that she had everything under control. The others asked them to stop already. Hyunbok tiredly touched his face and asked them to at least not quarrel here. Otherwise, the surviving monsters might call others for help. While they were arguing, the goblin had already managed to escape, and MC smiled nervously when he learned of this. Castle was seething with rage and began blaming Christina for everything. There were 156 days left until the quest failed, while 119 days had passed since Hyunbok began exploring the dungeon. After this argument, they went to the doors to check the situation. Kai cautiously peered through the crack and saw a bunch of monsters, including the surviving goblin. He returned to the others and said that the escaped monster had called friends, about 50 of them. Castle cursed, calling them annoying rats, and MC said that then and this time they would kill them in one blow. After that, they threw open the doors, catching the monsters off guard, and the mages got to work. They simultaneously unleashed fireball spells at their opponents, but despite this, they were still alive. The gnolls hurled spears at them, and Hyunbok only needed a slight wave of his hand to stop the weapons flying at him and redirect them back with the magic arrow spell. The weapons pierced the monsters' bodies, and Castle rushed forward, exclaiming that it was his turn. He rammed a gnoll, grazing it with his sharp shoulder pad, and then called out to Kai. He drew his sword and swung it quickly, killing the gnoll. While they fought, the goblins stood to the side, watching in horror. They were so terrified that they began to flee, but MC immediately noticed this and grabbing Christina's staff slammed it into the ground, causing huge spikes to sprout in front of the fugitives, blocking their path. Now it was Christina's turn. She cast icy lightning bolts at them, and chunks of ice covered their backs. Hyunbok was pleased with how easy it had been, and she noted that they'd almost finished off everyone. Only the ones near Kai and Castle remained. Castle told him to take a closer look. He'd already dealt with them. Kai had also finished by this time, and MC praised them. Christina asked if they liked the equipment, and Castle happily replied that he really liked the spikes on the armor. Many goblins had been killed with it today. They began to thank Christina, as they had become even stronger, and she said she was glad they liked everything. Then Castle mentioned one problem, and the others agreed. Hyunbok didn't understand what was going on, and Christina said that there weren't enough dead enemies. He smiled and said that then they needed to solve that problem. it wouldn't be difficult. Christina was silent for a few seconds, thinking about something, and said that she wanted to talk to him about something. But first, they needed to go home. When they returned, she led him to the room, and Kai and Castle said that they would wait for them outside. It was between the two of them. MC didn't understand what they were talking about, and she said that they were right. They were both wizards, so the conversation really only concerned them. Hyunbok looked at her confusedly and asked what they would talk about, and she first invited him to sit on the bed. After that, she placed a chair opposite him and sat down, saying that all this time she had been teaching him different magic. What was the easiest for him? He thought about it and remembered how she said that for a wizard there is no better rest than training when he was once again lazy. Then he would have to choose one thing, so it was better to have as many options as possible to make it easier to decide later. MC said that now he understood it was time to choose. She confirmed this and said that usually students choose the teacher's specialization, but she was his unofficial teacher and their skills differed. Besides, judging by his skills and talents, it seemed he had already made up his mind a long time ago. He told her that she was right. He had thought about it for a long time, but had finally settled on this. With a confident smile, he declared that he wanted to study necromancy and was ready to take the Oath of Mana. Necromancy is based on the summoning of undead, the creation of golems and chimeras, as well as poisons and curses. This specialization ranks 5th among the schools of magic, but is considered fearsome and very dangerous. Christina said that she thought it was too early for him to choose something too specific, since he didn't yet know all the aspects of this specialization. He noted that if he took the oath, his mana level would increase to the general level of the specialization. She had told him so herself. She confirmed this. It would also be easier for him to learn spells and move along his path as a wizard, but it would be more difficult for him to learn spells of other directions. It was unlikely that he would be able to change his specialization if he changed his mind. He firmly answered her that he was confident in his decision, and he had 2 reasons for this. The first was a premonition. It was easy for him to study necromancy. He felt that it was his thing. And the second reason was the 3 of them. He didn't think that they ended up together by chance, and if he learned necromancy, he could be useful to them, and they could also help him. Christina noticed that there was a premonition and fatalism in him, none of which were typical of magicians. He smiled at her in response and said that she had said that sometimes even wizards act irrationally. She warned him that this was a difficult direction, and that he might be rejected by society, to which he replied that he knew this, but he hoped that would not happen. He was absolutely certain of his decision, and if it was difficult for him or he regretted it, then he should just let her help him. He should let her stop him if he was about to do something terrible or wrong. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened, and the guys walked inside and said that he had made an excellent choice, that they believed in him, and that they promised to support him and help him follow his chosen path. He looked at them in confusion and asked, so they were eavesdropping on them? Since he was so confident, Christina did not dissuade him and agreed with his decision. Now it was time for the oath. Hyunbok raised his fist to his chest and released magic, solemnly swearing by the power of mana itself that he had chosen the path of a necromancer. His mana glowed in different colors, then turned purple, and finally calmed down. Christina said that he was now officially a necromancer, and she hoped that he would succeed and become a great mage. He thanked her for this and awkwardly scratched the back of his head, asking where he could look for books on necromancy now. She told him not to worry. They were all sold on the dungeon website, but they were terribly expensive. A book on the first circle costs 5 million, the second circle 10 million, and the third circle 20 million. They would definitely be able to buy a book on the second circle, but there was no guarantee they would have any money left after that. This realization made MC uneasy, and she said that there is a saying, we come into this world empty-handed and leave it, leaving everything we have acquired, so let him spend everything while he is alive. He said that it was time for her to limit access to the internet, and after that, they went to the dungeon to test his new abilities. He asked the skeletons to simply protect him, as he wanted to try it himself first, after which, he used necromancy magic to revive the skeleton archers. Their bones immediately gathered, they rose to their feet, and Christina noted with surprise that he was able to revive so many, which was commendable. He told her that he thought he could raise 15 more skeletons. Kai said that the main thing is that they are strong, and Castle asked, what if they are the same as on the first floor? Hyunbok hoped that this was not the case, and, seeing a pack of gnolls ahead, said that now they will check it out. He waved his hand, sending a squad of skeletons into attack. The archers started firing, the swordsmen were immediately hit by the gnolls and scattered, while the others came up behind the monsters and began gnawing at them with their teeth. In the end, they were finished off, and quite easily, which surprised MC. He said he didn't think it would be over so quickly, and all 3 immediately began praising him, saying he was incredible, and that with a good weapon, he would have done it even faster. Christina asked if he had run out of mana, and he told her everything was fine. She noted that he had summoned a lot of undead, but his mana was still high. It seemed he could control them for quite a long time. Of course, these skeletons themselves consume a little mana, so they didn't yet know his true limit. MC couldn't help but smile at her words and suggested they move on, causing Castle to let out a delighted whoop, and Kai reminded them that they couldn't relax, it was still dangerous here. There were 148 days left until the quest failed. 127 days had passed since Heinbach began exploring the dungeon. Meanwhile, Richard was disappointed. He slammed his fist on the table in displeasure and exclaimed that everything was lost. How did this happen? Mike said that all the guild members had tried, but none had completed the quest successfully. The chairman leaned back warily in his chair and said that it seemed they would have to buy those cards after all. They were profiting off other people's misfortunes by selling them for such a huge amount, but he would buy them anyway. Then a message appeared on his phone. His eyes immediately widened, and he excitedly jumped up from his seat, ordering the other player to bring him that package right away. When he opened it, they saw a lot of spell cards inside, and Mike said that meant the guy he was helping was the card seller. In his letter, Heinbach thanked him for helping him in his time of need, but he didn't know if he would ever be able to thank him fully. He decided to send him 100 spell cards to at least somehow cover his expenses. It was thanks to him that he was able to create them at all, so let him accept his gift. Now he was on the second floor of the dungeon and continuing to move forward. After reading the letter, the chairman noted that, as he had said, successful investments quickly pay for themselves. He told Mike that he would have to deal with purchasing cards, and in the meantime, he would start researching these ones. He asked him to leave at least a few pieces just in case, and he replied with a grin that he would try. But if they figured out how to make them themselves, it would be much more useful. Meanwhile, Christina told Heinbach that they needed to sell more cards. He looked at her quizzically, reminding her that they had just sold out of everything, and she said they were getting competition. There were also a lot of counterfeits, so the prices for the originals were going up. But she was sure they would quickly master the technology and make a quality product. So they better make and sell as much as possible while they were still afloat. Monopolization is a great thing. MC smiled nervously, agreeing with her idea, and then they went to explore the dungeon further. Heinbach looked around and said that according to the website, ghouls and slimes appear on the third floor. They should be especially careful with slimes. Their poison can destroy their equipment, but that could also be someone's imagination. Kai agreed with him. After all, the previous floors were different from what he read. Christina said the boss on the second floor was very strong. He was a third circle mage, so they had to try hard. But orcs aren't particularly smart, so they managed to defeat him too. It's a shame he didn't subdue him. That's a big loss. MC laughed nervously, and Kai suddenly stopped, saying something was wrong. The monsters should have appeared by now. It's better for them to scout the situation rather than charge head-on. Christina agreed with him, and Castle suggested they were simply scared. Christina told the master that caution never hurt anyone, and in that case, he decided to send the ghosts to scout. He summoned them, then explained the whole situation to them, and they continued down the corridor. Castle asked if the monsters were hiding and setting an ambush. He said that was quite possible. Even though they had become stronger, one must always be on guard. After that, he closed his eyes, focusing on the ghosts. He began to see everything through their eyes. There were no monsters around, but there was some kind of eye-catching door. After that, they headed straight there, and Christina said that this was the boss room, since she could only sense monsters there. Heinbach looked at the door with concern and asked what awaited them there. No one had ever beaten this boss. Castle confidently said that they were undead, and he asked how he knew that. Kai explained that they were undead themselves, so they sensed things like that, and Christina thoughtfully noted that this was bad. Lower-ranking undead are much stronger than goblins and orcs. They could die here. MC suggested that they at least find out what kind of undead were there, since they had ghosts, and Christina asked him to be careful, so they couldn't be noticed. One of the ghosts carefully entered the boss room, hid behind a column, and peered into the darkness. A huge skeleton lay there, emitting a very oppressive aura. Heinbach's heart immediately started beating faster. His breathing became labored, and he backed away, then fell and stared at the door in fear. After that, he smiled nervously and exclaimed, "What kind of joke is this?" The boss of the second floor was a huge dragon. After that, they returned home and an oppressive atmosphere reigned. Castle and Kai exchanged glances, and Christina glanced at Heinbach, who was clutching his head, and told him to tell her what he saw there. He replied that there was a dragon. The guys tensed, and she became interested. MC added that the bones were white. It was a bone dragon. Christina said she didn't think it was one, and it would be good if she was right. Dragons are inextricably linked with nature. Each of them has its own distinctive features and characteristics. Only white dragons have white bones and are so cold that they can freeze everything around them. Heinbach said that he definitely didn't see anything like ice, and she said that then it might not even be a dragon, but an undead creature assembled from the bones of other dragons. He asked, "A skeletal dragon?" She said that it usually takes a long time for them to fully form, so the one in the room probably hasn't reached the limit of its power yet. Also, while they were exploring the dungeon, she had a theory about the dungeon's capacity. As they already know, monsters in dungeons have their own levels, and she thinks their strength directly depends on their number. In short, all the power of the third floor is concentrated in the boss, and not distributed among the monsters, and if she's right, then it will be incredibly powerful. Of course, they are still in a class dungeon, so they can't lose hope. MC asked, will they be able to do it? She inhaled and told him not to worry. She promises he will live. They can't die. He looked at her, dumbfounded, then told her with a smile that they would definitely win. They started laughing together. Complete harmony reigned between them, and the guys grumpily reminded the master that they were also there. MC immediately said nervously that of course, he relied on them too and always remembered. From that day on, they decided to train even more, and 3 months passed. The website wrote that if they didn't clear the dungeon on time, as a punishment, the dungeon monsters would be able to pass through the door connected to it. An F-class dungeon has 3 floors. If more, it's F-class plus. It's good that Hyunbok and the others were on the top floor, but they only had one chance. They confidently opened the doors and entered the boss room, immediately encountering enormous pressure. The dragon sensed their presence. It immediately stood up, and MC thought that this was much harder than any previous battle, but they had to win. The monster's roar caused other undead to rise as well, and Castle called out to him excitedly. He understood him instantly and summoned the skeletal warriors, after which he told Kai that he would leave them to him. The dragon roared loudly. Hyunbok noticed streams of energy reaching out to them from it, and he realized it was trying to seize control of his skeletons. He immediately cast a protection on them and exclaimed that they were his. He would not have them. The ominous energy retreated. The dragon growled in displeasure and ordered his skeleton to attack. Then MC called out to Castle and Kai and told them to get ready. They both threw several crystals at the dragon, causing several explosions, after which they laughed and said that they had been preparing these bombs for him for a long time. The dragon emerged from clouds of smoke, and its skeletons began to rise again. Kai called out to Hyunbok, saying that they needed more warriors, and he smirked and replied that he understood everything. When they deal damage, the dragon summons more skeletons, and they need to hurry. With only a little time left, Kai and Castle rushed to attack. Time passed. They continued to pound the monsters with their weapons, and Castle exclaimed that things were very bad. They had good defense, but their mana was regenerating too slowly. Kai advised him to stop complaining and instead put all his strength into the blow. He followed his advice, but his weapon cracked, so he broke it in half and threw it at the dragon, wishing it a quick death. The dragon glared at him, then swung its tail, and the two barely managed to dodge the blow. Hyunbok and Christina supported them from a distance. They summoned clay golems, and the dragon roared. It immediately pounced on them, starting to strike, but the golems did their job and encased it in clay. MC warily called out to Christina, who slammed her staff on the ground and cast a spell, causing the dragon's head to explode several times, eventually leaving nothing left. It seemed they had destroyed the core in its head. Hyunbok smiled with relief, thinking they had won, but at that very moment, Castle was thrown aside and hit the wall, losing his lower body. MC stared at him in confusion, and Christina called out to him, but when he didn't respond, she grew nervous and asked him to come to his senses. Hyunbok looked at the dragon. Despite its head being missing, it was still moving. The dragon doesn't fit in with a class F dungeon, as people say. It's a gift from above, because usually after the 3rd floor, it's an orc necromancer. But this one was practically on the brink of death because of other players. Feeling his death throes, he created a skeletal dragon, but his strength drained, and he lost all control over the skeletal dragon. Nidhogg became too powerful. Freed from control, and trying to survive, he began absorbing everything around his creator, other monsters, and the dungeon itself. But despite all this, he couldn't achieve his final form due to the lack of a core in his head. The monster screamed with incredible anger that it would kill its enemy right now and approached him with bright red eyes. The protagonist was dumbfounded by what he saw and shouted, "Christina, prepare to attack. They'll buy her some time." She confidently answered, "Okay," and Hyunbok thought with horror in his eyes that his mana was almost depleted, just like Christina's. Suddenly, Castle shouted at his master to take his mana, as he was useless now anyway. Castle was still lying on the ground, surrounded by the shattered fragments of his body. Hyunbok picked up the staff and replied, "Okay," before deciding to take everything. He looked closely at the staff and realized he still didn't have enough mana, meaning there was only one option left. At that moment, he used his magical powers and closed his eyes to concentrate. He felt as if he had just lost something very important and his lifespan had been shortened, but now he had enough mana. At that moment, Christina called him by name out of worry, but Hyunbok immediately and abruptly replied, "All is well. What's the point of a future if they don't have a present?" His fist began to shake, and he confidently declared that now they needed to survive, so they faced their enemies together. He still had bombs left, so he decided to throw these multicolored bombs directly at the monsters. A multitude of fiery explosions erupted in the room, and the monsters were stunned by the sight, surrounded by thick dust. Christina and Hyunbok stared ahead in bewilderment when she suddenly shouted at her master to be careful and cursed. One of the monsters began to approach them, growling loudly. This creature also used magical powers, causing the entire room to illuminate in bright, colorful colors. Christina realized it was the dragon's breath and they should dodge immediately, when Kai suddenly intervened, creating his protective barrier and protecting his friends. At that moment, the monster pounced on them with terrifying force and attempted to smash their protective barrier. Hyunbok covered his face with his hands and watched intently. But a moment later, he was face down on the ground, amidst the rubble and smoke left by the powerful lightning. The monster was approaching him, and he suddenly jumped up, coughing up blood, and realized he couldn't die. He looked ahead and saw his destroyed friends, shattered into tiny pieces. He became enraged and turned to face the monster charging at him, Realizing this was the end, he had no strength or mana left, and his comrades couldn't help him, but they were going to die here, so they would use the psychokinesis magic spell. There was only one way to survive. He needed to focus, for he had no room for error. He had to win this battle, and with these words, he returned to the fight. Hyunbok gritted his teeth in anger and shouted at the monster to surrender and bow before him, to acknowledge him as its master. At that moment, an awkward silence fell between him and the monster, and the dragon asked again, did he really say that to him, a dragon? He would never acknowledge a human as his master. The protagonist shouted back that he was nothing but a pile of bones, a cheap fake, but despite this, he still gave him the opportunity to bow down before him. He would make him stronger than any real dragon. The dragon replied that he was simply a foolish man, and the protagonist asked again, so what would change? His people were capable of challenging him and changing. He understood perfectly well that he could not become stronger without help. Either he bowed down before him and acknowledged him as his master, or they would both die. For he was his master. He screamed loudly to intimidate his opponent, and a moment later landed on his skull. As he began to fall, he almost hit the ground, but the dragon caught him in its arms. Hyunbok smiled and with a sigh, realized he was alive. The dragon looked at him in bewilderment, and suddenly the system reported that 329 days had passed since Hyunbok began exploring the dungeons, and that this quest had been completed. At that moment, the dragon remembered Hyunbok giving him the opportunity, and he wondered if he could really help him. Could he become stronger than a real dragon? In that case, he must keep his promise. One of the many high-rise buildings in Gangnam. It looked like an ordinary office building, but in fact, it housed a company that secretly supported the dungeon exploration community. A young employee of the company reported that he had come with a report on the completion of Dungeon 0795, Class F. A senior employee said that Class C was quite easy, and he didn't need to report it. The employee said yes, but this completion was quite unusual, and he should take a look at it. He submitted the completion report, and the manager was surprised there were so many sheets. What happened here? When he began to examine the documents more closely, he frowned and frowned. He threw the papers on the ground and shouted that this was simply impossible. Of course, he had heard of such cases of solo dungeon completion, but everything else sounded simply unbelievable. A skeletal dragon appeared in a Class F dungeon, and the player even managed to subdue him? So it's the same spell card seller? He's a 3rd level necromancer mage with 2 skeletons, warriors, and a 4th level sorceress. That sounds like Class A. Why is he only reporting this now? The employee replied that their team found it too difficult to complete, so they put it off for a while. The manager grew even more angry, slammed his hands on the table, and shouted that all employees involved would face disciplinary action. He must oversee this and begin supporting this player. The employee replied that he understood, after which the director leaned back in his chair and thought that he would surely be disappointed in them, since they didn't help him in his time of need. They were having trouble again. Meanwhile, the protagonist realized that he was alive, but he had lost the battle, and if the dragon had used its breath again, everything would have ended differently. But now he lay in his bed, looking at the ceiling and cursing as he realized the situation. Christina angrily said he was up to his old tricks again. They had all survived that day, but Christina and Kai had suffered especially badly trying to protect him. They even had to separate their heads from their bodies to survive the dragon's attack. After he woke up, Christina explained what had happened. He had moved his core, which was too dangerous, but they had managed to escape. They must work on their mistakes, but dwelling on them constantly would lead to nothing good. She placed her hand on Hyunbok's bed, who smiled and agreed with her, then sighed with relief and said, yes, in the end they had won. They were alive and had even managed to tame the dragon. The dragon replied that no one had tamed him, and he himself had agreed with that. The protagonist replied, okay, and Christina intervened, reminding them that he'd received his name as a promise to make himself stronger and more magnificent, and he must remember who gave him this opportunity. He might not admit it, but his soul still belonged to their master. At that moment, dark rays appeared on the mirror, and the dragon continued to say that he mustn't forget his promise. If he couldn't make him stronger, he would kill him immediately. Hyunbok replied that he would keep his word, primarily for his own sake. The dragon replied that everything was fine, and at that moment, a bright beam of light shone in the protagonist's face. He turned his attention to the window and said how he already wanted to go outside. As a reward for clearing the dungeon, he would be allowed to step outside for a short time. Christina informed him that he could go whenever he wanted, since according to her calculations, it would take him another 2 weeks to recover. At that moment, Kai and Castle ran into the room, shouting joyfully that he was recovering, since he already wanted to go for a walk. He asked again why they were hanging out here. Castle replied that he'd come along with Kai, but that he needed to cover for Christina. She said that in that case she would go into the room and make cards and other equipment. The Castle continued the conversation, saying that he was apparently fine and would go and help their lady. He stopped by his bed and asked, Master, is he really feeling better? Hyunbok confidently replied that everything was fine and that he could sit next to him. Kai sat down next to him and opened his book. After some time, the protagonist decided to leave the house and dressed for the weather. When he found himself in the entryway, he carefully looked at the landing and out the window as he went downstairs. When Hanbok was able to go outside, he carefully observed this bright world and the simple lives of the people. Tears of joy appeared in his eyes, and he heard Castle say that they could go outside. He had only seen everything on the computer and couldn't wait to see the world with his own eyes. Kai added that he really wanted to go there too. Nidhogg also expressed that this world was completely different. He knew nothing about it, and therefore he was also interested. Christina expressed that thanks to his connection with his master, he still had many wonderful things to experience. Meanwhile, Hyunbok walked along the sidewalk, carefully examining the details. He hung his lock on the fence as a souvenir, looked through binoculars into the distance, and wandered the crowded night streets among ordinary people. He'd had fun, but now it was time to go home. He drank coffee on a bench, and Christina mentioned that she saw he wanted to walk some more. She thought he wanted to stay here. Hyunbok replied that he'd been thinking about that too, but everyone has a place to return to, and he wanted to go home after a long walk. He stood up and decided to go now, as his friend had mentioned that they needed to find a new home, as continuing to walk would be bad for his injuries. After a while, he got into a taxi, and the driver mentioned that he must have been in Seoul for a while. The protagonist was surprised and remarked, "Yes," after which the taxi driver continued the conversation, saying that it was very beautiful here and there were many interesting places to visit, but that he shouldn't leave the house after sunset, because anything could happen. Hyunbok asked, surprised, "For example?" The man replied that a lot of people had been disappearing lately, 50 in their country alone. But what was even more frightening was the large amount of blood found at the disappearance sites. Hyunbok was surprised by this and asked the guys what they thought about it. He thought the dungeon monsters might be connected. They replied that it was possible, but they didn't think it was true. It wasn't a fact that they were monsters and that humans also killed their own kind. Hyunbok sadly looked out the window and remained silent, while the guys continued to discuss among themselves that they couldn't know for sure. So what would he do with this information? He replied that he wouldn't do anything. He was an ordinary person and couldn't help in this situation. It didn't concern him in any way, and he was already in enough danger. The guys thought this was reasonable. He shouldn't run into trouble if he wasn't confident in his abilities. That was the thought of a wise mage. At that moment, the taxi driver turned to the protagonist, and the guys continued to say that people die all the time. But the main thing is that it's not him, the boss. It's better for him to focus on his promise and not get involved in trouble. The protagonist remained silent, after which one of his subordinates announced that he would support any decision he made. At that moment, Hyunbok thanked them for their support. When he returned home, he opened the door and saw a terrifying dungeon. He was upset that his free time had ended so quickly. Christina greeted him and told him the proverb, "Work hard, play hard," and besides, they had managed to move, so the time was not wasted. Now they live in a new house which is very spacious, and that's good. Even Nidhogg can fit here, since he wouldn't have fit in the previous house. A river of mana, also known as expensive mana, flows beneath this house. It's the perfect home for a wizard, and the fact that they got it so cheap is a great fortune. At that moment, Castle turned to the owner and asked what was going on with the dungeons. They'd been having fun all week, and were itching to kill a few monsters. At that moment, Christina and Hyunbok thought about his words, and the others all gathered together and began looking at Hyunbok's phone, which announced that a new quest had appeared. The system reported it as Dungeon 1139, rank F+. After successfully completing the F-rank dungeon, he gained access to Dungeon 1139, rank F+. He must be careful, as this dungeon is much more difficult and dangerous than the previous one. He must always be on guard and not relax. He must try to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible, or ignore this advice. He will pay with his life. There are 50 participants in this place. The remaining time is 400 days. The reward for successfully completing the quest is 3 million won, and an F+ item of his choice. Castle decided it meant they could handle it quickly. Christina remarked that they were lucky, as it wouldn't be any trouble. At that moment, Hyunbok asked if they were being too careless. The boys turned to him in fear, and he replied that they'd already encountered Nidhogg. Surely they understood that all subsequent bosses would be even more powerful, and Christina herself had always said that you never know what awaits them in the dungeons. The boys continued to listen attentively to their master, and he remarked that they might be confident in their abilities, but they shouldn't relax. They must train and always be on guard. Christina replied that he was right, he shouldn't let his guard down, and she thanked him for warning them. Kai bowed and said it was his mistake and apologized for it. He scratched his head and said, he said something stupid again, so he apologizes. Hyunbok grinned and said the main thing was that they understood everything, and now they could start training. Castle remarked that this was excellent, and that they should focus on victory. After some time, the guys arrived at the dungeon and couldn't understand how this had happened. Many people lay unconscious in a pool of blood. This monster was incredibly scary and dangerous and devoured people. It all started when this hero's apartment turned out to be connected to the dungeon. At first, he was scared, but he wasn't alone, and other players like him always helped him out. Of course, they eventually lost several people, and after completing the quest, they had some free time. They met outside the dungeon for the first time, and he was very happy. After that, they founded their own guild and wanted to become the best guild in Korea, and then the best guild in the world. He truly dreamed of this, but everything turned out completely differently. He found himself at the back of this sinister creature, lying on the ground, covered in blood. Realizing this was the end, suddenly someone asked if he needed help. He asked again, "What?" The stranger asked him to keep his voice down, as they could hear everything. He would help, but he needed information. They had only just reached the 3rd floor. The hero indicated he would tell them everything, and the stranger asked, "This is a wandering boss, right?" Little was said about them in the quest description. Regardless, it would be simple, and he would finish it off in 10 minutes. At that moment, a multitude of skeletons gathered around the terrifying monster, which began to fight and, moments later, smashed one of them to pieces. 2 more skeletons appeared in front of him, and the fight continued. He dealt with all his enemies with surprising speed. At that moment, a masked man entered the battlefield and announced that he had missed everything. The hero was dumbfounded by what he saw and shouted, "From behind." At that moment, the ominous monster appeared right behind the protagonist and began attacking with its fists. The boy was dumbfounded by what he saw and wondered what was happening. It turned out that Hanbok was protected by a magical hand, which destroyed the enemy that appeared out of nowhere. It was the same dragon that had appeared to protect its hero. At that moment, the protagonist approached the boy and informed him that this dragon was a skeleton. While it was still too weak compared to a true dragon, he should remember that it would definitely become stronger. At that moment, Nidhogg roared loudly, and Himbok asked him to enjoy his meal. Nidhogg continued to hold the terrifying monster, which moaned loudly. Himbok approached the boy and noted that he saw that Nidhogg needed help, just as he did. So they would help each other? The boy looked at him in surprise and asked again, "What?" Himbok said he was offering him a deal. What could he give him in return? The guy shouted that he would give up everything he wanted. Himbok said, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He wasn't asking for much, but his soul would be enough. After a while, the guys sat at the computer desk together and reviewed their offers. They had an ad selling cards with spells for everyone who had been deceived before. Counterfeit and low-quality cards were life-threatening. These cards were created using original technology. The guarantee was that the card's effects had been verified by the site administration. So, sales began. They waited, and Christina noted that it was taking a while to work. Why had it taken months? She had sent them instructions, after all. Himbok asked her not to be angry, as they weren't as good as she was. They'd only recently encountered magic. At that moment, he remembered turning to the hero and telling him he'd return his arm if he made a contract with him. He wasn't alone, and the other hero asked again, "Will he return his arm?" The protagonist noted that it was possible, although he knew it was hard to believe, but then he'd do it. The boy asked in surprise, "What?" At that moment, Himbok used his magical powers and directed them to restore the boy's arm. A magic circle formed around him, and his arm began to heal bit by bit. The boy was stunned by what he saw, and moments later, seeing his trembling arm, he cried out in joy. It was really possible. Who was he? Himbok thought about what he'd already said, then introduced himself as Wonhyo. He asked his name in surprise, and Himbok wondered, "So what's with the contract?" At that moment, many people raised their hands and shouted their agreement. That day, he'd made 21 soul contracts. He had 2 conditions. First, they couldn't tell anyone about it, and second, they had to give him mana crystals during the raid. He gave them a book with information on spell cards, and ended up getting a percentage of the sale of each one. In short, he'd made the most of the situation, and Castle asked, "Now, he'll get money for doing nothing? Is that pure profit?" Gyunbok noted that was true, and Kai was surprised he'd signed the contract. Castle noted that he'd said he didn't want to use his power like that, and Himbok replied that was true, but now it was different. To protect himself, he needed to strengthen his defenses and evolve. Soul contracts were much more powerful than mana contracts, and he could make them whenever he wanted. Besides, one of the conditions was confidentiality, meaning no one would know what they all had in common. Kai thought this confidentiality clause was interesting, like the eminence grasse of this world. Himbok looked at his friends in surprise, then suddenly blushed and shouted that everything was wrong. Castle asked again, was he embarrassed because he thought the same thing? Himbok asked them to stop laughing, and suddenly a new message appeared on his phone, informing him that he had a new quest. He noticed this and remarked that so much time had passed. Would it really be any different this time? Castle asked him not to say that, and the system informed him that the dungeon was level 1313. He had successfully completed 2 dungeons practically alone, but he shouldn't get too excited yet. He should relax for a second or the dungeon would take his life. There were 90 participants. The remaining time was 500 days. The rewards for completing the quest were 5 million won, and 1 E-class item of his choice. Christina noted that even if this dungeon turned out to be different from everyone else's, they could handle it, and if not, they'd get through it even faster. After a while, Castle appeared in a knight's costume and muttered how boring it was. He couldn't stand it anymore. Why weren't there any monsters here? They'd been wandering around for 30 minutes already. What was going on? The protagonist addressed him by name, but he continued shouting about wanting to try out his new gear. Suddenly, Himbok became alarmed and asked everyone to wait and prepare. At that moment, Castle turned around and shouted with joy. Finally, where are they? Are they orcs or werewolves? Himbok replied, no, other dungeon explorers, humans. At that moment, Christina asked again, how far away were they? He replied that there were 5 people there and their walk would take about 19 minutes. One of them had a crossbow, and the others also had some kind of weapon. Kai wondered, "What should they do with them, master?" He replied that they should watch, but not relax and be prepared for an attack. All communication should go through him. After some time, people continued moving through the dungeon and chatting with each other. A group of guys arrived, and the clan leader decided to introduce himself and say hello. His name was Jin Hyuk. Hyunbok greeted him back and told him his fake name. Jin Hyuk replied that he was glad to meet him and asked if he was alone. He answered yes, while his knights were behind him. Jin Hyuk was surprised and looked at him questioningly, then asked, "Then what is behind him?" He replied that they were undead. He had repaired them back in the first dungeon, and now they were with him. Jin Hyuk was surprised by this and frowned, then asked, "By the way, doesn't he want to join forces with them? He looked like a mage." The protagonist remained silent at this suggestion, and Jin Hyuk continued to say that mages are good for teamwork. Knights and warriors are also very important, which is probably why he chose these skeletons, but who knows if this will help in the E-class dungeon. The protagonist considered what was happening, and Jin Hyuk asked again, "So he wants to go with them?" He replied that he agreed, and Jin Hyuk grabbed his shoulder in a friendly manner and said it was an excellent choice, they should go. He would introduce everyone else to him. Hyunbok responded with gratitude, and Castle expressed his disapproval. As they began to get acquainted, Castle added that he was a very unpleasant and suspicious person. After some time, the system reported that the number of dungeon participants had changed in one day to 74. The protagonist realized that 16 people had died in just one day. He noticed Castle approaching and asking him to look at their skills, as this was a completely expected outcome. Hyunbok noted that, frankly, some of the researchers were truly worthless, and he wondered how they'd managed to survive before. Especially considering their zeal, they hadn't even had to intervene. Christina remarked that she felt sorry for the people currently checking the quest information, especially those from the same clan as the deceased. At that moment, Castle smiled, snatched the card, and said that at least they had this, so they should hurry. It was their new acquaintance's business card, and Christina asked again what they were going to do. Jin Hyuk was online right now. Hyunbok looked at his hands and asked when she'd managed to snatch his phone. Castle said they shouldn't ignore him, because if the remaining people formed a group, there would be quite a few of them. Christina confirmed this idea, as it couldn't be argued with. Kai said that, frankly, he didn't like this Jin Hyuk at all. Castle shouted that he was a good man and had managed to express his opinion, as he absolutely hated him. After these words, he burst into loud laughter, and Hyunbok asked again what had displeased him. Castle replied that he displeased him with his face, his gaze, his demeanor, and his manner of speech. Absolutely everything about him was wrong. He was a shady character. Kai added that his clan also didn't inspire any confidence. He was constantly chatting with Jin Hyuk and probably didn't notice anything. But all his comrades seemed to be silent, and if you ask them about their attitude toward the clan and their leader, they only say good things, but their eyes showed that it wasn't true. There was hatred in their eyes, at least that's what it seemed to him. Christina pointed out that it all seemed like nothing more than his guess, not enough to draw any conclusions. Kai said he couldn't ignore his intuition, because sometimes hatred arises even over trivial things, like someone eating the last cookie, but they had no proof. Castle turned to Christina and asked if she really trusted him. She replied no, she would gladly get rid of him quickly. These words alarmed the other guys, and she continued saying that she needed to make sure first. She said this because she knew they shouldn't communicate with him. But looking at her phone, she noted that there was a reason. Hyunbok asked again what that reason was. He listened to Christina and was stunned, because he had no choice but to agree with her. Now they definitely had to get rid of Jin Hyuk before it was too late. A notification from Jen appeared on his phone for all dungeon explorers. He said hello and said he thought many had already looked up the quest information and knew that 16 people had died in one day. Now everyone understands how different E-class dungeons are from F-class dungeons. He believes they need to band together and work together to reduce the number of potential casualties. He's also found a good place for them to gather. If they agree, they should come there and discuss their next steps. They are all on the verge of death, so he advises them to come. The meeting will take place in 3 days, and all the coordinates will be below. They should message him if they can't find him. Christina suggested that it seemed like they'd soon have a great opportunity. He just posted this ad on the website. She immediately showed the phone to the other guys who had read it, and Hyunbok realized it would happen in just 3 days. Christina remarked that this was excellent and they still had time. They just needed to prepare well. At that moment, the main character noticed her gaze and thought that she was behaving as usual. Now, because of her, he feels a wild desire to sort this problem out. Castle stated that they had no need for such allies, and Kai added that they shouldn't add any more enemies either. 3 days later, Lord Jin Hyuk's clan gathered around him right in the dungeon. He stood in the center and asked if everyone could hear him. After that, he continued the conversation, saying that it seemed everyone was already here and he could begin. First, he thanked everyone for coming and understood that they had other things to do, so he would get straight to the point. He thought everyone had already sensed how different E-class dungeons were from F-class dungeons. They had already lost 16 people on the first day. His squad was fully prepared for the monsters, but even they were shocked by the level of difficulty. Fortunately, there were many of them, and no one was seriously injured. But the dungeon was a dangerous place, and if they were distracted for a few seconds, they would say goodbye to their lives. But that doesn't mean the dungeons are impossible to complete. There are plenty of threads on the dungeon website where people claim to have already completed them. They're no worse than them, so what's stopping them from doing the same? Sure, each of them has completely different skills, but if they join forces, they'll have a good chance. Later, he'll tell them how to improve their skills, but they shouldn't live in illusions. Their reality is harsh. They'll have money problems since they earn it by killing monsters, but distributing the income among so many people will inevitably reduce their profits. And what if conflicts arise between the participants? The situation can easily spiral out of control, and this contributes to the creation of a new hierarchy. Therefore, to avoid such problems proactively, he would like to create a guild right now. The dungeon website contains information about an upcoming update to the guild system. It says that joining a guild increases profits from killing monsters by 30% along with other benefits. Hanbok realized, and now he had revealed his true intentions. Jinhyuk continued to say that this was precisely why he insisted on creating a guild. He was putting himself forward as guild master, and at that moment, his eyes lit up with a bright light of superiority. The people around him began to whisper among themselves, and he continued that, of course, he had a reason why he should be the guild master. He had superpowers, all because of his developed talent. The people around him began to ask, what kind of superpower is this? Because of developed talent? Is that really true? And what is it? He replied that he had a B-class talent called domination. This ability allows him to control those of a lower level than himself. However, despite this, he cannot control those with free will. This also does not work with those of a higher level, but he promises to diligently develop this skill, and thanks to his efforts, they can create a powerful clan. He will be able to strengthen the skills of each of them. The people were surprised by these words and asked again, can he enhance his skills? Was that really possible? He replied that he called his power a blessing for his subordinates, because using it, he could improve theirs too if they made a deal. He thought it would be best to show them. Could someone come up on stage? Let them just say they agree. At that moment, one of the guys extended his hand and said they agreed. He walked up onto the stage and stood next to Jinhyuk, who mockingly said that this man was now his subordinate. He offered to test his skills. At that moment, he used his magic, and the guy shifted from a C-ranked treasure hunter to a B-ranked treasure hunter. He was delighted and shouted that he had truly become stronger. It was simply incredible. In a matter of seconds, he had improved all his skills, and they couldn't even believe it. Now they wouldn't have any problems with the dungeons. Jinhyuk continued to say that the further they progressed, the more their skills would improve. That's why he should become the guild master. Together, they can improve and conquer this dungeon together. Everyone who signed a contract with him would immediately become stronger, and that's why, right now, he was ready to swear the mana oath. He punched his chest to prove his point. The mana oath is an oath that cannot be broken. Otherwise, a person will not only lose their mana, but also be killed. Blue magical rays began to emerge from his chest, and Jinhyuk shouted that he swears to never give the guild members useless quests. The people around him shouted in delight that he even swore the mana oath. He was truly worthy of the title of master. They decided to conquer this dungeon together. Jinhyuk thanked them for understanding him and, at that moment, with a sinister smile, thought about how he had finally done it. At that moment, Hinbok clapped his hands and said it was wonderful. He knew he'd want to create his own guild, but this ability was truly amazing. Jinhyuk thanked him for these words, as he was pleased to receive a compliment from a mage like himself, and it was a great honor. Hinbok asked threateningly, but could he answer his question? Jinhyuk replied that of course he could, and everyone around him held their breath. Hinbok mentioned that his subordinate's skills were being strengthened, but that also applied to his influence, didn't it? Jinhyuk replied that it was, but they could resist if their level was higher or they had a strong will. Hinbok thought for a moment and repeated the phrase, after which he stated that this was precisely why those 16 people died. At that moment, the people were stunned with shock, and Jinhyuk asked again, frightened, what was he talking about? Did he really think he killed them? Hyunbok asked him not to pretend, as they had tried to resist, but ultimately died because of his orders. Or was there someone else here with similar strength? Jinhyuk became extremely angry and realized his current situation. He began screaming with incredible anger and despair. Mr. Wonyo, what is he talking about now? He didn't kill anyone. If he doesn't believe him, then he can take the oath of mana again. He didn't kill the other dungeon explorers and swears it's true. At that moment, the people around him frowned and decided to think about what was happening, as the oath of mana can't lie, and this wizard must have been mistaken. Castle was extremely annoyed and said he wanted to cut his head off. Kai grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him to hold on, as it would soon be over. Hyunbok said he would be more precise now. He didn't kill them, he only ordered them to kill each other. All 16 explorers. That was his order. At that moment, Jinhyuk gritted his teeth in anger and didn't know how to justify himself. In the previous dungeon, Jinhyuk was one of 28 explorers. He was no different from the others, but he tried his best to stand out. He was able to gain superpowers and achieve his dream, but the problem is that he's a terrible person. By swearing oaths of mana, he was able to force everyone to submit, but towards the end of clearing the dungeon, he showed his true colors. People were ordered to kill each other. The explorers simply had no choice. Indeed, he hadn't killed anyone. He'd only given them orders. Jinhyuk shouted that this was complete nonsense. He had no evidence. He was innocent. He was even afraid to show his face. Did he want to assert himself at his expense? Hyunbok replied that he had evidence, although he would find it hard to believe. Jinhyuk trembled and laughed, saying that this was complete nonsense. He understood he had no proof, as the corpses had disappeared into the dungeon, and he was successfully controlling the survivors. At that moment, one of the girls under his control said that the boy should stop slandering him. They were alive only thanks to him, and he shouldn't make such sweeping statements. Another said they were poor people, and he felt very sorry for them, telling them to wait and he would help them. At that moment, he cast a resurrection spell, and many people arose in the dungeon. Hyunbok revealed his new name and introduced himself as a necromancer. People wondered what that even meant. What did necromancer mean? Hyunbok replied that they had heard correctly. Mages with this specialization have a wide variety of uses, summoning and resurrecting the dead and golems, as well as poisons and curses. But he specializes primarily in the undead. That's why he can summon creatures that aren't so easy to see. Honestly, he doesn't care what Jinhyuk does, since it won't harm him in any way, but they were constantly in front of his eyes and bothering him, so he had to intervene. Jinhyuk screamed at him to stop talking nonsense. What kind of ghosts are these? They're just an illusion, a trick of the light, or something else. At that moment, one of the dead men said he'd had enough of this talk. He had to free him now, free his brother. The people around him were stunned by what he'd heard, and the same girl appeared before them, in tears. She was trembling, and Jinhyuk shouted not to believe them, saying it was absurd. They simply wanted to become guildmasters too, but couldn't. His subordinate confirmed that this was indeed the case. Jinhyuk hadn't done anything. Let them believe him. At that moment, the people around him grew even more stunned and angry. How could he? Let him come here and tell the truth. Was he planning to turn them into the same? Jinhyuk didn't know how to get out of this situation, and the people were shouting that he had to free their friends, that he would never become guildmaster. Jinhyuk's whole body was shaking, and he realized he'd almost succeeded. But everything had been ruined because of this creature. He was just a bastard who had ruined everything. With these words, he grabbed his sword and rushed forward, wanting Hyunbok dead. He looked confidently ahead and didn't flinch, protected by Castle. He began such a brutal fight that Jinhyuk was thrown far to the side and became enraged, shouting that he was just an idiot, that they were just toys in his hands. Why was he stopping him? At that moment, Castle decided to pounce on his opponent, and Jinhyuk, frightened, shouted at his subordinates to stop them. They obeyed this order, when suddenly Jinhyuk shouted loudly and tried to defend himself with his thin sword, repeating the order to protect him. His subordinates tried to move and also rushed forward. Castle knew he had to stop them, because a massacre was inevitable. Kai said they were innocent, so he forbade him to do so and asked him to try not to harm them. At that moment, he parried the attack of one of the girls, and Kai noted that they were too strong. Even he would have difficulty resisting them. Apparently, this is the essence of his power. Jinhyuk began shouting loudly that he was stupid, that his skeletons couldn't handle his army. At that moment, one of his subordinates was sent flying when Christina intervened and used her magic seal. The girl fell to the ground, and Jinhyuk became enraged. He shouted that he had enough of these games and would show him the full power of submission. At that moment, he created a magical red circle that pierced the girl, and she began coughing loudly. After which she screamed loudly, as did his other subordinates. This was Berserker mode. Their stats improve at the cost of health points. Let him try to defeat them. It seems he would have to resort to murder. At that moment, the guys rushed to the attack, and Kassala and Kai began to defend themselves. Christina used an ice arrow on one of the opponents, but the girl repelled the attack and protected her friend. Hyunbok realized they were truly powerful, but suddenly saw Jinhyuk approaching him, shouting that he would take all his toys and that they would fight by his side. At that moment, he swung his sword and attempted to strike the protagonist, who realized he had chosen the wrong opponent, and at that very moment used Nidhogg's magical hand, which immediately grabbed Jinhyuk, causing him to cough loudly. He didn't understand what was happening until he suddenly turned around and realized a bone dragon was right above him. He screamed in fear, and the protagonist summoned an army of skeletons, which grabbed his subordinate and struck her in the neck, knocking her unconscious. Jinhyuk realized he was completely alone, and Hyunbok said he was close to victory, and thought that if he hadn't figured out his plan beforehand, he would have succeeded. Jinhyuk yelled at him, "Don't you dare do this!" What was he doing? Hyunbok approached him and swung his sword to finish him off, and Jinhyuk screamed, "Enough, he gets it. He doesn't have to do this. Let him spare him. It will never happen again. He's not a murderer, after all." Hyunbok asked if he saved the guys who begged him for mercy. He shouted that he did, and at that moment, the protagonist paused and said that lying wasn't very nice. After which, he dealt an incredibly powerful blow to his opponent, and his blood spilled right onto his mask. Sometime later, Hyunbok found himself in the bathroom at home, feeling extremely nauseous. Cold sweat poured down his face, and he felt incredibly sick, because he really had killed a man and couldn't stop thinking about it. He had crushed his skull, and the blood and brain matter that came out haunted him. The smell, the sound, and the sight. He would never be able to forget it. At that moment, Christina turned to him and said he was a good man. He killed a bad person, and if he hadn't, even more people would have suffered. He did what he had to. Hyunbok asked again, "Do they really think that? Perhaps there was another way and he could have stayed alive." At that moment, Jinhyuk asked him, and most importantly, they were his toys too, so why was he against him? Hyunbok didn't know what to say, because essentially he was right. Castle, Kai, and Christina They only obeyed him because he was their master. They asked, has he really forgotten? They were acting this way because of the mana spell. If he hadn't killed him, he would have created a powerful guild and many people would have died, including them. It wasn't his fault because there was no other way out. Hyunbok said that was enough. They shouldn't tell him anything anymore. He just wanted to be alone, at least for today. An awkward silence fell between the guys, and they briefly looked at each other. The protagonist found himself alone in the room, either huddled in a pillow or lying face down. He was deeply upset and thought that he, too, understood that this was the only way out and that they needed to survive. But murder was murder, and he couldn't simply forget it, and never would. He had to promise himself that he wouldn't forget any crime. Even if they were committed for the sake of survival, he would remember each one, because that way he could at least partially atone for his sins. At that moment, magical rays of light from his sensitivity appeared in his chest and from his back. After some time, a new day dawned and the sun rose. The protagonist opened his eyes and saw the guys cheering before him, congratulating him on reaching Circle 4. He stood up abruptly and asked, "What's going on? What were they talking about?" Christina informed him that he had become a Circle 4 mage, that they believed in him, and that he was a great man. Hyunbok, perplexed, asked, "What does that mean?" The guys said they immediately realized it because his determination had improved his skills last night, and he was now a Circle 4 mage. Hyunbok asked in surprise, "Is that true?" He picked up his phone and looked at the system window, which reported that he was now level 41. He realized that it was true. Could he really become a better person by accepting his sins? He didn't really like this approach, but at that moment, Kai shouted that he had become stronger, and that was the main thing. Kasla added that he should be happy with his determination. At that moment, Christina grabbed his hand and asked him not to think about becoming a Circle 4 mage just because of that. It was completely natural for him to advance as a mage. Hyunbok looked down in disappointment and thanked her, after which he said that now they would certainly have more worries. Christina said that everything was fine, and a lot had happened lately, so they should all rest. The protagonist asked again, "What?" That was completely unlike her. She replied that the dungeons were currently overcrowded, and after they left, the remaining players formed their own guild, but they lacked a worthy leader. It's all because of the situation with Jin Hyuk. They constantly suspect each other of everything. They even try to find him through the message board. Hyunbok grinned and replied, "Of course, he solved the problem so brilliantly." After some time, an article appeared online speculating on whether he was a savior or a killer. Many had seen a wizard, a sea-level necromancer, who seemed like a savior to them, but recently, he had killed players. He really was a psychopath, obsessed with murder. Did they see that? It was terrifying. They hoped they wouldn't cross paths with him again. Mike discussed it with his boss and asked again, "A necromancer with a skeletal dragon. But who would believe that?" Richard replied that he thought so too, but those dragons were very strong, and even their guild members would have a hard time dealing with them. And this was happening in an E-class dungeon? This is at least a Circle 6 monster, right? Mike replied yes, but he meant that only an exceptionally talented and powerful necromancer could repair it. Richard replied that such a player was indeed entirely possible. Mike asked again, having said he didn't believe it. He replied that there were too many reports about him on the site, too many people had seen the same thing. Besides, necromancers of Circle 5, as well as Circle 6, should definitely exist. Mike was dumbfounded when he heard this, and Richard asked again why he was so surprised. The world was full of surprises. Mike replied that it was indeed true, but he shouldn't forget about his dungeon runs. He was trying to do his job to the best of his ability. Richard began to laugh and thanked him for understanding. Mike decided to return to work and bowed. The director thanked him for his work. After some time, Castle decided to train right there in the apartment, and a fight broke out between him and their Hyunbok. He turned to the owner and said that he couldn't always dodge blows. He confidently looked ahead and saw all of Castle's movements, reflecting on how, having become a level 4 mage, his memory and speed had improved significantly. Now he could predict his movements and thus compete. He even felt like he had become a different person. At that moment, he flew to the side, and Castle remained silent when he saw his sword thrown aside. He said, "Wow, he's changed so much in just a couple of days." Hyunbok replied that Christina had said that for a mage, nothing is more important than the mind. Castle asked again, "Mind? Doesn't he need muscles?" Kai intervened and replied that you can't defeat an opponent with just muscle. Castle turned to him and asked again, "He said he had no brains, right?" Kai replied, "Of course not." At that moment, Castle became angry and yelled at him to come here and see who was stronger. The protagonist replied that he didn't mean anything bad and shouldn't be so angry, and wrapped his arms around Castle to keep him from harming Kai. After that, he yelled at Kai, "Why is he provoking him?" Kai stood up and 13 more people had died in the dungeon. At that moment, everyone looked at him, stunned. Those guys really did create a guild and even gave it a name. Alright, but they were too hasty. They still need a leader. He started shouting in surprise. What? But he wasn't gonna mess with them. Castle noted that this was true. He was already a level 4 mage. He didn't need these pawns. He was far stronger than these weaklings. Hyunbok said he truly wanted to clear the dungeons as quickly as possible, when Christina suddenly appeared from behind him and said terrifyingly, no. As she had already said, he should focus on his skills. Even if he wanted to go there, it was better to endure it for now. The protagonist was so frightened of her that he even backed away and said he knew he didn't want to go there. But what should they do? They were done training, weren't they? She replied that it was true and clapped her hands, saying that it was time for them to make a new plan. Sometime later, the same girl who had been Jinhyuk's subordinate was tormented in her sleep, groaning. She dreamed of attacking her opponent and killing him, then screaming in fear as blood spilled. At that moment, she rose from her seat and began breathing heavily. Hana clutched her head and realized she'd had that nightmare again. But why? Jinhyuk was dead. When Castle knocked her out, she fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Sometime later, when she opened her eyes, the protagonist apologized to her for killing Jinhyuk. But she shouldn't worry, because this was the moment his true suffering would begin. Hana's mouth dropped open in surprise, and at that moment, Jinhyuk began screaming loudly, clutching his head, for them to let him go. Hyunbok replied that they could do whatever they wanted with him, and the rest of the dead pounced on him, screaming for him to die. Because it was his fault, they died. When Hana saw all this, she wondered what it was. She looked at her hands and realized she could move, and it was all over. At that moment, her dead sister reached out to her and told her she was now free. It had hurt her a lot, hadn't it? Everything would be fine now. She burst into tears when she saw her sister and ran to her feet, apologizing and begging her. After all, it was because of her that she had died. Her sister replied that everything was fine and it wasn't her fault. She could hold out on her own, right? At that moment, her sister smiled and told her to survive for the sake of both of them. And after those words, she vanished into space. Hana screamed at her to wait for her, tears in her eyes, and those memories appeared before her right now. She realized she couldn't just sit home and cry. So she clenched her fist and realized she needed to become stronger so this wouldn't happen again. From now on, she would fight the monsters in the dungeon. She set to work and attacked the approaching goblins, screaming that they would all end now. A moment later, blood spilled, and she destroyed them all. Meanwhile, the protagonist turned to Christina and said he still didn't understand why they needed a base. She replied that she assumed he knew there were many dungeons in this world, but they couldn't explore every single one. And if they made a mistake during their exploration, the other explorers would become nameless, just as they and all the other monsters would be able to enter the real world through their homes. Hyunbok realized she was right and recalled his conversation with the taxi driver. These people could also die at the hands of monsters. Christina added that they needed such bases to increase the number of survivors. The base would be a safe place for everyone in need. The protagonist replied, "Okay, when will they start construction?" Christina replied that they had another problem they should consider. The protagonist asked, "What else?" Christina explained that they needed a lot of money for construction, and the cards weren't selling very well right now. Hanbok asked, "But why?" After all, they made sure they sold well. Christina replied that the quality of the copy continues to improve rapidly. Who taught people this? The protagonist clutched his head and asked if maybe they should double or even triple the number of products. At that moment, Christina suggested the brilliant idea of selling magical artifacts. The protagonist was dumbfounded and tense, asking Christina to wait and asking again, "Is she sure? What if the others find out about the method of making them again?" Christina told him not to worry, as she only made cards for the money and her talent was of little use there. But with artifacts, everything was different. This time, she would give it her all. That was her answer. She was so confident, and the guys were stunned by what they heard, and she asked again, "Do they really think that someone can compare to her?" The protagonist shouted that it was excellent, and then they should get to work and make a profit. So they would be busy with him for a while, and she was sure he would like it. Himbok asked in bewilderment, "Should he participate too?" She shouted, "Of course, and the sooner they start, the sooner they'll finish." The protagonist shook with fear and replied in a trembling voice that she was right. The next day, lessons on creating magical artifacts began, and Christina patiently and skillfully taught him all the intricacies, helping him with questions he didn't understand. Thanks to her, he learned everything quickly. She punished him for the slightest mistake. The punishment was a magical medicine, beneficial for the body, and it tasted terrible. This drink was salty, bitter, sweet, and spicy all at once, and he felt like they'd mixed blue cheese, spicy tofu, candy, and a few other things. This went on for 3 months, and then, tired, he crawled out of his room and declared that he'd done everything now. Christina said he'd forgotten something and served him the drink again. He was terrified when he saw it and shouted at her to take it away, telling her to kill him instead. He started to run away with tears in his eyes when suddenly Kai appeared before him, informing the owner that the time had come. The E-class dungeon boss had appeared. The team of guys gathered in the dungeon and looked at their phones, which showed the time was 11:33. One of the guys discussed his failure, and another confirmed that it would be difficult for them without him. Hana approached them and told them not to wait for anyone, as they could handle it themselves. She was confident and shouted that they should prepare, as they were entering soon. They could do anything, so she suggested they go ahead. The people surrounding her began to shout loudly and confidently with joy. Suddenly, they turned their attention to the side, and one of the guys shouted to the others to look as someone was coming. It was a horde of monsters, led by Hunbok. Behind them were a multitude of skeletons, and the system reported that this was Dungeon 1313 with E-class, with 392 days remaining until the quest failed. Hyunbok began exploring the dungeon 108 days ago, and the battle with the first floor boss begins. Hyunbok greeted everyone and said it had been a while since they'd seen each other. They were stunned, and he said he was glad to see them. They began to wonder what those skeletons were and whether he was their master. Hana replied that they were also glad to see him. Last time she didn't have time to introduce herself. She was the Normal's guild master, Yoon Hana. She thanked him for helping free her sister and promised that one day she would repay him. Hyunbok replied that she shouldn't do that. He only wanted to expose Jin Hyuk. She replied with a smile that she understood everything and asked if he was going to join them in the fight against the monster for their mutual benefit. The protagonist asked, does she mean cooperation? She replied that one could say that, although he was strong, he could do it alone. But before she could speak, Hyunbok suddenly said that she apparently misunderstood him. They needed his help in this situation, not his. She was dumbfounded by what she heard and asked, then what about the reward for cooperation? Hyunbok asked again. A reward? She opened the treasure chest and said that it contained 1 million won in cash and 5 mana crystals, and that there would be something else after victory. The protagonist listened to Christina, who said that mana crystals would be very useful, but 1 million won was somehow not enough for them. He asked again, how will they divide the reward? She replied that they would split it among everyone. 5 guild members, along with her, were ready to swear an oath of mana and fulfill his request. He looked her intently in the eyes and after careful consideration, responded that he agreed to cooperate, not only now, but also in the future. Hana thanked him for this and said that she would now tell him their plan. After sharing her plans with him, the melee fighters would be their shield, and the ranged ones, their arrow. Since they didn't know what the boss was, she chose a simple but effective method. But they soon had to abandon this plan. The boss turned out to be a huge, snarling wolf. Their boss was a werewolf, and there were also 100 smaller ones. Hana was horrified and couldn't say anything, but Hyunbok asked her not to worry, because there was always a way out. He calmly smiled at her. They immediately came up with a new plan, and, after preparing, entered the boss's room. They were surrounded by numerous defenders and people. They discussed among themselves that it was much scarier here than they thought. As they approached the wolf, they found themselves confronted by a multitude of bears and bulls. These monsters roared terribly loudly and began to attack. Even the mice were monsters, and Hana, who was in front, shouted that they needed shields. The guys used their shields, and she shouted for the first and second squads to start shooting. They began firing vials of liquid, and the mice, perplexed, shielded themselves with their shields. The third and fourth squads were to retrieve the fireballs. At that moment, the fireballs began to shatter on the ground, igniting an incredible flame that grew to incredible proportions. The monsters roared through the flames and emerged, gradually approaching their enemies. She shouted to Lord Wonhyo that she was leaving the bull to him. He responded, of course, and used his skeletons and magical powers. Suddenly, he cast the bone spear spell. All these spears started falling on the monsters, and Hana shouted at the others to shoot. At that moment, the monsters began to sway back and roar. One of the guys wondered, was it that easy? It seemed they really could clear this room. At that moment, one of the axes began to fly straight at the guys and completely smashed their wall. Hana realized it had happened in one blow. The monsters were incredibly strong, and the guys shouted that they were under attack again. Everyone should stay put and no one should move from here. Let them shoot. At that moment, several more spears were pointed at the monsters, which continued to roar and moan and fight off the attack with their weapons. A moment later, a fiery flash of light appeared directly above the guys, and they realized that this monster had used a corpse. They began to scream in fear, and the defense was broken. The monsters were passing through. Everyone must run away from here. Hana shouted at the others not to give up. It was 2 people per monster, and they had to do everything possible. But she herself realized they would never win this fight this way. Maybe they should just surrender now? What should they do? The protagonist shouted for everyone to retreat in the chaos, and Hana shouted back that there weren't enough skeletons and that they would quickly be overwhelmed. Hyunbok shouted that it wasn't over and used his magic powers, then used his skeletons to surround the monsters. Hana wondered in horror how he'd managed to summon so many more skeletons. Nidhogg appeared right above their heads, and Hyunbok cast a dark breath spell. A moment later, Nidhogg pounced on the remaining monsters, screaming loudly and destroying them one by one with his magic powers. Hana began screaming in fear, as the boss had vanished without a trace along with his subordinates. She was trembling all over, unable to understand how this had happened. After the Bone Dragon's attack, Hana exclaimed that it had vanished without a trace. Was Hyunbok alright? He, barely keeping his balance, replied that he was, but that wasn't the end. Another army of monsters emerged from the wall of smoke and immediately began attacking them. Hana shouted for everyone to group up and prepare to attack. A squad of archers began firing at the rats. At that moment, the minotaurs approached the shield bearers, but they tried to hold them off. One of them, horrified, asked, "What kind of power is this?" At that moment, the protagonist's skeletons attacked the minotaurs. He suggested that he hold off the bulls, and she should take on the great mice. Hana exclaimed excitedly that his mana would quickly run out. Suddenly, a werewolf appeared behind him, preparing to attack, but skeletons appeared with lightning speed and stopped him. MC used the lightning strike skill and knocked the werewolf aside. The monster rose furiously and healed all his wounds. He noted that their regeneration was too rapid, but that of course didn't mean they had no chance. The protagonist reflected that the corrupted breath had used Nidhogg's mana, not his. This allowed him to attract the werewolf's attention by feigning his mana running low. he exclaimed. Let Kai and Castle finish them off. The skeletons immediately rushed into battle. The werewolf attempted to attack them, but they cleverly distracted him and began landing multiple blows. Castle struck with his sword and wondered if he would get off easy. The werewolf took the blow, but began regenerating quickly and pushed him away. He wondered if he had recovered. At that moment, Kai began to circle around behind him and wondered if he should cut off his neck. He would hold him off and then let him cut right away. He began to distract them with a flurry of attacks, but the werewolf easily healed all his wounds. Castle shouted, "Let it back up and stay out of the way." He tried to deliver the finishing blow, but the monster sharply dodged and ran toward Christina. She said, "Let them leave it on her." The skeleton used the chain skill and shackled the monster. Castle jumped and swinging his sword, shouted, "Let it stop roaring. The execution is about to begin." He delivered a powerful blow with his sword and severed its head, after which the werewolf's body fell to the ground. After the monster's death, a mana crystal appeared on the ground. The protagonist picked it up, and Christina noted that it was a mana crystal containing the power of the moon. This item was very valuable and could be useful in the future. At that moment, Hana pushed the bull aside with her shield and finished him off with her sword, then directed them to attack the werewolves and continue to defend themselves. They needed to stop the monsters and not let them escape. Kai approached the crowd of rats and instantly destroyed them. The protagonist approached her and remarked on their excellent work. They had finished clearing the dungeon, and he congratulated them. The adventurers asked in surprise, "Did they defeat the monsters? They won? They were alive? They had completed the dungeon." Hana, seeing her warrior's happiness, burst into tears, then remarked that it was all thanks to him. If not for him, none of this would have worked. She bowed her head and thanked him. The MC replied that he had simply fulfilled his part of the agreement. The girl asked what he would do next. He replied that he could collaborate with someone depending on the need, but he would go his own way. He wished them well. After that, he turned and began to leave. Hana called after them that they were going to the second floor in 3 days. Let him come if he wants. The protagonist replied that he would think about it. A system window appeared, stating that they had completed Dungeon 1313, Class E, Day 108, and defeated the first floor boss. Afterward, one of the adventurers approached the leader and remarked that he was even stronger than they thought. He had a skeletal dragon, the undead creature that fought the werewolves, and he was truly powerful. Another guy smiled and said that they wished they could continue exploring the dungeon with him. If Jin Hyuk were alive, they would be enemies with this Hyunbok. The adventurer replied that he didn't even want to think about it. Hana called out to them and, with a smile, said that it was time for them to return home. After a while, the protagonist approached Christina and asked if that crystal was really that cool. After all, they had taken it among all the loot after defeating the boss. She replied that in her world, the moon was called the Eye of God, illuminating the darkness. When the moon glowed red, all the monsters on the Idea continent became angry, but when it glowed blue, they behaved calmly. Therefore, the moon crystal can also be used in different ways. Does he remember that, Wolf? You can gain powerful regeneration, superior to the strength of trolls. The protagonist noted that this is why the regeneration was so fast this time. Castle exclaimed that this means they will have to hit twice as hard to die. He agreed and added that victory was quite easy this time. He was a good man. But how will they use the moon crystal? Christina replied that she thought it would be better to use it as a core for one of them. MC said they had to choose one of them. Castle exclaimed that everything was perfectly clear. Both skeletons said they should give it to Christina. She asked in surprise, "Can they really take it?" He agreed and added that it was clear he couldn't handle it. Kai started pushing him and said he agreed with him. He also felt it wasn't for him. The protagonist said that was it. The crystal would truly suit her perfectly. Christina thanked them and said she would definitely live up to their expectations. She would be busy installing the core for now, so they should leave her alone for a while. After that, the skeleton ran off and closed the door. The protagonist smiled and said it looked like they wouldn't see her again for a while. 3 days after Team Hyunbok found the moon crystal, the Normals Guild, as scheduled, began exploring the second floor. Already in the dungeon, one of the adventurers noted that there was no end in sight. Hana said she thought everyone knew the second floor was much more dangerous than the first, so they should focus and protect each other. They needed to remember that their goal was to survive and return home. After that, they began descending to the second floor of the dungeon. Hana noticed the light and shouted that she saw the exit just a little further. She didn't know what awaited them there, so they should keep holding their formation. As they approached the exit, a forest with a blue sky appeared before them. They shouted in shock. "Where did the sky come from in a dungeon?" the girl asked in surprise. "How is that possible?" At that moment, the protagonist received information about the floor on his phone. Castle, looking at this, asked if it was true that there was a forest in the dungeon. He replied that he didn't think there was any point in lying. Kai noted that dungeons higher than E-class had open spaces. He wondered if they should ask Christina then. They entered her room and showed her the information about the floor. MC asked what she thought about it. She replied that it was nothing special. Such things had happened on the Idea continent. He asked, "So, is this possible in regular dungeons too?" The skeleton replied that there was a difference, however. The thing is, The monsters in this type of space are twice as strong as usual. Of course, this wouldn't be a problem for him, but it was now clear that this dungeon was a field type. Unlike regular dungeons, it was an open space with an ecosystem. The protagonist inquired, "So the entire dungeon is one floor?" Castle exclaimed that it was correct. Simply put, the floors are arranged horizontally relative to each other, not vertically as they had been before. Christina handed over the phone and noted that he was right, and since all the floors are connected, the scale of the territory is simply enormous. Furthermore, there are no boss rooms in these areas. This means the bosses are wandering around somewhere, not waiting for players. The MC exclaimed in surprise, "But that's dangerous. Unknown terrain and bosses all around." Christina pointed out that nothing had changed. You just need to kill the bosses and clear the dungeon. That's all. There's nothing special about it. She would return to her room. When she left, Castle asked what their plan was. The protagonist replied with a smile that they were doing the same as always. As Christina had said, nothing had changed. He would go train. They needed to be prepared for anything. The skeleton remarked that he was always so confident. This also gave him confidence in victory. Kai agreed and added that they wouldn't lose. He would continue reading. Castle replied that he was going to watch the Haunted House series. They returned to their usual activities, and a few days later, they came up with a new plan and contacted the Normals Guild. Hana received a message on her phone and said that Hinbok had written to her. One of the warriors asked what he was saying. She replied that he wasn't asking them to join, but simply warning them about this dungeon. She had received some kind of offer with conditions. After some time, the protagonist team joined them, and all the adventurers began to prepare. Castle shouted, "Get them moving. They need to hurry, so let them dig. They understand, right? If the wall falls, they'll be the first to die. If they don't want to become undead like him, then let them work." One of the adventurers asked that he understood everything, of course, but weren't they just exploiting them? Another guy replied that they really needed protection. Castle called out to them and furiously asked why they were standing there. He didn't think they were desperate enough for the living. The protagonist approached him and said that thanks to the Normals Guild's help, the work was going easier and faster. He'd come to see how the work was going and to save up some mana. Mana regenerates 3 times faster in the dungeon. Hana called out to him and noted that he'd arrived just in time. Kai was also there. MC said he'd leave everything to him and left. After that, he offered to teach the Normals Guild magic and train them in exchange for their help building the shelter on the 2nd floor. They agreed, and now everything is going swimmingly. Kai and Castle are overseeing the process. They have the necessary skills and experience. Castle handles matters inside the camp, and Kai outside. This skeleton had been a knight in life. He had trained several scouts as he understood the gravity of the situation. Afterwards, the protagonist approached him and said he had done an excellent job. Had he discovered anything? Kai reported that they already knew about the Great Ape monster, and had now discovered the red monkey and rhinoceros beetle monsters. Rhinoceros beetles are the size of a human head and can fly. They have a huge, sharp horn, which is precisely what poses the greatest danger. The protagonist inquired if they were carnivores. The skeleton agreed and added that for now, that was all they knew about the monsters near the camp. He noted that information was scant so far. Fine, he was waiting for news from him, but he shouldn't overdo it. Meanwhile, Castle was training adventurers, shouting that their stances must be strong and confident. Their own skills would never betray them. This went on for some time. MC reflected on how he continued teaching people magic, constantly recalling Christina's words, "A wizard must give as much as he received." While teaching others, he also gleaned some information that helped him strengthen the 4th magic circle. Having become accustomed to the camp, many people even stayed in the dungeon overnight to restore their mana. When darkness fell, one of the adventurers pointed out a huge bone dragon in the sky and remarked that it would kill them if it attacked. Another guy replied that Lord Hyunbok was with them. To him, it was just a bug. He said he was strong, of course, but still. The adventurer remarked that they could handle it themselves. They were training, after all. The protagonist reflected on the increasing number of people reporting seeing wondrous creatures. He, of course, wasn't one of them. He steadily continued to accumulate mana and practice his magic. 80 days passed in this manner. One day, Kai, with one of the adventurers and Hana, suddenly shouted for everyone to run as fast as they could. They were attacked by enormous monkeys, which had gathered in one place and formed an entire army. The adventurer exclaimed in fear, "How could they have been so careful? How could they have spotted them?" Kai drew his sword and ordered them to report everything to the master. That's what scouts are supposed to do these days. He then rushed into battle and began striking multiple opponents at once. The monkeys furiously hurled spears at him, but Kai deftly dodged each projectile. Suddenly, another monster appeared and dealt a powerful blow from behind, breaking his helmet. The skeleton flew off and crashed into a rock. The monkey pounced furiously, but at the very last moment, Hana appeared between him and the monster. She held her shield against the blow and held it. At that moment, an adventurer at the side motioned for her to retreat and fired a crossbow shot, knocking the monkey down. Kai stood up and thanked them for saving him. She said they should team up and defend themselves. The boys smiled and remarked that he had been training them all this time. They definitely wouldn't lose. At that moment, the monkey pulled out an arrow and furiously motioned for the others to attack. Immediately, a crowd of monsters began to attack them. They began to defend themselves, firing their crossbow and striking with their shields. Meanwhile, Kai, using his swordsmanship, cut down 3 opponents at once. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared in the sky. He noted that they were being fired upon, and that they should be careful. Having dodged, the skeleton wondered why they were attacking and moving differently. They had separated them, and were still advancing. But what was the reason for this sudden activity? He personally pounced on the lead monkey and began delivering multiple lightning-fast blows. After such an intense attack, the monster fell to the ground. Kai turned and asked if everyone was safe. The red monkey had fallen. At that moment, a huge white monkey, the wandering boss, approached him from behind. The monster immobilized the adventurers with a single swing and swung for another attack. Kai, sword in hand, thought, let the master forgive him, but he would have to cope without him from now on. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared, telepathically directing him to duck. The skeleton did as he was told, and the white monkey's fist flew not at him, but at the fourth circle master necromancer's monster, a stone golem. The golem delivered a powerful blow, sending the monkey flying. MC asked, has he forgotten? They always see it through to the end and don't give up prematurely. Seeing the monster return, he was surprised. The white monkey approached the golem and grinned. Castle armed himself and exclaimed, be careful. They don't know what he'll do. The white monkey let out a very loud cry that deafened them. At that moment, blood wolves approached the monster, one of which was two-headed. Christina saw that the protagonist had been stunned and using telepathy told him to wake up. All those monsters were attacking them. She used the heal skill and revived Hana. The skeleton asked how she was feeling. The girl exclaimed excitedly, what happened? MC stood next to her and remarked that he had burdened her too much and that she should forgive him for that. They needed to defeat the bosses and return safe and sound. At that moment, the blood wolves began to attack. The golem attempted to strike him in the head, but the monster instantly transformed into a bloody mass and surrounded him. Castle, standing in front of several more wolves, exclaimed that they were fools. He could deal with such small fry even faster. He slashed at one monster, but it didn't die, and its blood also turned into a thick mass. The skeleton exclaimed that they were like slimes. At that moment, the white gorilla began pelting them with large rocks. The protagonist shouted for Castle to come back. The white gorilla, seeing the pile of bloody mass, thought they were trapped inside and jumped to attack. Suddenly, he conjured bone spikes, followed by an earth golem that immediately knocked the white gorilla off its feet. Castle exclaimed in surprise, could he summon such a huge monster with the golem's heart? MC noted that his mana was low, only enough for about 20 minutes. He replied that they would have time to deal with them. Hana called out to him and warned him to watch his step. Something was approaching them. Suddenly, blood wolves began to emerge from the earth golem. The protagonist said that the remnants of the explosion were apparently coalescing. They needed to defend themselves. Christina exclaimed that she would show them the power of the core. She summoned enraged magi skeletons, which also began to emerge from the earth golem. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise that she was no necromancer, but she could summon magi. This was the power of the moonstone. He was leaving command of the skeletons to Kai. The skeleton replied, trust him. Let the skeletons repel their attacks. The undead immediately rushed to defend themselves with magic and swords. Thus, they began to destroy all the blood wolves one by one. The white gorilla, seeing this, furiously created a huge boulder and was about to throw it at them, when the earth golem suddenly blocked their path and shattered the boulder. Suddenly, a two-headed blood wolf appeared right above them, casting its magical breath and aiming an attack straight at them. MC activated the bone prison skill, but the powerful blow still sent them flying. He exclaimed, let the skeletons cover them. Christina and Castle immediately caught the adventurers. At that moment, the protagonist summoned Nidhogg. The two-headed blood wolf cast its magical breath again and aimed an attack at him. He furiously wondered how these scoundrels dared to imitate his dragon. The protagonist exclaimed, let Nidhogg wait. They are not ordinary monsters. He cannot use his breath without reason. The bone dragon ignored him and cast its magical breath in response to the two-headed wolf's magic. Their powers clashed, causing Nidhogg to be blown backwards. MC noticed that they were being pushed back, but if he did anything, his mana would quickly run out. They had to dodge the attack. Nidhogg, using telepathy, exclaimed, shut up. He was a dragon and never lost. He thought he felt the same way the dragon did. He couldn't believe his opponent had managed to push him away. The protagonist pulled out his staff and exclaimed that nothing could be done. He would transfer all his mana to him. Let him show them his draconic might. Nidhogg used his vicious breath skill and unleashed an attack so powerful that it instantly obliterated the two-headed blood wolf. After transferring all his mana, MC fell to the ground. After a while, all the skeletons ran to him and began shouting for him to open his eyes. They carried his body home and laid him on his bed. After some time, he finally woke up. Castle exclaimed that he was awake. Would he recognize them? Kai asked how he was feeling. Christina tearfully cried out that she had been worried. Confused, the protagonist asked what had happened. Kai noted that he was running low on mana and needed rest. Castle agreed and told him not to even think about getting up. He sat up a little and asked how Hana and her guild were doing. Kai replied that everyone was safe thanks to him. They went back to their homes. MC sighed and said he was glad. Instead of conserving his mana, he'd spent it to the last drop. Something worse could have happened. The skeleton remarked that thanks to him, they were able to defeat those bosses. Without his mana, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. Christina agreed and added that the monsters were becoming increasingly aggressive, so they needed to deal with them as quickly as possible. MC thought that was true, but there was another problem. Because of Nidhogg's pride, they found themselves in a very dangerous situation. Kai said they had clarified the situation, but there was still something left. Thanks to reconnaissance with Master Hana, they discovered a new monster, a giant. It's a low-class monster, slightly larger than that white monkey. They call it a weak giant. Castle said that if he was of a lower class, he shouldn't cause any problems. Kai pointed out that it was wrong to think the battle would be easy. He might be the weakest among the giants, but he was certainly much stronger than the trolls. He posed a danger to him and the lady because of his immunity to magic, and they were extremely intelligent. He thought he would be the most dangerous of all the monsters they had ever fought. Suddenly, a magical hole appeared from above, from which Nidhogg said he would be interested. He would kill him himself, and they should stand behind and watch. They shouldn't interfere like they had this time. They shouldn't waste his time. He could figure it out himself. Castle exclaimed angrily that they might be sworn enemies, but how dare he behave like this? Christina said that Nidhogg's disrespectful behavior couldn't be ignored. He should discipline him. The protagonist agreed and said it was better to rest now. Meanwhile, Gloria crossed out the portrait of the two-headed blood wolf and asked why she wasted time on it. She didn't think they'd be defeated so easily. It was boring. She saw that a small country like Korea had many worthy opponents. They dealt with her creatures too quickly. Even 20 wasn't enough. Then it was time for her to begin. She spun the roulette wheel and noticed that here was the result. The roulette wheel landed on the protagonist's portrait. Gloria said with a smile that she'd been saving it for dessert. Well, they'd have to start their meal with something sweet. Sometime after the battle, everyone began preparing to fight the giant. The protagonist was busy extracting the core. Hana approached him and said in surprise, "So that's what a goblin's heart is like." He replied that it drains mana from the surrounding area and is useful for summoning golems. The use time varies depending on the type of golem. They tried many times to find a proper use for it, but now everything made sense. MC handed her the core, and seeing her strange expression, asked if she wanted to tell him something. The girl replied that the Normals Guild wanted to discuss the terms of the contract. The thing is, any battle with him ends in victory, but without him, they probably would never succeed. They were convinced of this after the last battle. Even though they tried their best in training and reconnaissance, opponents of this level are invincible to them. She doesn't think that even together they can defeat any of these bosses. She saw how powerful a mage he is, so she made her choice. The normals will not complete this dungeon. This undertaking will end in nothing but futile sacrifices. They need to become stronger to survive in such a place. Hana bowed her head and exclaimed that she was asking for forgiveness. Let him forgive her for ending their contract like this. MC replied that he understood. Let her raise her head. It was a difficult decision for her. They would then terminate the contract right then and there. But, of course, they could use everything they'd built. Hana, shocked, asked if that was true. He agreed and remarked that they had built it all together. He wished them all good luck. The girl shook his hand and thanked him. After working together for a short time, their paths diverged. Everyone had different goals and means of achieving them, but they were united by the desire to survive. They simply approached it in different ways. After this event, a system window appeared stating that 273 days remained until the quest failed. Hanvok began exploring the dungeon 227 days ago. This was the separation from the Normals Guild. Sometime later, the protagonist and his skeleton squad approached the dungeon containing the giant. Castle, surprised, noted that it was a dungeon within a dungeon. Kai advised them to be quieter so as not to wake the monster. Near the sleeping boss himself, there were several weaker monsters. Nidhogg said they needed to move right away. MC asked if he was going to fight him alone. He replied that he was a low-class giant. They would only get in the way. Castle asked angrily, "Will they get in the way?" The protagonist sighed and told him to get ready. Nidhogg then appeared right next to the monsters, waking the boss. He began to fight them furiously, fending off the smaller monsters with his tail. The giant tried to strike, but the dragon bit his arm and threw him aside. Castle exclaimed in surprise. Had he lost his mind? This was too much. Nidhogg told them to stay out of the way. He could handle him alone. This giant dared to look down on him. The boss charged and suddenly delivered a powerful blow that sent the dragon flying back. He furiously used his magical breath and shouted, "Let it die." The giant calmly walked up to him through the attack and struck him in the head. Christina exclaimed that they needed to intervene. Castle began attacking the smaller monsters and, agreeing, noted that it was their turn now. At that moment, the giant began mercilessly beating the dragon. Nidhogg angrily rose and exclaimed that a wimp like him couldn't defeat him. In response, the monster delivered a powerful kick and smirked, then called him a weakling. The bone dragon angrily declared that he was a dragon, a representative of the greatest race. He couldn't lose to him. The protagonist asked, now does he understand? He wasn't a dragon, but just a fake made in its likeness. Nidhogg angrily replied, "Shut up, that's not true." The giant called him a weakling again and began to strike him with a series of blows. MC exclaimed that he understood everything himself. He should stop fooling himself and swallow his pride. He can't become a true dragon just by wishing. The beating eventually escalated to the point where the giant tore off several of his bones, then called him weak again. Lying on the ground, Nidhogg exclaimed that Hinbok had promised him. He had promised to make him stronger than a true dragon. But look, he'd lost. He couldn't keep his promise. He'd lied. The protagonist replied that he had indeed made his promise, but he hadn't fulfilled his part either. He couldn't continue on his path with a creature whose mind was clouded by pride. He truly was his strongest card, but that was before. If he continued to think only of himself, he would never be able to become stronger. At that moment, the other skeletons continued their battle with the smaller monsters. Thanks to their teamwork, they quickly dealt with each opponent. Nidhogg, observing this, said that everything was clear to him. While they trained and became better, he did nothing. Then let him teach him. He wanted more power. MC smiled, saying he'd been waiting for these words. He poured his mana into it, causing the bone dragon to gain a new body and stand up. The protagonist exclaimed, "Let it attack, they need to get rid of it." He used the skills, Ghost Armor, Negative Energy, and Unholy Weapon, greatly enhancing the dragon's body. The protagonist remarked that the magic he was using should be used by him as well. Let him learn it now, and then he'll become much stronger. Nidhogg replied that he'd take that into account. He smiled in surprise, and exclaimed that it was time for them to kill the enemy. With these words, the bone dragon charged. He soared into the air and, throwing the giant out of his kennel, used the skill, Bone Spear of Death. Bone shards began to fly from his wings, one of which pinned the monster to the ground. Seeing this, Nidhogg remarked that this was the end. Instantly, the bone shards began to explode, creating a single, enormous blast. Castle, watching this, remarked that he really did look like a dragon now. Suddenly, he spotted a silhouette and shouted, "Be careful." A giant's body, covered in a magical barrier, fell from the sky directly onto Nidhogg, causing them to collapse to the ground. The skeletons ran toward them and, seeing the giant, exclaimed in confusion. They'd already killed him. So what's the matter? MC stood up and pointed out that they should be careful. He didn't like this atmosphere. He felt like someone was nearby, like someone was watching them. Suddenly, Gloria appeared behind them, clapping her hands and saying that she acknowledged his victory. But she wanted to say that this battle had disappointed her. So maybe they should start over? The protagonist sensed incredible power and used telepathy to tell them not to move. They can't provoke her. The girl asked, perplexed, would he really do nothing? Wouldn't even ask her anything? He wondered if she would answer his question. She answered with a smile that she wouldn't. MC asked, what's the point then? If only she can get what she wants. Gloria chuckled and remarked that now she understood what he was like. He was right. Only the strong have the right to choose. She liked that. She was going to kill him before, but she would spare his life. She liked his confidence, even though he didn't yet understand what was going on. She didn't like guys who lacked insight. The protagonist wondered if she was talking about Nidhogg. Gloria asked, what should she do? Since she had already come, it would be boring for her to just leave. She snapped her fingers and instantly healed them. The protagonist was perplexed as he thought about how his body felt like it had been restored. He felt a lot of mana. Gloria asked, well, have they all recovered? She flew into the air and noted that then they would start fighting. He asked, will he fight her? The girl agreed with a smile, saying, don't worry, she'll hold back. Just let him try to survive. She'll give him 5 minutes. He needs to hold on. Christina, using telepathy, noticed something odd. She felt like her words and actions weren't working together. Maybe she was testing them? MC replied that there was nothing they could do. They would do as she wanted. If anything, he'd transfer all his mana to Nidhogg for an attack. Castle and Kai would remain protected. Gloria, with a wild grin, exclaimed, stop wasting time. She'd concede victory to them. Let them begin. The protagonist signaled the dragon to attack, after which Nidhogg instantly began preparing his magical breath. He signaled for Christina to transfer all her mana to him. The skeleton complied and donated mana, allowing the dragon to use the vicious breath skill. Gloria instantly enlarged her arm and asked, is that all they've got? It's too boring. She easily parried the attack and simultaneously counterattacked, causing Nidhogg to crumble into pieces. MC, shocked, wondered how she could do that to him with one hand. The girl mockingly asked if she should change her mind and just kill him. Castle, horrified, exclaimed that it was impossible. Who was she? It was like a creature from another world. How could they even fight her in such a place? He remembered her words about her coming from somewhere and exclaimed that he relied on Nidhogg. The protagonist poured his mana into him and directed him to capture the giant. The dragon immediately flew to the sphere containing the monster. He exclaimed that he needed a magical explosion. Christina listened and helped him create the powerful magic explosion skill. After such an attack, the protective dome shattered and the giant began to revive. The protagonist exclaimed that they needed to destroy the shield before the process was complete. Castle grabbed his sword and replied, don't worry, he'll handle it. He instantly lunged and stabbed the dome, causing it to split even further. At that moment, Kai infused his weapon with mana and threw it straight at the giant, causing the dome to completely break. The protagonist considered this, thinking, let it be as he thought. Gloria chuckled and asked if he'd really spent all his energy on a lesser giant, and he was planning to defeat her. He replied that he was certain such a powerful being couldn't have come to this world on its own. She clearly needed a guide. That's why she'd shielded the dying giant, right? The girl smiled and remarked that he really was different. The fact that they'd come here with such information pleased her. They'd passed her test. She'll let them live. At least something made her laugh. She'll even give them a reward. She won't take him. MC asked what that meant. Gloria replied that she would make him her apprentice or servant. It was time for her to go, so she was leaving. He'd earned a bonus. The girl introduced herself and added that she was a demon dragon of misfortune. The darkness itself had blessed her. She offered to play again sometime. He was her future apprentice or servant. After that, Gloria disappeared completely. A system window appeared, stating that 258 days remained until the quest failed. Hyunbok began exploring the dungeon 242 days ago. The current battle had ended in victory. Sometime later, they returned home. The protagonist sighed and remarked that she really wanted to take him with her. Christina said that things were bad for them. She could put her plans into action the next time they met. He began to think that there really were amazing creatures in this dungeon. Perhaps there were even ones far more advanced than this Gloria. It was entirely possible that whoever had invaded Idea, the planet where Christina had once lived, were now active on Earth. It seemed they wanted to eliminate potentially dangerous people or make them their servants. Castle asked what he would do. MC asked, what do they think? He replied that they had to fight. She was their enemy. Any closer, and they would have lost. But fighting her now is like signing a death contract. They cherished him, and they were already dead. Of them, he was the only one still alive. He wanted to fight her, but it was too dangerous for him. And even if he agreed to be with her, he wanted them to be together until the very end. Kai said that he thought so too. Whoever he chose as his ally, a god, a devil, or something worse, he, like a knight, would follow his master to the end, no matter what that might be. Christina agreed with them. The protagonist asked if she wanted to fight side by side with her own enemy. She replied that, as she had already said, her goals were much higher than that. She truly wanted revenge, but if she failed, she was still confident that they would achieve much more together. The protagonist said he understood her. What did Nidhogg think about this? The dragon replied that his goal was to become stronger. Therefore, he didn't care who helped him with this. Castle exclaimed in displeasure. What nonsense! He was the only one who thought differently. And what did he think about this? MC replied that he didn't know. When his life is on the line, it's hard to make the right choice. But he was sure that they would never have peace on their side. Castle inquired, so he wanted to fight. He agreed and added that he was not her student. This was just a warning. They had a choice, run away or fight. He thought they needed to become stronger to be on the same level with her. The skeleton exclaimed that he was a real man. He was ready to fight such a dangerous opponent. He would definitely help him. Christina noted that Gloria was unlike everyone else. She was ready to stand by him to the end. But if their lives were constantly threatened by their numerous escapes, she might betray him. MC thought that, in other words, if she realized their strength was unequal, she too would become his enemy. Well, even on a day like this, he had to force them to serve him to the end. He would have to use force. They had come such a long way, trusting each other. He had to do everything possible not to lose that trust. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The protagonist, surprised, asked if it was their doorbell that had just gone off. Christina replied that the door was probably now connected to the outside world, since they had won the last battle. He wondered if they had already contacted the outside world, but who had come to see them? He wasn't expecting guests. After that, the MC approached the door and, looking at the video camera, asked who it was. Kang Hyemi, who ran the operations bureau, showed her badge and introduced herself, then asked if they could talk. He looked at the bustling skeletons and told them to calm down. It was someone from the dungeon website. Of course, regular people wouldn't come to them. They all, including Nidhogg, exclaimed in shock that there was a real company behind the dungeons. The protagonist asked why they needed him. A little earlier, the manager angrily slammed the table and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Where did such monsters come from in an E-class dungeon? They've already lost 16. The employee replied that there were survivors too. For example, a young man with talent who could take on A-class. His name is Hunbok. He'll send an agent to check the dungeons where people died. The manager said they'd better first contact the promising researcher he mentioned. Have him contact Hunbok right now. Hyemi entered the house and, bowing her head, thanked them before introducing herself again. MC bowed his head and introduced himself in return. He remarked that he hadn't known there was anyone behind the dungeon website. The girl replied that they manage the website and ship items using the technology of higher beings. They also help researchers with money circulation. Christina asked, which higher beings? Their organization can contact them whenever they want? Hyemi, shocked, thought it was nothing, even if it was a skeleton. She was at work after all. She smiled and replied that she didn't know all the details, but they thought they were both gods and demons. MC asked why she came to him. The girl replied that she would tell him straight out. They can view player information through the dungeon app, and they especially closely monitor explorers with A-class talents. They suddenly discovered that 16 people had died in an E-class dungeon. The protagonist remarked that this meant they found him to get information. Hyemi agreed and added that they really needed to know what was going on in Dungeon E, but they would also like to offer him a partnership. He asked what they could give him. Any information cost money, and to their knowledge, he already had plenty of money. The girl replied that if he agreed to share the information, they would sell him mana crystals. They constantly monitor new listings on the website, so they possess very rare crystals. The protagonist wondered what they should do. Crystals would open up a multitude of new possibilities. Christina, using telepathy, noted that they probably had something else that wasn't on the dungeon website. They needed to find out. He said that wasn't enough. Could she offer anything else? Hyemi asked if he was so confident in the value of his information. The MC replied with a smile that he could stake his life on it. Suddenly, her phone rang. The girl apologized, stepped away, and answered the call, then remarked that they were having a slight problem. A moment later, she handed him the phone and said it was the director. He wanted to speak with him personally. The protagonist took the phone and said hello. The director greeted him, introduced himself, and said they were willing to sell him medicinal herbs and metals cheaply. Mana crystals, of course. He replied that he would agree if there was a 50% discount. The guy remarked that he couldn't go below 90% of the cost price. The protagonist, smiling, said he was offering 55%. The manager nervously said 85% at most, that more would be impossible. He countered that he wanted 60%, so they settled on 75%. MC agreed and noted that their contract would be for 3 years. The manager nervously exclaimed that 3 years was too long. Does he even understand that a 25% discount is worth a lot? He replied that he promised him that he wouldn't leave the country for those 3 years. The director exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is this?" The protagonist said that one day the researchers will complete all the dungeons. Wouldn't he want to recruit them into his organization? That's why he needs information about the researchers, and he's a good candidate. If he doesn't agree, it doesn't matter to him. He'll find better conditions in another country. The manager nervously agreed and added that he'd like to work on behalf of the government for those 3 years. He replied that he didn't want to. The director angrily asked why. MC replied that he didn't want to work for the government. They would always have their own terms and restrictions. He wasn't going to follow anyone's orders. The director said he understood. Then the contract would be for 2 years, and he would cede up to 70% if he worked for them freelance. The protagonist inquired, "So that means he's an employee? Are there any conditions?" The director agreed and added that he wouldn't offer twice. He replied, "Let him explain in more detail then," and he wouldn't agree to perform some stupid tasks. The director grumpily agreed and wondered if he was so simple. He didn't know how long their collaboration would last. MC said they would then draw up a contract. He would convey the terms through Jaime. Kai exclaimed that he had done a great job. Christina happily noted that now they would have many useful items. Castle added that they would definitely help him. The leader warned him that they would need a test. They were a government organization. He had many privileges, but other organizations would object if he personally signed the contract. He knew his skills, but if his team showed weakness, other organizations might try to take his place and control the researchers. The protagonist thought about it. Was he saying that ordinary people could control researchers? He didn't like that, especially after the situation with Gloria. He needed to think. He wondered what he should do. The leader replied that he should complete the dungeon. More precisely, it was a sealed dungeon that other researchers had failed to complete before. Such dungeons are connected to their world. They seal it to prevent monsters from appearing here. The protagonist thought that this meant that monsters appeared in reality too. That's why they wanted to hire researchers like him. The leader noted that the dungeon would be F level, but it was more difficult than a regular F-level dungeon. Would he agree to the test? MC, using telepathy, asked, "What do they think? Should they take the test and sign the contract?" Kai replied that he didn't think there was any point in arguing. It would only make things worse for both sides. Castle agreed, adding that he didn't care whether they were mercenaries or not, but it would be nice to have connections with the higher-ups. Christina noted that they needed to become stronger, and they had other, more pressing problems. Gloria, the protagonist, said they'd pass the test. He needed information about the dungeon. They soon arrived at the location where Colonel Kim Junyi was waiting. The helicopter landed, and Hyunbok and his team, along with Kang Hee-mi, emerged. The colonel asked her if that was him. She confirmed it and added that it was their assistant in dungeon exploration, researcher Kim Hyunbok. Kim Junyi frowned and said that he really didn't believe this guy could handle monsters of this level, and MC decided to remain silent. Hayami said that even though he looked like an ordinary person, he had already successfully cleared several dungeons, and there was already confirmation from the higher-ups. The colonel noted that he was the one choosing the person in charge. They couldn't appoint just anyone. She firmly stated that these powers were given by the chief of staff, and disobedience was a violation of military law. The man remained silent, since she was right, after which he returned to his soldiers and said that if he retreated, they were not going to take responsibility. Castle said irritably that he was being so pompous. Why the hell was he stopping them from entering the dungeon? What kind of test was this? Kai calmly told him to think of it as a welcoming ceremony, and he exclaimed that he was being too kind to them. After that, they went deeper into the military base. The soldiers began making fun of them, like they were cosplayers wearing masks and superhero costumes. They didn't react at all, and Castle only sighed heavily. The colonel led them to a huge warehouse and told them to wait there, then ordered a soldier to open the doors. They opened, revealing the ruins of a house and a large entrance door inside. Kim Junyi told Hyunbok he could go. Just as the door opened and monsters came out, a whole squad of armed goblins. Seeing the humans, they immediately rushed into battle, and the colonel ordered the soldiers to block the entrance and destroy them. But for some reason, the door jammed, and he told the entire squad to move forward. They couldn't let anyone escape. The soldiers gathered at the entrance to the warehouse and began shooting at the monsters, preventing them from leaving, when a goblin mage appeared. He used a fire spell to disperse the soldiers, and some of them were hit, their clothes immediately catching fire. Seeing this, the colonel ordered the others to call for medics, but for some reason the flames began to move and gather in one spot. This was the work of Hyunbok. He called Nidhogg, and a cloud of darkness appeared behind him, from which the dragon poked its head out. The colonel clearly didn't expect this. MC gave him the command to kill them, and he struck the goblins with his huge paw, sending debris flying in all directions. Some of them hit the door, but the barrier protected it from destruction. The colonel was shocked by this sight, and Heimbach told him that he was going inside. After 30 hours, the test was successfully passed. When he remembers how hard they had to clear F-rank dungeons, he realizes how much they had grown. After that, he signed a contract with the dungeon company and gave them the information about Gloria. The leader became nervous. He didn't think they could somehow solve this problem. The whole world should join forces. He asked his subordinate to send this information to a neighboring state, but only secretly, to avoid leaks. After that, he handed him a note and asked him to deliver it where it was needed, also quietly. His subordinate went to carry out tasks, and meanwhile, Christina was checking the goods. MC approached her and asked if there was anything good on the company's list. She answered that there were low and mid-level crystals and mana alloys. In fact, there was something to buy there. He asked if it was too expensive. Even with a 30% discount, he wouldn't want to pay more than 25 million. She told him that, according to Hiemi, that price was set by higher beings. He asked how much she would take then, and she, her eyes shining with delight, said that if possible, she would like to buy everything. She really wanted to use it all together. Heimbach exclaimed that they definitely shouldn't do that. Even if they had money, they couldn't spend so much. At that moment, a crash was heard from somewhere above. Something hit the ceiling hard, and the debris fell to the floor with a crash, after which a hole appeared at the place of the impact, and Castle's guilty voice was heard from there. He peered out of the hole and apologized to the master, saying that he was just looking for a place for the magic circle, as he requested. They weren't going to make a magic circle downstairs, right? Why would they need holes in the floor? The MC laughed nervously and asked him to be careful. During their break, they weren't only busy with the dungeon company's test, they also moved to a new location. The first floor is the lobby, the second is Christina's lab, and the third floor is his lab, along with training areas for Nidhogg, Kai, and Castle. It's now their fortress. The entrance to the house and the lobby will still be connected to the dungeon, so for protection, Christina decided to engrave magic circles throughout the house. These magic circles will also make it possible to gather data on what's happening in the dungeons. Over time, they will find the answers to all their questions. Meanwhile, Kai was setting up magic circles with Nidhogg. He showed him how to create a magic circle with a sword, and Nidhogg decided to follow his example. He drew a magic circle with his claw, and Kai praised him, noting that he didn't even need a sword. The dragon was very happy with his compliment. Meanwhile, Hiemi came to Heimbach and said that they had a very nice house, and they all immediately began moving. He asked in surprise why she hadn't warned him about her visit. After all, today was his last free day, and she said he could spend it however he wanted. She told him that was the reason she was here. He already knew that the door would soon be connected to the dungeon. He didn't understand what she was talking about, and she said that they didn't choose dungeons for players, but they already knew which dungeon he would get. There would be 35 more explorers in this dungeon, chosen by their company. They would all explore the D-class dungeon, the Cave of Doubt, together. He immediately refused, saying that he wasn't strong enough to protect 35 people in D-class dungeons. If she sent him with them, they would understand that the central office didn't trust them, and there was a high probability of conflict between them. She smiled awkwardly and said that she understood everything. Then she would simply ask him to gather information about the dungeon. Would he be able to fulfill this request? He agreed, and she handed him a flash drive with files containing information about the system reorganization. Now there would be not only general quests, but also additional ones. Also, by completing a quest, he would receive community points. It would be better for him to review the files himself. MC pointed out that she could have simply sent them by mail instead of coming here, and she replied that she liked meeting people in person. After that, she bowed to him and wished him luck in exploring the dungeon, and he said goodbye to her, saying that they would see each other if he survived. After that, they all went into the dungeon together, and he, looking at the information on his phone, noted that the dungeons from D-class already have names. Christina said that there are only 300 explorers. They will succeed, right? He told her that they will find out about it later, and Castle said that he no longer likes the name. What if the explorers start suspecting each other? Heimbach thought for a moment and supposed that was why it was called the Cave of Doubts. Right after that, he hit his head on a stalactite because he hadn't noticed it in the dark, and the skeletons called out to him worriedly. He grabbed his head and asked Kai to light their way, since it was very dark here, and Castle said that it was no problem for the undead to see in the dark. Maybe he should practice his night vision skill? He wanted to learn something new, right? MC pointed out that it really was dark here, so it wouldn't hurt. But what should he do? Castle crouched down slightly and said that it was nothing difficult. He just needed to go a little lower and carefully observe the air movement. It would be a little difficult because of the humidity, but he would get used to it with time. He could also use magic to replace the missing senses. He did everything as he was told, after which he concentrated. His mana began to spread throughout the dungeon and, touching the walls, began to ripple. So he sensed everything that concerned mana, and now he decided to focus his senses more and increase his mana usage. But for some reason, he saw an angry Christina in front of him. She stared furiously at her phone screen and shouted that everyone in the company was a liar. He excitedly asked what had happened, and she, shoving the phone in his face, exclaimed that you could buy 24 hours of freedom with community points, but only for 30 people per month. If they had warned them in advance, they could have saved up points and bought a ticket. But now, everything was sold out. Hanbok asked her to calm down. They would buy everything next time, and she agreed with him. Then with the remaining points, they could buy materials and upgrade their cores, and they would also take some of Nidhogg, so they needed to prepare everything in advance. MC asked what she wanted to get for him, and she told him that she analyzed his body, and his bones were also held together by magic, not a core like they had before. He doesn't have the organ that closes and controls the mana circle. Nidhogg peeked out from the haze and asked what that meant. She told him that he doesn't have a dragon heart. To become a real dragon, you need the appropriate magic, so he needs a core. He asked her to do it for him, and she said that the core also has disadvantages. At the moment, his body is just a vessel for the soul, so even if the body is destroyed, the soul will remain. But if the core is destroyed, he will die. They can imitate a dragon's heart, but they will not surpass it. He told her that he doesn't care. He is already a fake from the beginning. If the core allows him to at least get close to the power of a real dragon, then he will agree. Hyunbok smiled and thought that he had changed after meeting Gloria. He really wanted to become a real dragon, so he listened to him. Christina told Nidhogg that since this was the case, she would teach him something else. In simple terms, a dragon's heart is just a large mana crystal. It is considered special because of the creature it belongs to. That is, because of the dragon itself. He said that he understood everything and would keep this in mind. Castle said that now he really was their colleague and turned his gaze to Kai, asking, "He's right? But seeing that he was nowhere to be found, he immediately began restlessly scouring the area, looking for him. He was already wondering if he had been attacked or captured, and then Kai's voice was heard behind him, asking if he was looking for him. Kasla was so frightened that he fell and backed away, then exclaimed that he had scared him. Where was he? He replied that they'd been chatting for so long that he'd decided to take a look around. MC asked if he'd found anything, and he'd replied that he'd found traces of an ambush. He asked if it was like that time at the entrance to the E-rank dungeon. He replied that this time everything was more thought out. He felt like the monsters were waging a guerrilla war against the researchers. Hyunbok was surprised. There were splashes of blood all over the cave, and they led to a light, the exit of this cave. There, on an island in the middle of the abyss, stood the researchers' base, and right now, 2 of them were fighting with swords. Strongjin Guildmaster Kim Jinho was very angry and asked what they were even thinking. Kim Daehan, Guildmaster of the Daehan Guild under the leadership of the Central Office, irritably ordered him to shut up. It wasn't their fault they were attacked. He exclaimed indignantly that they were the ones who lured them here, and Park Jokun, the Tamer Guild Master, ran up to them along with the others and told them to stop. They couldn't keep fighting among themselves. They had enough other problems. So Jinwon, the Heimosu Guild Master, followed him, dragging a wounded man, and Jokun said that he wasn't sure yet, but he felt like some intelligent monster was forcing them to fight each other. At that very moment, 2 women attacked them from above. Choi Myung, the survivor's guildmaster, exclaimed that this vile troll had finally fallen into her hands. Now he wouldn't escape. She jumped on the troll and dealt him several blows, causing him to fall immediately. Jokun exclaimed indignantly, "What are they doing? This is their monster. He's under their control. They shouldn't do anything without his permission." She stared at him in confusion and said that this monster had attacked their guild. Jinho became nervous and thought, is this really what monsters do? Then they're definitely finished. All the guildmasters are in one place, like cannon fodder. Suddenly an earthquake started. Daehan immediately called out to his deputy, Lee Seori, and she climbed up the observation tower. From there, she surveyed the entire area, and her face turned pale. She waved her hand, warning them to prepare for battle. Right now, a ton of monsters are heading towards their base from all directions. As soon as they approached, they began chopping down the slime-covered skeletons, but because of this, their weapons began to melt, and those who had slime on their bodies felt a burning pain. Daehan immediately realized that the slime's blood was acidic, and warned the others about this, telling them not to cut them, but simply burn them. Jinwon grinned, saying that their guild would quickly deal with this. He and his subordinates grabbed barrels of fuel and attached dynamite to them, then threw them into the crowd of monsters. As soon as the detonator's timer expired, the barrels exploded, spreading fire. Several buildings couldn't withstand the shockwave and began to collapse, and people scattered to avoid being caught in the rubble. Someone summoned Nose's soul, and it blanketed the area in an icy fog to calm the flames and simultaneously contain the debris, preventing them from being harmed. Myung climbed onto Nose's shoulder and told them not to look back and to keep attacking, to let them burn everyone. Jinwon and his guildmate had already begun their work, and he said that they were just about to do that, to gather all the monsters in one place. Jokun called out to his monsters, telling them to gather them all in one place, and they got to work. The troll began slamming his club on the ground, keeping the slimes at bay, while the wolf urged them on from behind. The monsters then ran into a clear alley, but a pair of swordsmen were already waiting there. By this time, Jinwon had finished, warning everyone about the attack. after which they dropped their barrels and several more explosions were heard. Sori looked at this in surprise and thought they were quite strong. She should learn from them. A roar sounded behind her and she turned to see humanoid monsters running out of a cave, riding on lizards. Daehan became very nervous and wondered if they really wanted to get rid of their weapons with the first attack, and how could they continue fighting. Myung addressed her guild members, telling them to give all their mana to Nose. Once this was done, she summoned ice spears, which she began raining down on the advancing monsters, while melee warriors moved onto the bridge to block the survivors. Daehan clenched his fists and exclaimed that they wouldn't die so easily. They hadn't come all this way for nothing. He and his comrades then rushed into battle, exclaiming that they would never surrender. The opponents began throwing spears, several of which pierced the troll's chest, causing its master to worry about him. Meanwhile, the opponents managed to break through the defenses and ran into the base, where the warriors began to lose morale, as they couldn't fight properly without weapons. At that very moment, a dark haze appeared in the air above the base. Then a column of energy fell upon one of the monsters. Hanbok, riding a dragon, flew over the base, blocking the monster's path, and told the guild masters to protect the wounded. He would handle the rest. His skeletons rushed into battle, and Daehan, surprised by this sight, exclaimed, "He has skeletons and a dragon? Could this really be that necromancer Wanyo?" Meanwhile, another group of monsters watched from above. Their commander turned back to the cave and gave the order to retreat, after which everyone else in the base immediately fled. Seeing them retreat, the people rejoiced and began praising Hanbok. After that, they began cleaning up the aftermath of the battle. Myung tried to use the quick return button, but the system notified her that there were too many monsters near her, so she couldn't use the service. She was perplexed, as the monsters were nowhere to be seen, while the others thanked the MC and praised him. At that moment, two guys ran up to them and said that something had happened to a member of their guild, but there was no sign of monsters. Daehan, confused, asked if it had happened again. Jinho suggested they increase the number of people at their posts, since they couldn't just wait, and Hanbok said that the monster might just be hiding among them. Myung said that now she understood why they couldn't return home. There were monsters nearby. Daehan turned to Hanbok and asked how they could distinguish a person from a monster. He replied that if they even had the body of such a monster, they could examine it, but he wasn't sure. Jinwon said he thought he knew what they should do. The return function doesn't work only when monsters are nearby or when they are fighting, but you can send people home in groups. If the return function doesn't work, they will immediately know that someone in that group is a monster. Jinho asked, so in the end, there will be a bunch of monsters and a few researchers, right? This group would be in danger. Would anyone agree to that? Daehan suggested they leave at least a few trusted people for protection. They could use this place as a base later. The guys agreed, and Myung suggested they do it right away. They should decide who would remain at their posts. Daehan said he thought it would be better to spread out according to the time of day, and then Jokan suggested they just play rock, paper, scissors. Jinwon thought this was a great idea and asked if they were playing until 2 wins or deciding everything straight away. While they were discussing this, Castle began to get angry, finally losing his temper and calling them fools, exclaiming, "Is this a game to them?" Jinho immediately turned to the MC and asked if he had something to say. Castle crossed his arms in displeasure and said that it wasn't the master who wanted to say something, but he, so they should listen carefully. If they continued pretending to be in the game, they would die tomorrow, even today. Jinwon was indignant and asked if he thought they were some kind of weaklings. After all, they had gotten here themselves. He admitted that they were strong, but they couldn't rely on strength alone. They all lacked focus, observation, and cruelty. They themselves knew that the master of this dungeon was a sentient being, and if it weren't for his master, they wouldn't be here anymore. Myung exclaimed indignantly, then what should they do? Die here or hide in houses and cry in fear? He confirmed this and told them to go home and rest, and they would figure it out themselves. Hanbok stared at him in shock, wondering what nonsense he was talking about. Why was he so stubborn? Christina touched his shoulder and used telepathy to ask if he didn't trust them. Castle wouldn't just say that. Castle said that he and his master would handle it without any losses, and the only casualty would be the master himself. Are these bad conditions for them? They don't even have to pay for it. They all remained silent, thinking about it, after which Daehan turned to MC and asked if he could really handle it on his own. He took a deep breath and confidently declared that he had no choice. He would either handle it or die. There were 748 days left to explore the dungeon, and there were currently 279 people inside. Hinbok began exploring the dungeon 2 days ago and decided to proceed on his own. After that, they took a small house to properly prepare for further action. Castle immediately apologized to Hinbok for deciding to act alone, and Hinbok asked why he hadn't consulted him. He replied that he always sought the best solution, but the world didn't always agree with his wishes. He wasn't willing to waste time on a futile attack, and besides, the guild members might turn against their masters. He said it was better than working for free. With more money came greater opportunities. Castle said that as he saw it, since becoming a mage, he spent too much time planning strategy. Sometimes the best way out of a difficult situation was to act spontaneously. Even if his intentions were good, many might misunderstand him if his actions were too premeditated. Christina said that this was a great opportunity for him. They all agreed with Castle, but she regretted that they hadn't consulted him. Kai also apologized for his unintentional actions, and he, with a heavy sigh, accepted their apology. After all, they were doing this for him. He would turn a blind eye to this, but only this once. They should no longer act without his consent. They swore this to him, and Castle said that he swore the same, but in situations that required immediate decisions, he would act his own way. If he became stronger, then he would too. MC agreed, after which he told them to prepare for an attack. Meanwhile, the enemies were conferring. They decided to catch him alone and wait for him to come himself. And suddenly, the cave shook. They ran outside and saw the base explode. Castle laughed out loud, saying that he so wanted to use the explosive barrel, and Kai said that he did too. At that moment, an explosion sounded behind them right in the center of the base, and the guild masters, having seen the aftermath of the destruction, asked, "Is that really possible? Are they really going to destroy all the bases?" Hinbok emerged from the smoke with Christina and said there was no better way to take the D-class boss's mana. He'd need to use it to restore the dungeon, so they could have some fun together. Daehan laughed nervously, after which the ground shook, and the golem that had been sleeping underground woke up. One of the guild masters turned to Hunbok, asking if he'd summoned it. He replied that it wasn't him. Perhaps this monster was a kind of home for them. The golem rose, screaming in rage and raising its fists above its head, then slamming them into the ground, leaving deep marks. But fortunately, everyone managed to scatter in time. Meanwhile, Kai called out to Kasala and told him to look at this huge golem. He'd be interested in fighting it. He had no time for that now. He nervously stared at the cave entrance and exclaimed, "Won't it be more dangerous here?" A few seconds later, the enemies rushed out of the cave riding on lizards, and Castle signaled to his comrade. He pressed the detonator button, and magic circles appeared under the monster's feet, followed by several explosions. Jinwon turned to the blazing flames and joyfully declared that their trap had worked. Their guild really was the best at this. Daehan, who was currently fighting a monster, exclaimed, "Does that matter now? They need to get rid of this golem." The dungeon dwellers caught in the explosion died, but their commander managed to survive. He tried to get up, saying he didn't know they were capable of such a thing, and at that moment, MC appeared next to him riding a dragon and shouted that they were finished. Nidhogg used corrupted breath, unleashing his power on the enemy, and he exclaimed, "Does he think he can kill him with this?" He ordered his comrades to stand up. Their bodies began to melt, turning into slime, and then gathering in one spot. Seeing this, Kai excitedly called out to Kasala and said that they couldn't let them escape. All the slime rushed towards the dragon, but he stopped it with his breath. The slimes merged into one, and Hinbok thought that he hadn't even imagined that there were so many monsters that acted like people. It was a slime doppelganger of the cave's master. He prepared his fist for an attack and shouted that he was about to turn into dust, while MC asked Nidhogg to focus. He thought they would have a hard time with him. The enemy had already aimed his fist at them. Nidhogg created a magic circle and fired a vicious flash at him, but the monster overcame it and hit the dragon on the head. He immediately remembered Gloria and thought that he was much easier to deal with than her. After that, he suddenly rushed forward, breaking through the slime with his body, and pieces of it remained on his body. Hyunbok warned him of the danger and ordered him to get rid of it, then jumped off him and told Kai and Castle that it was their turn. They both drew their spears and told him not to worry. Everything was going as he ordered. When he gave the signal, they threw the spears at the enemy, and they hit him inside the body. But for some reason, nothing happened. Castle was puzzled by this, and Kai said that he didn't know what happened, but now they definitely needed to run. The monster immediately turned its attention to them and rushed towards them, at which moment, the spears finally activated and an explosion occurred. At that moment, Christina used paralysis magic on the golem, and when it fell, the guild masters began to attack it. There was an explosion, and they saw a bunch of clots of red slime flying towards them, and then they fell, miraculously, without hitting them. Daehan approached the slime to check it out, and when it started moving, Christina warned him of the danger and said they needed to get rid of it. He asked what it was, and she said it was the slime's remnants, and they needed to team up and destroy it all. The slime began to take the form of various monsters and surround them, and before they could fully form, the guild masters rushed to attack. Gyukon and his wolf attacked the slime, while another monster struck one of them and exclaimed that it would destroy them. Jinho was caught in the attack, his entire body also covered in slime, and he screamed in pain, but MC arrived just in time and smashed the slime with a bone spear. He told them to take the wounded and run. He could handle them himself. The monsters cried out that he would be the next to die and pounced on him from all sides, so he raised the skeleton knights and ordered them to destroy them. Castle and Kai joined the fight, rushing to defend the master, and the slimes began swinging their arms furiously, striking. Castle blocked a blow and called out to Kai, asking him to destroy it, and then he swung his sword several times, dispatching the monster. He called out to Christina, saying that he was leaving the other opponent to her, and at that moment, a monster flew over her head, falling, slime splashing everywhere, after which it began swinging its arms, knocking the skeletons down. Hunbok thought that he was ready to destroy the dungeon to spread his mana, and besides, the slimes were stronger than his skeletons, but he would still prevail. He summoned the skeletons again, and the monster immediately began to crush them. But no matter how furiously he swung his arms, they still got up and struck back. When they had chopped off a bunch of chunks of slime from him, he shrank in size and in a panic asked how they had managed to do it. MC approached him and asked, wondering why they hadn't lost. Humans have limited mana, he learned this, and therefore decided to attack. However, he had deliberately created a mana reservoir. Of course, the process of making this, and the length of time it takes to reuse mana, makes it not very effective. Another monster pounced on him from behind, telling him not to even think he'd caught them with his toy, but Castle protected him from the attack. MC told his opponent that he wanted to absorb him and become a perfect double. It was a great plan, but sometimes the best result can only be achieved without much thought, and in the end, he would win. The monster got angry and told him not to make fun of him. He was done for. Even if he destroyed the dungeon, his mana would still be released. Hyunbok smirked and asked, "Does he really think so?" At that very moment, the monster felt pain, screamed loudly, and several ghosts flew out of his body, all of them returning to their master. Because of this, the other monsters froze and turned to him, and he said that part of his mana was in the spear he wounded him with. He did this to completely destroy his body. Then he realized that his real body was not this. He divided his soul and gave it to the doppelgangers. Nidhogg began to appear behind him. All the monsters immediately rushed to him, ordering him to give up his soul, and then MC ordered the dragon to destroy the slime doppelgangers. Nidhogg sharply rose into the air, after which he used his breath and sent a beam of energy into the sky, causing the barrier to crack. A little more, and the barrier shattered, revealing the dungeon master, Big Eye, behind it. Seeing the dragon, he exclaimed in shock that this was impossible. He could become perfect, just a little more. The dragon fired a beam of energy at him, incinerating him, and then a loud explosion was heard. Because of this, Daehan was distracted, and the monster pounced on him from behind, and Jinho warned him of the danger. He turned around, but it was too late. The enemy would have devoured him if not for Nidhogg's attack on the main monster, causing them all to freeze in place and scream loudly. After that, their bodies slowly began to melt, and Hyunbok, watching this, breathed a sigh of relief. He crouched down and said that it was finally over. It was terrible. He already had almost no mana left. But Christina and Kai said that it was not over yet. They needed to kill the remaining minions. He smiled and noted that they were right. They still had a lot of work. Castle extended his hand and said that he did well, and he, thanking him, took his hand and offered him to destroy the remaining monsters. Class D dungeon, Cave of Doubt, cleared. After these events, MC fell into apathy. On the third day after exploring the dungeon, he ate nothing, slept poorly, and even lost interest in the novels and comics he usually read. Perhaps this was all because he understood too clearly what the onset of death and its avoidance meant. He got up, deciding to go do at least something, and at that moment, Castle burst into his room, exclaiming that he had a request. Let him go out, he wanted to meet his game friends. Hyunbok said that he had little free time, and besides, he was a skeleton. Castle exclaimed that that's why he was asking him for this. Let him help him. After this, MC gave him a human face, and now his system window showed that he was a defective double. Castle felt his face and asked in surprise, "Can he even change his facial expression at will?" Hyunbok said his face was connected to his thoughts by his mother, and he exclaimed, "Why only his face and shoulders, but not his body?" MC tugged at his ear and told him discontentedly to have a conscience. He should be grateful for that too. Castle screamed in pain, asking him not to tear his ear off, and Christina, giving Hyunbok a thumbs up, said that she didn't know he could do that. He proudly replied that he really hadn't done anything special, since it wasn't a real head, and she remarked that it still turned out great. He said that in that case, he'd take her words as a compliment. Castle awkwardly called out to him and said he wanted to eat with his friends. Or was that too much? He replied that he wouldn't refuse him that request either, but he wasn't entirely sure what the lookalikes ate. There probably wouldn't be much choice, but at least he'd be able to taste it. Everyone was overjoyed to hear this, and then Christina suggested that he start mass-producing doubles. She would definitely help him with this. He laughed nervously and asked if she smelled money. After a while, Castle left the house, and they all went out to see him off, telling him to be careful, and so on. And when he returned drunk, they learned something interesting. If the MC doesn't leave the house, their free time doesn't decrease, so his comrades can go out without any problems. So he had an idea. Until their free time runs out, they won't be able to enter the next dungeon, which means they won't have to clear anything, and by using the double's appearance outside, they can dump all the remaining work onto the agents. And while they were doing this, a new patch about the mercenary system was released on the dungeon website. They all crowded around the computer, and Christina said that since such a service had appeared, there must be big problems with clearing the dungeon. Castle said he hadn't heard anything about mercenaries in a while, and Kai remarked that clearing dungeons as mercenaries was a pretty good idea. He asked his master for his opinion on the matter, and he agreed. The mercenary system is a new feature on the dungeon website. Explorers whose dungeon clearing time is less than 2/3 of the average can apply. This method is great for explorers who want to help others and earn money in their free time. There's even payment from the client submitting the application, and a reward given for exploring the dungeon. Furthermore, after clearing the dungeon, the free time remains the same. But this system is suitable for large guilds or very skilled explorers. Hyunbok touched his chin thoughtfully and asked why they even added such an option. Christina suggested that it might be because the mana from the dungeon leaks into the outside world. He asked if there was a difference between mana in real life and in dungeons. She told him that it wasn't exactly clear yet, But due to the increasing number of explorers, mana density was also increasing. And in a year or even sooner, the mana density of the dungeon and the real world would be the same. Castle clapped his hands and said that this meant that before mana density became the same, they needed to develop their talents and clear as many dungeons as possible. Kai noted that things were indeed going well for them, and MC agreed, but this also made him worry. It was hard to ignore changes in the real world. If a dungeon monster appeared in the real world, then the other explorers and he would have to fight. But the world would definitely never be the same. And most importantly, the demon of disaster, Gloria, there was no guarantee that she would be the final boss. And if someone like her appeared in the real world, a lot of people would die. This thought made him visibly nervous, and Christina, placing her hand on his shoulder, said that the situation could be beneficial for them, but the main thing was to become stronger before something irreversible happened. He calmed down and said she was right, then took a deep breath and suggested they work as mercenaries. Castle said they better be prepared for situations like the one with Kim Jin-hyuk. Surely with this system, someone would want to get rid of weaker players. Hyunbok grinned and said that he had made a decision. They would get rid of such players themselves. They didn't need enemies among their own people. They all agreed with him, and he suggested they get started quickly, after which he went to the request list and saw a huge map showing all the quests. Christina noted that the map included America, Russia, England, and China. It turns out you can answer requests from all over the world. MC got a little nervous and asked if they could find a decent offer in Korea. He didn't know any foreign languages. Christina told him not to worry. They could always use language translation magic. Basically, it's telepathy, allowing them to understand each other. It's hard to get used to, but magic is actually very convenient. Of course, they all wanted it too, and then she smelled money. After that, she immediately started writing down a plan in her notebook and said she'd craft them magic items. While she was busy, Castle suggested the craftsmen take more requests, since that's how it turned out. He noted that they could definitely use some money, and Kai, pointing at the screen, asked, "How about this request? The reward isn't particularly big, but they really need them." Hyunbok agreed with him. It looked like they needed help urgently. Christina ran up to them and said they needed slime fluid, so she would accept a request from an F-rank dungeon. MC noted that he and Castle were on the same page, but they had enough money for now, so they would take on Kai's request. They all agreed to do a good deed, and he said there was another reason. They looked at him questioningly, and he, pointing to the request, "If I survive, I'll do whatever you want," said that they should increase the number of allies. Soon, a new topic appeared on the site called The Truth About Wonyo. The user wrote that everyone had probably heard of this necromancer. He had already cleared a large number of dungeons, and his strength was equal to that of an entire guild. Perhaps he was even stronger, which raised a question. How could a person become so strong? He must have signed a contract with the devil. What if he turned against them, becoming an enemy? Another user asked how he was able to clear the dungeon himself. If he could, then he could too. If he worked hard enough, there is no limit to human strength. If this is possible, then he can help many people. And if they try, they will become like him. You can't always hide at home and be afraid. After reading all this, Richard thoughtfully rubbed his mustache, then got up from his chair and thought that it didn't matter whether he was an enemy or a villain. He needed to meet him before he became too strong to lure him to their side. He walked around the office, calling for the administrator, but no one answered. He stopped and listened, wondering why it was so quiet here, and at that moment the door to his office swung open, and a stranger entered and said that they had finally met. Upon seeing him, Richard immediately became agitated and exclaimed, "How did he get here?" He answered him that he came to warn him. He didn't understand what they were talking about, and he said that he himself knew the time had come. The time had really come. The monsters were furious. The terrible disasters they so desperately wanted to avoid had already begun, and even though the disaster was too great and the outside was as dangerous as ever, Hyunbok would definitely be able to prevail. Armed, he confidently entered the dungeon. Meanwhile, a girl named Kim Mi-jin sat in her home in complete darkness, hiding under a blanket, quietly saying that she didn't want to die. Everything was going according to plan, until the encounter with the monsters on the 3rd floor. Because of the goblin commander, most of her squad died, and everyone else hid in their homes in fear. She had a month left to clear the dungeon. She still had so much to do, so she didn't want to die. A notification from the website arrived on her phone. The dungeon had been cleared thanks to the mercenary system. She stared at the phone screen in surprise, thinking it was a joke, then walked to the front door and slowly opened it, peering out through the crack. Seeing a huge dragon and a man there, she was very surprised. After that, everyone else crowded around him. They recognized him and began to thank him. The girl, confused, approached Hyunbok and loudly thanked him for his help, and he said that she did not need to thank him. He did it for a reason. Her request stated that she would do anything for her salvation. She confirmed this and asked what she could do, and then he handed her a contract and told her to sign it. She immediately signed it. He noted that it was stupid. She signed the contract without even reading it. But in fact, she read everything. Her soul becomes his property. This truth cannot be disclosed. These words cannot be conveyed to anyone, either by voice or text. 5% of the monthly income will be sent to him. For her, this is not a profitable contract. He noted that despite this, she signed it anyway, and she answered him with a smile that she had promised that she would do anything, and she was not going to go back on her word. He said with a grin that she was quick-witted, and then she bowed to him and excitedly asked him to give her power in return. Let him make her stronger so that she would be capable of more. He remained silent, and she thought that this was the only chance in her life, and if she refused it, she would never wait for it again. This was a chance to change her life. MC said that he liked it. She had a talent for magic, so he could make her stronger. He was very good with what was his. He agreed to her request, after which he returned home and, looking at her characteristics, thought that besides her, everyone else was useless, but he was still lucky. She has potential in curse magic, which is related to necromancy, and she is the leader of her squad, so they will still follow her. After a while, Kai and Castle came to him, saying that they had completed their training. He asked how their new students were, and they told him everything was fine. They listened to them, and that was the main thing. Plus the atmosphere was good. MC noted that the dungeon didn't disappear even after clearing it, as long as there was at least one person there. It was a great place for training. Castle noticed the girl's stats on his desk and asked what they were, and he told him it was some kind of investment. Sometime later, he visited Mijin, and she thanked him. On the last day of training, he gave her books on necromancy, magic, and how to create spell cards, and then left. She shouted after him that she would definitely survive, and he thought that those he had invested in trusted him completely. They were his followers, and therefore would support him. When they returned home, Castle said he thought it was time for them to move on to the next dungeon. They had enough of low-level dungeons already. Kai and Hyunbak agreed, and Christina, showing them the printout, said she'd already chosen several offers, and she liked the last one the best. MC looked through the list, and the one she'd chosen required mages above the 3rd circle, class E+, and a good reward. Christina said they also gave 5 low-grade magic crystals and 5% of all items dropped by monsters. They were also willing to compensate for damages. He asked if that was too generous. She told him she thought they needed a very experienced mage, and he smirked, saying they might want to find one and invite them to their clan. They'd choose that offer, but they needed to prepare well first. By the way, this was an offer from a guild. What was it called? Christina told him it was a guild called Golden Black Hole, one of the top 10 guilds in America. After that, Hyunbak went on a mission. He successfully dealt with all the slime-type monsters in the dungeon and even took one for himself, naming it Tia. He pulled a piece of slime to himself and absorbed it, and Castle asked if he enjoyed working with it. It was strange to make a slime your assistant. He answered with a smile that it was not at all like that. She was warm and he even enjoyed it. And she wasn't that. She was Tia. Kai said that they needed to hurry, and they all continued along the dungeon together, but suddenly a bright flash blinded them. Through the bright light, the silhouettes of archers were visible, aiming at them, and MC said that he was Wonhyo, who had responded to their request. Could they turn off the light? Their leader apologized, saying that they always do this for safety reasons, then waved his hand, and the light slowly went out, and Hyunbak finally saw who was standing in front of him. Richard approached him and extended his hand with a smile, saying that he was the master of the Golden Black Hole Guild, Richard Leonhardt, who had hired him. He was the director of all magicians. MC was very surprised to hear this. This man had helped him in difficult times, sending packages with all sorts of things. It was thanks to him that he was able to survive back then, although now they had a relationship of employer and mercenary. Richard introduced him to his second-in-command, Mike Hemington, and said that he hoped they would work together. Hyunbak thought it was good that he was wearing a mask. He shouldn't reveal his identity yet, although he was grateful to him. He noted that his Korean was good, and he replied that he spoke English. MC said that apparently the dungeon system automatically translated his speech, and Richard said with a smile that even though they didn't know each other personally, he thought they would get along. In the end, even the language barrier wasn't a problem. Hyunbak agreed with him, and the man thanked all the squad members. After a short rest, they would proceed to the briefing. Afterwards, all the mercenaries gathered in one place and were treated to refreshments. MC removed his mask, and Richard said he thought it had a purpose other than hiding his face. It was good that they would all be able to enjoy the tea he had prepared. Hyunbak said they should respect the food on the table, after which Richard suggested they begin the briefing since everyone was here. He was their employer, Richard, and he wanted to clarify one thing right away. They were his subordinates for the duration of the mission. MC noted that this was already clear, and some mercenaries reluctantly agreed, while others saw no problem. Richard said that their guild was engaged in a thorough and complete clearing of the dungeons. That meant they would have to stay too. One of the mercenaries was indignant, and Hyunbak asked how long they would have to stay. He answered that it would take a month, and if he was lucky, 3 weeks. Of course, if they get injured or something like that, they will be allowed to go home, but everyone else must stay until the end. Castle said that he liked it, and MC remarked that it was good that they chose this request. Castle said that they would do everything right, both now and later. He laughed and called them all stupid wizards, and then asked the master, "Is it okay if he says so?" He asked in response, "Why is he asking since he has already started?" Castle said that he did not see the point in constantly leaving the dungeon and coming back. At one point, they had to recover and sleep in a D-class dungeon for almost the entire exploration. The others were very surprised, and Richard asked how they dealt with that. Castle told him that it was not really D-class, so everything was fine, and they were also prepared for the fight with the boss monster. The man smiled, saying that he hoped to hear the whole story one day, but for now they needed to continue the briefing. After that, they went to clean up. Hyunbak and his team skillfully dealt with the monsters, and Richard, having watched this, said that it was good that they had such an experienced necromancer. Mike agreed with him and said that there was only a 2-circle difference, but he seemed much more experienced. He would like him to join their guild. It would be both easier and safer. Richard said that he didn't think he wanted to join any guild. It was better for them not to talk to him about this, so as not to spoil their relationship. Mike agreed with this and asked if these rumors were true. He would like to see a skeleton dragon. Richard said that he hoped they wouldn't have to summon it, but he still wanted to see its power. Mike agreed with him, and after a while, they reached the desert. Mike said that he thought there was little danger here except for the sand, but it was strange for an E+ class dungeon. MC closed his eyes, and Christina used telepathy to tell him that something like this had happened last time, and Castle said with annoyance that he didn't want to experience it again. Kai confidently said that this time everything would be different. The main thing was to protect the master. Hyunbok said that he didn't like that either. A situation in which the exact danger awaiting them was unknown, like the calm before the storm. Kai asked what they should do. He thought it was best to gather as much information as possible. Castle agreed, because if a high-class monster like that demoness appeared again, they could all die. Christina said that they needed to join forces to survive, and MC agreed. After that, he went to Richard, who asked if they had finished the meeting and were ready to report the current situation. Hyunbok told him that he had encountered similar open-ended dungeons before, and that many monsters often roamed such areas. Richard remarked that this didn't sound good. The location wasn't very good, and they would also have to fight a boss. Mike said he didn't know what to do. There were no traces. They needed to finish the battle as quickly as possible. MC said there was more bad news, after which he erected a magic dome over them, and the man asked with a smile, he doesn't want them to be heard? Hyunbok told him that in one dungeon he encountered a creature. She said she was a disaster demon dragon. She was definitely not level E class, and she fed on other bosses to survive. He didn't know how many exactly, but at least 3. He clarified. So she absorbed them? He confirmed it, and the man said it was surprising that he was still alive. He said it was just luck. She didn't intend to kill him. She said she wanted to fight him and test how strong he was. She asked him to hold out for only 5 minutes, gave him 3 chances to hit her, promising to attack during those intervals. He asked, what happened during those 5 minutes? She used the absorbed boss monsters? MC mentally noted that he was very smart and replied that it was hard for him to last a minute, let alone 5. So they decided to attack her bosses. In the end, she acknowledged him and said that he passed the test. Richard thoughtfully looked away and assumed that she was traveling the world, looking into different dungeons, looking for servants or companions. In the worst case, she would appear again. How many people did he need? He answered that it was fine, he would be better off alone. Richard handed him a bracelet and told him to take this. It was a magical item for communication. They only had 8 of them, so let him return it later. Hyunbok put it on and thought it was an amazing thing, after which he said that he would contact them. Richard hoped that he would survive, and then Castle, anticipating, told the master to get it. He threw a crystal on the sand and it immediately turned into a car, and he told Castle that he would be driving, which made him very happy. Some time ago, Castle exclaimed that they needed transportation, and MC asked why. He answered that they were spending too much time moving around in dungeons. Christina agreed with him and asked if perhaps they should summon a dragon and move around on it. Hyunbok said that was a good option, but then the mana costs would be too high. He turned to Kai, who was playing a racing game, and he came up with the idea. At the moment, they got into transportation, and Christina asked why a car? He answered her that it was the most familiar to him, and it would be convenient for their whole group. He told Castle to step on the gas, and he happily exclaimed that he would show them what a great driver he was. Meanwhile, Richard and his assistant watched them go with surprised looks. The man asked, did he see that? Mike confirmed this, and said that he never thought he would see such a thing in the dungeon. The chairman said with a smile that he thought the car worked on the same principle as golems. The main thing is to tune the engine, and then even greater things are possible. He could learn a lot from him. He told them to take positions, and they began to set up a fortified camp. Meanwhile, some girl sensed their presence and said that they finally reached the 2nd floor. Did that idiot really abandon them? That's great. Meanwhile, MC remarked that all of this was somehow strange. The skeletons agreed with him, and he asked if they would arrive in about 30 minutes. Christina said that she didn't see a single monster, and he remarked that this was quite strange. They needed to be more careful. The communication bracelet lit up. He told Castle to go back, and they immediately turned around. But their return was delayed, and Hyunbok asked if he was sure he was going the right way. He answered that this was the right road, and Christina said that she would double-check it with magic. MC cautiously noticed that something was wrong, and he didn't want to face it. She said that even if so, they didn't know the cause or the solution. Quite a while had passed, and they still hadn't reached the endpoint, so they got out of the car and looked around. Christina told the master that there was good and bad news, and asked where to start. He told her to start with the bad news. It was better to solve the problem right away. She said that they were stuck, and their problem couldn't be solved with his magic. She sent her mana in different directions, and as a result, it broke off in one place. It was difficult for her to control it, but as far as she understood, the magic moved to another place. The mana didn't move by accident. it was intended, and she thinks the same could happen to them. Hanbok said that the lowest level of teleportation magic is the 5th circle. For groups, it's the 7th. But if the distance is large, it's already the 8th. So they were trapped here by a being with 8th circle magic. And the good news? She said that this creature had also locked itself in. He thought for a second and said that that wasn't bad at all. If a creature with such magic was nearby and wasn't killing anyone, it could save them. Christina said that they needed to find a way out of here, and he agreed with her, saying that he wouldn't miss such a chance. Meanwhile, the guild members clashed with the sand dolls. Fortunately, they weren't strong opponents, but there were too many of them. When they finally dealt with them all, Richard remarked that it was unexpected. They would start by treating the wounded and then restore the defenses. Mike asked if he wanted to build a camp. He answered that they needed it right now. Suddenly, the child's voice was heard from the side. A girl appeared in front of them from the dark haze, giggled, and said that they were so much like him, too smart. They stared at her in fear, and she told the bald man that she liked his way of thinking, but the exam wasn't over yet. Mike was angry. He wanted to say a few nasty words to her, but Richard quickly shut him up. The girl smiled and advised him to be careful with his words. He'd almost died. Mike calmed down and glanced nervously at him, and she said they only had an hour to rest, then the battle would begin again. Which was better, quality or quantity? Richard smiled nervously and asked if it was possible to choose both options. Her eyes fixed on him. Then she smirked and said that this option was more interesting. So be it. Their next opponents would outnumber these ones in both quantity and quality. They should prepare better, since they have exactly 1 hour. She disappeared, and Richard nervously looked at the guild members and ordered them to move faster. They only had an hour, and they needed to get everything done. He thought she was testing him. After the test, she would want to use them all, and the opponents would be different. After that, they sat down to rest, and he told them to listen to him. There are rumors that since the appearance of the dungeons, such strange creatures have appeared. Wonhyo, the necromancer they saw, told him about it. The creature he met was a demon. She is probably a low-class demon at the very least. But there is good news. She is testing them, which means she will not attack herself. But they still better prepare. It will be difficult, and he does not know how many people will die. But he is sure of one thing. All the dead will not be forgotten. And if he dies, let them not forget him. All survivors must remember their brothers and sisters. No one will be forgotten. On this day, they fight for all of them. They will take revenge. His words filled them with fighting spirit, and when time ran out and new monsters appeared, they boldly rushed into battle. Victory in the second battle was also theirs. Their preparation was excellent, so there were practically no wounded. After the battle ended, the girl appeared again and asked a question. What do they want to increase this time? Emotions, quantity, or quantity? Richard asked if he could increase defense instead, but she only smiled. 2 hours later, the third battle began. Having rested, the squad was also able to win without wounds. In the 4th, 5th, and 6th battles, Richard also mentioned different things. He seemed to understand the rules of this game and made choices based on the squad's condition. But after the 9th battle, there was no choice left. So the girl made the choices herself. Because of this, the battles became many times more difficult. The monsters became stronger due to the improvement of their equipment, and they gained intelligence. After another victory, the girl joyfully clapped her hands and said that they survived again. What will they choose this time? In honor of the 20th time, maybe they should increase the rest time again. Richard refused. Instead, he asked her to reduce the party, which at first took her a little taken aback. He said that he wanted to remove half of the people, or rather, send them home. Was that possible? The party members stared at him in shock, and the girl smirked and promised him that she would save half. But in exchange, he would have to choose who to leave alive. The next battle would begin in 21 days and 6 hours. She said goodbye to them and disappeared. Richard decided to stay here and send Mike home, which indignantly affected him, but he was firm in his decision. He said that he was responsible, he was in charge here, so he would stay and he would leave. Even if he died, he would be able to manage the guild. The golden black hole, their country, and the whole world were counting on them. He approached him and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that everything was already prepared in case of his death. The main thing was to let him take care of it. Mike firmly answered him that he understood everything. After which, Richard turned to the squad and asked them for forgiveness, but he would have to make a choice. The members of his guild began a discussion. Those who had nothing holding them to the outside world decided to stay, and Richard also released the mercenaries. A portal opened while people were leaving the dungeon. Richard approached Mike and asked him to take care of everything. Mike covered his face with his hand, trying to control his emotions, and Richard told him not to worry so much. It didn't mean he would definitely die. Mike nodded and then left the dungeon. Half of the warriors remained, 62 people. Richard said that during this time they should all receive the necessary treatment, and in the remaining time they should just rest or do light training. After that, he left the camp and headed into the desert. 2 guys caught up with him and asked where he was going. It could be dangerous. He told them that he would be fine. There were no monsters here. One of the guys asked if he really thought they had a chance. He asked in response, had he ever given up? There are always chances, and opportunities are much greater. They all continued on their way together, and all this time Richard walked deliberately, without lifting his feet from the sand, thus leaving traces. After a while, he reached his goal, or more precisely, the place where the tracks ended. Richard ordered them to plant a bomb made of mana crystals, after which they blew up the place where the tracks ended, and the guy asked, "Didn't they bring bombs for the battle?" The man said that they just needed to survive. He thought that there were still about 4 or 6 battles left, but in this state, they couldn't cope, so he had to choose the lesser of 2 evils. The guy asked, so he decided to save at least half. He confirmed this and said that now they could go. They had already done everything they could. Days passed, the battle was supposed to begin soon, which is why the whole squad was tense. Richard finally told them to go forward with their heads held high. He was sorry and he was grateful to them. Let them not give up, there is hope, and he will believe in each of them to the last. After this, monsters emerged from the sand and began to approach the camp. He waved his hand and told the squad to prepare. They must do everything to survive. Several guys threw bombs at the monsters. Explosions rang out, and the monsters screamed about how much pain they were in. Watching this, Richard already regretted encouraging them. Not a single kill in 3 minutes. When the fire died down, the monsters gathered their strength and attacked again. They threw spears at the hill where they had taken refuge, and Richard ordered everyone to gather. At that moment, he thought of their only hope, Wonyo. At that moment, a fiery explosion thundered, and all the enemies were stunned by the sight. The flame evaporated, forming a thick dust. The knights were shouted at not to stop, or they would die immediately. The struggle between the opponents continued, and Richard realized it was much more than he thought, but they were still holding out. They had to hold out as long as possible, and then quickly begin the attack. A moment later, one of the knights was destroyed, pierced through by a sword. Tears of pain appeared in his eyes and blood gushed from his mouth. He cried out for Thomas, but Thomas begged him not to stop and thanked him for everything. After this, Thomas fell to the ground unconscious, and Richard grew even more enraged, shouting that these were vile creatures and that they should notice him and kill him first. At that moment, the rest of Richard's subordinates began to say goodbye to him, shouting words of gratitude and asking him to take care of their loved ones. Richard watched the battle unfold in bewilderment and shock, when suddenly he noticed one of his fighters attack the enemy from behind. But at that moment, flames formed again and began to spread everywhere. Richard closed his eyes and thought, then shouted to the others to hold on, as they had to survive. After these words, the flames disappeared again and thick dust appeared, and when it dispersed in the air and they could see each other, the fight continued. The guys weren't expecting much, but this was too much. They would simply be killed here. They were focused on the fight, and at that moment, Richard realized that this was impossible. The girl was telling them to keep fighting, so that everyone would die, and Richard was dumbfounded when he saw her right in front of him. She came close to him, grabbed his face, and told him that he had made the best choice and saved many lives. He was a good commander and should care about his subordinates, but he was just a good commander, not a commander who leads people to victory. He knows how to win, right? A commander must think clearly, not rely on emotions, and he needed many soldiers. That was the only way he would win. He shouldn't have given up his men. He'd simply signed half a death warrant and they couldn't be saved. Richard was stunned by this and realized that she was right, and it truly had been a terrible choice. He'd simply killed his subordinates, and was now witnessing the consequences of that choice. The girl continued to say that he could regret it as a good commander, but he had to do it. He wanted to spare at least some lives, but now he'd have to watch the rest die. After these words, she vanished right before his face, and Richard was stunned. Beads of sweat began to pour down his face from the cold, and he assumed they were about to prepare and attack again. Although at the time, he couldn't understand how anyone could attack at such a moment. After his words, the knights immediately rushed to the attack, and the enemy began to destroy them one by one with ease. He began shaking with anger and fear, and one of his men kept saying that they must survive, while another shouted at him to avenge them. The girl grinned and said that he wasn't so bad, that he deserved an A in the subject, that he was a good boy, and that he could take her power. At that moment, he froze and realized that it was true, because if he took the power, he could win, even if he became a monster. In that case, they wouldn't lose, and he needed to think clearly and act deliberately, even if there were many casualties. At that moment, he raised his hand, when suddenly the protagonist grabbed him and said, enough. He could win by becoming a monster, but then he wouldn't be forgiven. Killing a monster is a heroic act. At that moment, the battle continued, but everything was illuminated by a bright purple magical light, and the monsters were attacked by copies of himself. He realized he was too late, but Richard thanked him for it and asked again, how much did he hear? Hyunbok replied that he'd heard it from the middle, and also heard how she'd manipulated him. Richard asked how he'd managed it. He thought the demon hadn't liked the local monsters, giving it an advantage. Richard noted that they could handle it now with his help, but they needed to get stronger. Hyunbok remarked that there was no such thing as too much strength, especially when he needed to protect someone. He needed something more than just strength. And he was right. Strength wasn't the only thing needed. Humans would always be weaker than monsters. He needed to use his brain to prevent that from happening again. At that moment, Grin approached him and struck him square in the cheek, sending Richard flying back and clutching his cheek in pain. Grin said he needed to be taught a lesson for what had happened. Richard pointed out that he'd already struck him, and now it was his turn. A struggle ensued between them, but Grin's men began to defend him and ended up hitting Richard in the face, leaving him blue in the face. Grin said they wanted to follow a man, not a monster. He had no need to become a monster. for their strength was their own. Richard's mouth dropped open in shock, and he caught his breath, then apologized and thanked them for what had happened. The protagonist watched all this, turning sharply to see Castle shouting to his master that they were finished. Christina also announced their arrival, and Kai added that everything was ready. Hyunbok realized that he, like Richard, and his squad had someone to rely on. He was proud of his friends when suddenly he saw an explosion of unknown origin in front of him. It was the demon girl, angrily screaming that she had almost succeeded, and it was all because of him. He was a vile mage. How dare he do this? The protagonist looked her in the eyes and didn't move when he suddenly calmly said that this was just his job. The demon screamed that she would tear him to shreds right now. Did he really think he had defeated her? What kind of opponent does he want this time? He confidently replied that he didn't need any, and she asked in bewilderment, "What?" He replied that he wasn't going to choose anything and didn't need to choose. The demon shouted unpleasant, humiliating words at him and asked if he had really decided to give up his life. At that moment, a dark, magical aura began to emanate from her, and the protagonist stood firm. He stated that he didn't intend to die here. The demon asked again, did he believe that stupid lizard? Did he really think she wouldn't kill him out of fear? Hyunbok replied that she couldn't kill him or cause him any harm. At that moment, the girl grew even angrier and, in her rage, called him a brainless freak, which only made her even angrier. The protagonist was stunned and realized he was in danger when the girl began to transform into a muscular, terrifying monster. She asked, is he looking down on her? Then he would be finished. Enormous claws appeared on her hand and she lunged at him with all her might. As the girl approached him, the protagonist remained motionless, staring into her face, creating tension between them. He noted that she was too strong, but the source of this power must be somewhere in the dungeon, and Gloria was having a hard time maintaining herself, having expended so much energy on her soldiers. It was simple. She lacked the strength for another attack. He knew perfectly well that she was weaker than Gloria, but she was still a powerful monster, and yet he was able to understand the secret of her power. It all happened thanks to 3 coincidences. First, he became stronger by breaking through the barrier, and this power remained with him. Second, he was a necromancer, and third, he could control these monsters. She split her soul into pieces to control them, which is why everything turned out this way. The ability to repair a soul and give it a physical shell is the work of a necromancer. That's why he was able to easily defeat her monsters. If he doesn't want to take the soul, he can simply destroy it. This is also part of his ability as a necromancer. Circle 5 magic, soul explosion. He can use souls and create explosions with them. Thanks to this, he was able to destroy the soldiers, which means her soul has significantly weakened. He also thinks that she will have a long time to recover from this, and the demon screamed with incredible irritation and anger that she will definitely kill him. It will definitely happen. Let him die. Hyunbok replied that he hoped this would not happen, and the demon began to disappear into space, shouting one last time that this was not their last meeting. When she disappeared, all the soldiers were stunned, and an awkward silence ensued. Suddenly, Hyunbok fell to his knees, and cold sweat began to roll down his face. At that moment, Mike arrived, shouting loudly, "Master!" Everyone turned to look at him, and tears welled up in his eyes. He ran up to Richard, hugged him, and shouted that he was so glad that he was alive. Richard replied that he was also glad to see him, and Mike began to sob even harder. Richard examined him carefully and realized that it was over. The system reported, United States of America, Dungeon number 1087, Class E+. Survivors 90, dead 25, purge completed on day 219. Sometime later, they arrived at the field hospital, and Hyunbok started dinner. Richard approached him and said he had a good appetite. He brought an IV with yellow liquid, and Hyunbok asked again how he was feeling. He replied that, frankly, the recovery would be long, but that was okay. The most important thing was that he was alive, and, by the way, the dungeon had disappeared. Hyunbok added that this meant they couldn't return for now unless they agreed to another mission. Richard sat down on his bed and explained that he was already paying him for everything, so he shouldn't worry. Maybe he wanted to stay in America? They would be honored to accept him into the guild. They were the best guild in America, even the world. Hyunbok thanked him for the offer, but he didn't want to be part of a guild and might create his own later. Richard replied that he understood everything and asked again, then what about America? They could work together. Hyunbok replied that these were good ideas, but he had no plans to leave Korea anytime soon. The director wondered if this was because it was his homeland. He replied that wasn't entirely true. He simply had everything prepared there and didn't want to part with what he had already achieved. Richard responded that it was fine. In that case, he would move on to other matters and say so again. He thanked him for everything, because they were alive thanks to him, and he would definitely repay him for all his help. He asked him to forget about it, as he was hoping for an additional reward, having done much more than they had agreed upon. Richard replied, of course, that everything would be as it should be, and he wished him a good rest. Meanwhile, Castle noted that he saw that everything was fine, and Christina added that if it weren't for him, they would not have survived. Kai also decided to join their conversation and said he agreed, as if they'd arrived a second later, there would have been no one to help. Nidhogg said they needed to become stronger, and the protagonist listened to their thoughts and remembered the monster, as he thought it was connected to the region. Kai said he immediately thought of Legion, and Castle asked, what the hell is that? Kai wondered if he really didn't know. Legion is a high-class monster with characteristics similar to a ghost, and is practically impossible to kill. You could say Legion is a ghost that controls other monsters. There are many different ghost-type monsters, but Legion is unique in that it can control its puppets. She also split her soul and controlled its particles, but she wasn't like the undead. Her soul had a physical body, and frankly, he didn't want to fight her anymore. All the guys agreed with him after thinking about the situation, except Nidhogg, who remained silent and didn't react in any way. Hyunbok noticed this reaction and asked, "What's wrong?" He explained that he thought it would be good to absorb her soul and become stronger. Hyunbok was stunned, his mouth hanging open in surprise, then remarked that this was an excellent idea. He was an incomplete dragon, meaning he had to do everything he could to become stronger, and the stronger he was, the better it would be for them all. Nidhogg thanked him for the advice, and the protagonist continued to say that while they were in America, he should collect as many souls as possible. There would certainly be more tasks here than back home. Richard also said he would sort out the visa issue. After a while, he arrived and shouted, "Does he want to travel around America? That's a great idea," he said, and he was really looking forward to hearing it. He also hoped he would stay here for a long time. At that moment, his stomach began to ache violently, and he grunted in pain. The nurse informed him that he couldn't move for now, and Hyunbok remarked that he really should rest for now and decided to use his gym while he recovered. When they entered the room, he remarked that it was perfect for a wizard. There was plenty of space and it was quiet. She also examined it and said they now had an excellent place to train. Hyunbok decided to begin. They needed to survive as long as possible while they were here. Thus, he was able to study the concept of coordinates that appeared on the fifth circle. While the first circle had been points, circle 5 already had coordinates. These concepts could be said to be simultaneously different and identical, and he believes this peculiarity is directly related to his specialization. His beginning is this point of reference, that is, himself. But is he developing his body correctly? He needs to push his limits. He was confident that the path he was following was the right one, and that's why he gave it his all. Although he had been on the brink of death several times, he thought these were merely logical errors. Now he was on circle 5, but everything was still achievable, and it was then that the monster told him that he was a fool who could achieve nothing on his own, and that this could prevent him from escaping. Gloria helped him escape then, and told him to boost his abilities using the coordinates. He had to push his limits using Circle 7 teleportation magic. Nidhogg also used Corrupted Breath using the coordinates this time, and they eventually managed to escape, but both he and Nidhogg were exhausted from using such powerful magic. Gloria laughed, thinking he wouldn't succeed, but he was doing well, and she would take care of his healing. Thanks to her, they were able to recover quickly. Christina said that she had already said this, but they need to become stronger because they are surrounded by too many difficult opponents. He noted that this was indeed the case, or they would simply die. Meanwhile, the demon girl began screaming at Gloria from the ground. Gloria chuckled and remarked that she really liked it, the way she squirmed like a bug. The girl screamed that she had crossed all boundaries. Did she really think she would let this go? Gloria noted that she hadn't been able to do what she wanted, but she still felt sorry for killing her. The girl grew even more angry and exclaimed, prompting Gloria to continue, claiming she still called herself a demon, even though there was nothing demonic left in her, just a bug. The girl tried to call her an unpleasant name, but Gloria suddenly said she would save her, as she was in a good mood. The girl was very surprised, and Gloria added that she should know that she was only alive thanks to her. The girl continued to writhe on the ground, angrily screaming that she would die anyway, as she would definitely kill her, and that man, all of them. Sometime later, the protagonist was in Richard's workroom, who asked how he was doing there. He replied that it was quite good, and Richard was glad to hear this, and he also saw that everything here was new to them. Hyunbok noted that this was indeed true, as Washington seemed bottomless. He asked again, in what sense? Hyunbok noted that he was a necromancer, so he would see a little more than others. If they ascended higher, he would understand this too. After these words, they decided to take off in a helicopter right above the city, and the protagonist asked him to look at it and spoke. Deadeye. Magical sparks began to emanate from his hand, and Richard exclaimed in horror. Numerous magical skulls appeared in the sky above the city, and he couldn't understand how this was possible. The protagonist noted that he could now see what happened to dead people, and he asked again what he was talking about. Hyunbok explained that he was talking about souls that leave the body after death, which is why people hold funerals. Richard noted the significance of these people, but before he could finish his sentence, Hyunbok announced that they had not found peace after death. Richard frowned and thought about this, then said that he understood everything, but how could one live next to them all the time and not notice? Suddenly, he himself realized that this was all happening because of mana. Hyunbok carefully examined his expression and thought it was a good thing he'd answered his own question. And these aren't just souls, they can evolve. For example, if they absorb other souls, the more energy a person has, the stronger they are. And that's the law of survival for the undead. Richard clutched his face and asked in confusion, what should he do? Hyunbok replied that there was a way. Sometime later, they arrived at the White House, in the president's office. The president of the United States looked at the paper and muttered, what kind of nonsense is this? Halloween had long since ended. Will ghosts start attacking city residents within a year? He turned to the vice president and asked if they should stock up on crystals and holy water. He replied that if that was necessary, they should do so, and they could also stock up on silver bullets, just in case. The president chuckled and said he should call the exorcists too. At that moment, magical sparks appeared right in their office, and they were stunned with horror and began screaming. What's going on? A bolt of magical lightning struck the window, shattering it into tiny pieces, and the president shouted to his subordinate to immediately deal with the situation. They both turned toward the window, their mouths open in shock as they saw magical forces of various colors hovering directly above them. Could these be ghosts? A security guard rushed into their office and announced that they needed to evacuate quickly. The men ran into the hallway and scattered from the ghosts that appeared, growling loudly at them. Confused, they ran into the large hall and screamed in terror. They begged the guard to shoot the creatures, but nothing worked, and the monsters began attacking them. The president clutched his head in his hands and screamed in fear, when suddenly he opened one eye and someone said, "This is why they need to pay more attention to the problems in the country." It was the main character, who, using his magical powers, absorbed these ghosts. The president screamed, "What's going on? What is this?" He turned to the vice presidents with these questions, and their subordinate reported that it was a simple demonstration. Could it really have been staged? He replied, "Yes, this is what will happen in just a year in their country." The president asked again, "But who are these two people?" He noted that it was Richard Leonhardt, the master of the Golden Black Hole, responsible for this demonstration, and next to him stood the best necromancer he knew. The president shouted, "Necromancer?" Heimbach said they were running out of time and the spirits were gaining strength. They saw everyone, and only the two of them remained. The protagonist explained what they needed to do if they didn't want this place to become a kingdom of the dead in a year. To begin, they decided to conduct an experiment in a small town. They first checked to see if there were any spirits there. There were so many wizards and soldiers here, but Richard didn't have to worry about him. So they decided to begin, and at that moment, Nidhogg appeared in reality. He told him to begin, and Nidhogg agreed, and a moment later, a magic circle appeared around the protagonist. It began emitting bright beams of light straight into the sky, and the ghosts laughed loudly at what was happening, screaming for their bodies to be released, because it all belonged to them. The shockwave began to destroy one ghost after another, and they screamed in terror. Heimbach understood that a necromancer always needs mana, so he devised a mana ritual for restoration. He takes the mana of the undead for himself, but this has a negative effect on living beings, so he immediately transfers it to Nidhogg. All the mana is stored in his body, and he asked him to wait, because it's not just the quantity of mana that matters, but also the quality. Nidhogg replied that he understood everything, after which their forces continued to destroy those very souls, and a moment later they evaporated, and the boys finished. Heimbach turned to Nidhogg and wondered how he was doing. Suddenly, he looked at his phone, where Nidhogg's stats were displayed, showing that he had superior stats. Could they really change? Did that mean he could become a different dragon? Nidhogg thanked him for boosting his stats, and Heimbach informed him that the stronger he became, the stronger he would become, so he should stop trying to create a heart with energy alone. It would be better to use something material as a basis. He had already asked Richard to obtain a good crystal for him, and they just needed to wait. Nidhogg thanked him again, and at that moment, the protagonist turned around and noticed something was wrong behind them. A car pulled up, and Richard emerged. He asked how their ritual had gone. He replied that it had been successful, and then asked why a priest and a nun had appeared. Richard asked permission to introduce them to the necromancer, Wanyo. The priest introduced himself as Romeo, and the nun said her name was Victoria. Heimbach asked again why they had come here. They said they came to make sure he was okay, and he was very glad that was true, because he saw no evil in his energy, and he himself was convinced that everything he was doing was to drive out the bad spirits. Heimbach said he had only taken their energy, and an awkward silence fell between them. The priest frowned at him, looked at him, and said that he understood what he was saying, but at the same time, he was sure he was doing it for the greater good. Now, he wants to cleanse a large metropolis? Heimbach confidently replied that this was so, and Romeo continued by saying that some of his colleagues would also like to test the results of his methods. Not all of them trusted him so much, but he hoped for his understanding. At that moment, the protagonist realized why they had come here. There were many more people on their side, and they were much stronger together, so they came first to avoid killing each other. Heimbach replied that everything was fine, but if his life was threatened, he would defend himself. Romeo agreed and thanked him for understanding. He then approached the car and said that they would work together for the sake of their world, and with that, they drove off. Richard said that the president himself had sent them here. They were exorcists who use holy power to cleanse dungeons. Heimbach chuckled at the holy power and said it was good that the ritual was successful. Richard hoped all the other rituals would be the same, and Heimbach replied that he would also like that. At that moment, the director announced that he had good news. He had managed to obtain one crystal, and the protagonist asked again, which one? It turned out to be the Diamond of Hope, also known as the Diamond of Misfortune. Meanwhile, a special armored car carrying priests was heading to the city, and a nun suggested that he would become even stronger and that they should get rid of him before it was too late. Romeo agreed with her, but it was not the time to do so yet, since he was hiding behind good intentions, but his methods were far from good. So for now, it was better to watch and wait. Victoria agreed, and Romeo added that he still didn't like having to deal with such a person, but it was their job to show how terrifying and dangerous his power was, and they had to do it. After this exchange, silence fell between them, and they continued on their way. After a while, Richard found himself at home with Hyunbok and asked what he was doing. He, pen in hand, explained that he needed to create an undead creature that could regenerate its mana, fight for 3 hours straight, and use at least 3 weapons. But this was a very complicated undertaking, and Richard wondered why. He explained that he needed a skeleton, a spear thrower, and a swordsman all rolled into one. The director asked again, what's the problem then? The protagonist noted that it was too time-consuming and expensive to produce, and he didn't know how to instill all the qualities in them. Richard frowned and paused, then suggested they try studying robotics. Hyunbok was surprised by this proposal, and Richard added that they were similar processes, creating a body, choosing behavior, and so on. So he thought it would help him. Hyunbok thanked him for the advice, and Richard asked again, is it time to give it to them? The protagonist asked, what was he talking about? He gave him a magical purple crystal and said he was waiting for the next rituals with a smile on his face, while the protagonist was surprised. After that, they performed 2 more rituals and drained negative magic from about 1,000 for Nidhogg. They also began performing rituals in major cities, and Las Vegas was the first. Since that city regularly hosts events, they were able to disguise the ritual as one of them. The day of the parade arrived, and a banner appeared in the sky. Undead versus humans, the parade show. The people around were amazed at how huge the parade was, and that there would definitely be cool rewards for this, very large ones. But one of them asked terrifyingly, what is this? Paratroopers began descending from containers directly above the people, shouting, everyone, pay attention, they must begin moving to the other side. They would receive weapons and must kill the enemy. At that moment, weapons began to be dropped on the people, when suddenly one of the guys saw a magical light and asked, what is it? The soldier shouted, they see this weapon will harm living people, and can be used on the dead and the undead. They must drain their power. If their power fills up and the indicator turns red, they must return to base and receive new weapons. The more undead they catch, the better the reward weapon next time. A billboard appeared with a versus battle of the undead and humans, and everyone was condemned to fight. The people shouted with joy and began to participate in the parade. Numerous military helicopters and tanks appeared on the streets of the peaceful city. Several priests also appeared among them, and the protagonist, surveying the street from the side, said that this was a very smart move. Richard said they couldn't do anything else in such large cities, as it would be difficult to lock everyone in their houses, so they had better do it this way. He decided to leave everything to him and called him a necromancer. Hyunbok replied that he understood everything, and a moment later transformed into an old man with long gray hair and a beard. At that moment, he also summoned his dragon, and the people around him began to exclaim in surprise. Was it really a dragon? This is a red dragon. How much money did they put in here? Someone also wanted to ride this creature, and at that moment, Hyunbok tapped the dragon's head with a stick to get everyone to listen and shouted that they would now begin to get rid of the bad spirits, so he asked everyone to fight with all their might. At that moment, the ghosts began to scream loudly and attack ordinary people, and Hyunbok shouted at them what they must do for this victory and fight. The people began to attack, grabbing magic sticks and starting to swing them. They were successful, and they smiled with joy. One of the monsters shouted that it was not going to disappear, so they must not dare to destroy it, when suddenly a massive attack hit this monster. The creature's blood flew everywhere. It turned out that they were soldiers from the neighboring house who shot it. One of them said that this was another evil spirit. He had already killed 15 spirits. Victory would definitely be his. His friend cursed at this news. The city continued to flame, and people were discussing among themselves whether their weapons were actually fire-based. Some had electricity, others air-based. But suddenly, one of the guy's weapons broke, and the others began laughing loudly at him. Hyunbok watched the proceedings, thinking that they were enjoying the test weapon and that it was good that they were able to test it in a real-life situation. He thought it would be over soon, and besides, the people already looked tired, so it was time for them to finish. At that moment, he formed a magic circle in the center of the city, and the dragon began to roar loudly and laugh. Hyunbok exclaimed that everyone had done well, after which he called them fools, saying that they had only fed his dragon with the energy of the dead, and now they were useless, meaning they should die immediately. At that moment, Nidhogg used his magical powers and created a terrifying shadow that began to approach the simple, peaceful people, and everyone was stunned with horror. The protagonist told them to know that today he was very kind, and they would turn a blind eye, but next time they would not get off so easily, and must wait until he enslaved this world. After these words, he flew into the distance on the dragon, and the people on the ground watched him for a long time. Hyunbok turned around and thought that everything had gone well, and that this was over, and now he could do other things, when suddenly he saw a bright light behind him and was stunned with horror. He turned sharply and noticed a knight who shouted at him that he was a vile creature. Did he really think they would let him go so easily? This knight was wearing silver armor, capes, crosses, and colored insignia. Could these really be knights of the Catholic Church? Richard was frightened and screamed, "What's going on here? Didn't the church say it would support them?" He started yelling at Romeo, asking what was going on. Were they really violating their agreement? Romeo replied that he didn't understand what was going on. He'd warned everyone that they had an agreement, but apparently they'd decided not to listen. Richard asked why they were causing all this trouble, and at that moment a soldier radioed in that there were 4 helicopters and 7 tanks heading their way. Richard became alarmed and asked what was going on. At that moment, military equipment was indeed moving through the city center toward them, and the protagonist said the situation wasn't very good. Apparently someone among the military turned out to be a religious fanatic. Richard asked again, will they be able to escape? He replied that it would be difficult, given the helicopters and tanks, when suddenly a soldier approached Richard and told him not to worry about it. It was Hedrick who said, repeating for everyone, Judas had sold out the superstar, and they must act according to the plan and leave the necromancer alone. Captain Hedrick said he wanted to apologize, as he hadn't thought his squad would behave like that. Richard asked, does that mean he deliberately waited so long to catch the traitors? Hedrick said that was correct. They had long known of their existence, but lacked real evidence. Richard replied that he understood everything and asked Hunbach, did he hear what was going on? He asked, does he have a chance to escape? The protagonist noted that it wasn't a bad idea, but he didn't want to run away. Richard was dumbfounded and asked fearfully, what? He replied that he would try to change this scenario. At that moment, the protagonist rose up on the dragon and declared how great their displeasure was if they had decided to go so far. One of the knights told him to shut up, child of hell, today is the last day of his life. This is what the Lord God wants. Hyunbok was stunned by this, then laughed and shouted that they were only talking and that he acknowledged they were following his plan. However, at that moment, the earth began to shake and his opponents began to fall to the ground. He said that they were not gods in their perfection, but subhumans. Humans are weak by birth, so they constantly strive to become stronger. Although their methods may differ, their goal is the same. They must be responsible for their actions and words. And what is happening in their case? They are merely hiding behind a god, believing that he will protect them. But they must remember that their actions and words are taken as the words and actions of the god, and therefore their actions and misdeeds too. At that moment, all the knights and priests were stunned by this phrase and began to exchange glances when suddenly their swords fell to the ground. Hyunbok watched closely and realized that this was a much stronger holy power. Could this be simply the consequences of his words? One of the knights approached him and thanked him for resolving the conflict this way. He acknowledged that they still lacked much, but they only wanted to follow God's guidance, and besides, they were currently somewhat weakened. Hyunbok was horrified and remarked that this was very interesting, as he had thought they had come here to fight at full strength. The knight replied that they didn't want anyone to die in this battle, and that if their god told them to stop, they would listen. At that moment, Hyunbok smiled and announced that, in that case, he was leaving as their enemy, and that their battle would still take place here, so they should wait for him. After that, he laughed loudly and flew off into the distance. At that moment, a billboard announced that the first round was over, and people joyfully began to shout and exclaim in their success. When Hyunbok arrived in the deserted area and dismounted from his dragon, looking at the ground, he thought he hadn't realized there would be so many problems. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong and turned to Nidhogg, who decided to listen. He asked why he was still under his control. His stats were already much higher than his own. Nidhogg replied that he thought it was all because of the oath. He recalled the protagonist's earlier words and realized that while he had been a fake in the past, now he felt like a real dragon, and thought the oath had now become an oath between the dragon and its swordsman. Hyunbok was dumbfounded by this and asked again, what? Nidhogg continued, saying that, as he had said, he had made a better copy than the original and could now make it stronger. Simply put, he had become the dragon's master. He now had complete control over the dragon with whom he had made the oath. Overall, nothing had changed. He was still its master. Castle approached him and said that this was excellent, because in the future they would only become stronger. Hyunbok turned and looked at him questioningly, but Castle continued saying it would be nice if they could make similar contracts too. He'd like to become a death warrior or death champion. At that point, Kai also suggested that in that case, he'd become a death captain or death soldier. But he shouldn't worry, they'd follow him anyway. Christina didn't understand much yet, but asked them not to say anything until they were sure. The longer they waited, the more disappointed they'd be. Hyunbok replied that he was sure they'd only get stronger, and the boys shouted that they agreed with their master and suggested going to the city, as they couldn't miss such a chance. 45 days later, stage 2 of the event began. This too was completed successfully. Castle, Kai, and Christina gained a lot of negative mana, and thanks to the use of a moonstone core for Christina, a ruby core for Castle, and a sapphire core for Kai, their stats changed after the cores were implanted. They had grown significantly. Christina is level 122, Castle is 128, and Kai is 127. Thanks to the dramatic change in their race's stats, they too have gained the status of changeable, and he himself was able to level up. His level was now 107 from 119. He successfully cleared the E and F level dungeons and completed the 3rd stage. After the incident, Richard asked if he really needed to go back. He thought he'd gotten used to life here after all. Hyunbok smiled and said that his home was Korea, so he wanted to return. Richard said, Fine, but he should remember, because he would be glad to see him anytime. Hyunbok thanked him for his concern and bid him farewell until the next time. Sometime later, they flew home on a plane, and when they exited the airport, Hyunbok stretched and said that even the air felt nicer. When he looked ahead, he realized Hyemi had come to greet him. Hyemi said she was very glad he was back and hoped everything went well. He asked if there had been any problems. How were things going with what he asked for? Hyemi confidently replied that everything was ready and asked if that was really enough. He replied yes, and Hyemi continued the conversation by saying that she had sent him a replica of the Korean peninsula created by Kim Jong-ho. At that moment, she asked again, who are these people behind him? Castle, in human form, approached her, jokingly elbowed her, and asked her not to joke around like that. They had met before, and she should take a closer look at him. Hyemi looked at him in confusion and started screaming in shock. Was it really him? He yelled that she had guessed correctly. Kai asked again. This is the first time she's seen them like this, right? Hyemi wondered how this had happened. Castle said they'd leveled up well in the States and could now take other forms. Christina turned to Hanbok and said they needed to go, and he agreed. Hyemi approached him and said they had something for him from the director. He asked what it was. Taking a small piece of paper in his hands, he asked again, is this really a talisman? There was even a letter. The letter said this talisman had a special power, and thanks to it, he was able to create this, so he was sending this talisman to its true owner. Hyunbok became sad and realized that his routine hadn't changed much since returning home. He had training, studying, and clearing the dungeon, and he also began researching talismans. He had previously thought they were part of Asian culture, but this one was a little different. This talisman actually contained power, despite its A4 size. It was so powerful that he still needed to learn to control it. Christina wanted to know where the director got such knowledge, and she suggested stealing it. He agreed with her, as it wasn't a bad idea. When Castle suddenly announced that they had a guest, he asked again, who was it? Was it Hyemi? He replied that it wasn't. It was the one he wanted to kidnap. After a while, the guy sat down at the table across from the guys, and as the protagonist examined him, he reflected on how much younger he thought. Was he really the director? He couldn't sense his mana at all. The guy asked again, had he already looked at him? Hyunbok replied, yes, he was the director. After that, the guy announced that he had made the talisman they gave him. The protagonist wondered if he had come in person. Didn't he know how dangerous mages were? He replied that he knew everything and had fought mages, and many truly were crazy. Christina asked him again, why was he talking about this while looking at her? He cleared his throat and continued the conversation. In general, they were dangerous guys. They'd even learned to increase their mana, so his problems had only increased. He was talking about mages in general, not dungeon mages. Hyunbok said he'd always known there was magic in the world too. The guy replied that he saw it and wasn't surprised, and Hyunbok added that magic also existed on Earth. It might not be much, but wizards had learned to use it properly. He wondered how that happened. He answered affirmatively to this question, and the guy continued saying that then he could show him what he'd learned about the wizards he'd personally killed. If he asked, of course. Hyunbok replied that he didn't think he needed to ask, since there were many of them here, and he was alone. He should just pass on everything he knew. The boy grinned and replied that the other wizards had immediately tried to kill him, while he was only trying to teach the new generation. At that moment, all the boys were frozen with horror, and the protagonist realized he couldn't move. Was he really controlling them? It was terrifying. He couldn't sense any outside influence. At that moment, the boy stood up and said that today would be a great experience for him. He walked over to the window and asked if he could smoke there. Hyunbok replied that it was forbidden, and the boy turned around and said that, as he'd said, he needed payment for the information, and he needed to do everything he asked, and it would only last 10 days. He replied that he understood, and the boy continued the conversation, saying that if he completed this task, he could even give him a bonus. Maybe he'd get a better position than this one. After that, he came closer and placed a talisman on the table, explaining that they would be able to communicate using it, although there was no guarantee that the phones would work. He said goodbye and left the room, slamming the door behind him. The boys exchanged glances, and Christina commented that they were completely defeated. How could he even use magic of that level? Hyunbok replied that they needed to prepare. His tasks would surely be difficult. Kai apologized to the owner, and Castle, clutching his skull, said that they had lost, and that it was terrible. He didn't understand what it was, some kind of paralysis or pressure, or perhaps, even worse, a time freeze. Christina, after a brief silence, commented that it was terrible. The next day, Hyemi said she had something to deliver. It was his payment, and she hoped he would complete this task. These were the director's words. They were outside near the service vehicles, and the protagonist was dumbfounded by what he saw, and asked again why there were so many. Christina added that these are 5 trucks weighing 10 tons. She handed over 3 more books and said that he had also asked for this. Hyunbok examined the books carefully, and considered whether the entry-level edition for modern wizards, the basic Book of the Dead, and the Book of Talismans for beginners were exactly what he wanted. A couple of days later, the task began. Richard answered the phone and said he'd sent everything to him because he needed to contact the Vatican. Hyunbok thanked him and looking around, saw a multitude of silver ingots. It was 1.5 tons of silver and 18 tons of iron. Richard had clearly put in the effort to create such a spectacle. Hyunbok asked the golems to move it all inside. After some time, he asked the knights how the preparations were going. They replied that everything was going well. They needed to create a good defense. Although they were previously at the level of primates, thanks to the development of their talents, they had also managed to refine their brains. Now they could freely communicate with them and warn them to be careful with new materials. The knight replied that he understood the order. They'd become so smart that they were even demanding, and those demands had to be met. It was good that the American government had taken over this, and not he. But in any case, the soldiers were under his control. Just like the armory in the basement, America had funded him with weapons of various sizes, even bombs and missiles. These weapons would help him arm his army and also serve as external defense. They also began developing new weapons. Christina came up with the sketches, and America brought them to life. Christina approached with a plan and was surprised when she noticed him in the room. Hyunbok asked again how her progress was. She replied that there hadn't been much difference yet. It was energy efficiency, increasing capacity, and production costs were difficult to improve simultaneously. He replied that everything was clear, let her continue working. He would help her a little later. They also restarted mass production of spell cards. They received crystals from America and supplied them with cards. Over time, of course, the Americans learned to make them too. And that was the end of their business. Many people sensed changes in the world, but they didn't yet know that a full-scale invasion was coming. They had prepared for it as much as possible, and he prayed to the gods to protect them from the worst outcome. For some time now, dungeon explorers have been unable to enter as not all bases and houses are now connected to the dungeons. New quests and tasks didn't appear, but experience and skills didn't decrease. One could even say that global changes began from that moment. Sometime later, January 1st arrived, and one of the institution's employees was standing at a bus stop, waving at a taxi, as he had a new job on the first day of the new year. It was already 9 in the morning, and he really didn't want to go there. When he got into the taxi, he looked at the dark sky and thought how strange it was. Why wasn't the sun up at this hour? Suddenly, his taxi driver braked sharply, almost hitting him in the car. He didn't understand what was happening, so he got out to see what was happening. He was yelling at some idiot to wake up, and suddenly a guy fell on the hood of his car, coughing up blood. The taxi driver screamed in fear, "What's going on here?" When suddenly he heard loud, monstrous voices. They were huge monsters, attacking people and growling. People would start running out of their cars, screaming in fear, and running in an unknown direction. It was then that 4 days of hell began. Monsters spread across the globe, and those days completely changed all of humanity. After some time, dark magical forces spread throughout the city, and the monsters continued to destroy people. They cried for help and refused to die. Children showed their parents the video, wondering how journalists had managed to get so close and film such footage. At that moment, Hyunbok heard a call from the managing director, who said it was time for them to go. He answered, "Okay," but asked where. The director said they should meet in Seoul and that he should try to destroy all the monsters he saw along the way. He expected to destroy them all and not to worry if he hit anything else. Hyunbok replied that he understood everything and asked how much time he had. The director said it would be until tomorrow lunchtime. Would he be able to handle it? Hyunbok answered, "Of course." And at that moment, Castle approached him and asked what kind of stupid task this was. He replied that it was nothing to worry about and that they could just keep going and killing monsters. Meanwhile, people on the streets were trying to stick together. A girl held her boyfriend's hand and screamed at him in fear, and he screamed back at her not to look back and to hold on tight, because he would definitely protect her. They were trying to escape the monsters on a motorcycle, which were pursuing them incredibly quickly. The girl screamed that the monsters were already at their side, and the creature opened its mouth and began to intimidate the people. They were both stunned with terror, and the guy didn't understand what was happening. After all, they lived ordinary lives, and today so many monsters seemed to appear out of nowhere. But he didn't want to die and asked someone to help him. At that moment, they fell off the motorcycle and fell to the ground. A cold, terrified sweat began to flow from the guy's face, and he asked again, "What was that? Could it really be an angel?" At that moment, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw another monster begin to fight this creature and destroy it. The girl, who had been thrown aside, quickly got up and ran to her boyfriend, who stood there, confused, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, a huge iron knight approached them, and the girl asked again who he was. He replied that when the fog cleared, soldiers would be here, so they should go. It was Kai, who had taken the people for protection while the huge bear continued to compete with the monsters. Kai turned to the grizzly and said that he too had had a hard time. The boy thanked him for saving him, and he and the girl ran in the other direction when suddenly they saw a bright light ahead. Soldiers in tanks were approaching them, and the boy shouted that they were now alive. They had survived, and everything would be fine. Meanwhile, in a secret bunker on the outskirts of Seoul, the president of South Korea came out to the people and asked what the situation was. The Minister of Defense reported that the military was currently trying to clear the city. Daechul asked again about the cause, and Heinken replied that they hadn't determined it yet. They also expected a 60% mortality rate across all cities in the country, and that was the best case scenario. At that moment, someone began clapping loudly, and all the important officials turned to look. It was the youngest son of the Chundae Group CEO. He asked the president what he would do in such a situation. His father turned to him and asked what he was going to do. Suddenly, Manhwa punched him in the face, causing him to bleed, and he fell to the ground, dying on the spot. Manhwa began screaming how glad he was that he wouldn't be bothering them anymore, and that this nonsense would be over. Another official began screaming, how dare he behave like that? Did he really just go and kill his father? At that moment, Manhwa grabbed him by the throat, and he began coughing violently. Manhwa told him to shut his mouth and listen to him, or he would be the next to die. He lifted him above himself, and everyone around him was stunned by the horror they saw. President Daechul realized this wasn't human strength, and that he was certainly a traitor. Manhwa turned around and asked again, is he a traitor? Perhaps he really was, but he had simply chosen the right side. He had chosen the side of strength, and who could blame him for that? Wasn't he special now? He began laughing and shouting that no matter how hard they tried, the Earthlings would never defeat them. Daechul, perplexed and horrified, asked again, who? He replied that they couldn't defeat his new powers. They were only a fraction of their strength, and they didn't even need to try, but they were ready to show their mercy. If they joined them, they were ready to destroy everyone except them. Of course, they could refuse this and die. With these words, he destroyed another approaching man, and those around him began to fall to their knees before him, shouting that they would go with him. Daechul realized what was happening and asked again, doesn't he understand how terrible what he's doing is? Manhwa turned around and wondered, why should he care? He has nothing more to say, Mr. President? At that moment, Manhwa attacked him with his fists and shouted at him to die. But another soldier came to his defense, grabbed his fist, and said that it was not bad. Even his hand was shaking. Apparently, he had aged greatly. This man was Sergeant Hen, who asked the others to leave this guy in his care. Daechul asked who this guy was. Their fists began to tremble, but Manhwa began to scream in terror. Hen said that he was an ordinary sergeant with experience in dungeon crawling, and as a soldier, he must destroy the traitor to humanity. At that moment, he attacked his opponent and punched him. His limbs flew all over the room, and another soldier told him not to touch the guy's head. Hen laughed loudly and shouted that he'd forgotten, then turned to the traitors and said they would have to pay for their choice. At that moment, he looked at the officials who had agreed to go with Manhwa. They had already awakened from the horror they'd experienced, and were preparing for the worst. It was the first day of the 4 black days of the earth. People had already realized that sometimes the most terrible monsters are among them. Meanwhile, inside the city, tanks began firing, and the soldiers shouted to use their remotes. While they were deciding, their brothers were dying. This monster was incredibly huge, and they must shoot this creature straight in the heart. Suddenly, the soldiers were dumbfounded and asked again, what's going on here? The monster grabbed a car full of people who were screaming for help because they didn't want to die. They realized there were people inside and radioed that they needed tank assistance, and he would take full responsibility. This soldier had a name Roger, and they wanted to stop him, but he shouted to shoot. When Castle suddenly appeared among them and asked him to wait, he walked among the soldiers and approached the monster, then began to fight it, striking its legs. The monster began to fall, and Castle grabbed the car in his hands, shouting that it was hard. He managed to land it on the ground, and the soldiers shouted that he needed to act now and blow up this monster. Castle moved the car out of their way again, and the tanks began to blow up the creature. Castle said that their toys were quite dangerous, and the soldiers asked again who he was. He replied that he was reinforcements, and Roger wondered if he was the only one with the reinforcements. He replied that there were other helpers here, reinforcements on the way, but they should just not shoot at him. He replied that he understood everything, and the other soldiers looked at each other in horror. They noticed many more approaching monsters and shouted, could these really be reinforcements? Castle shouted that they could use them as a shield, and Roger wondered if reinforcements of this kind had been sent to other places as well. He replied, of course, after which Roger turned around and froze, but immediately shouted to his subordinates to use the reinforcements for defense, and to do so quickly. At that moment, Christina became curious. It seemed as if they were uniting into a pack. Hyunbok noted that this was indeed the case. Some were picking up human corpses, and others were controlling them with magic. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong, and was horrified when he saw a magic circle in front of him. What was that? Could it really be a summoning circle? Someone was supposed to appear here right now, but it was completely unclear who. The circle was so powerful that he would hardly be able to destroy it himself. Christina urged him to calm down and asked again what they should do. He asked them to leave, as in the worst case, a higher level being would be summoned here. Meanwhile, ordinary people in the new buildings hid in the basements, dreaming of help. One of them was a girl who surrounded herself with numerous garbage bags and begged for help. She recalled that just yesterday everything had been as usual, so why had this happened today? At that moment, she saw a monster in front of her, and frightened, crouched down to cover herself with the bags. The bags were shaking, and the monster noticed. She closed her mouth and wondered if they had noticed her. The monster opened its eyes and mouth and began growling loudly at her and attacking. She cried out, no, and at that moment, she decided to run. She ran and screamed for help with her eyes closed, when suddenly she found herself alone among these huge creatures that surrounded her. At that moment, she realized there were too many monsters here, and she wouldn't succeed. She asked for help several times again, when suddenly she heard someone's voice asking if she needed help and if he could help her. She wondered who it was. The stranger replied, It's sad for her to die, isn't it? Especially when she's so young. She didn't want to give up, did she? It was the demon Andromalius, and the girl asked again, "Who is he?" He replied that he was an evil demon who had become so after losing to God, but he was also a force that could oppose him, and they wouldn't just watch. Let her wish, and he would fulfill any of her wishes, unlike a useless god. The girl began screaming for the demon to save her. She was asking him to help. At that moment, the demon replied that she was smart and destroyed the opponents, who began to scatter in other directions. The girl was shaking and didn't understand what was happening, and the demon said that next time she should try to think faster. After that, he asked how she was feeling. It was Andromalius, and he said that he was a demon, and she was right, but he was her savior. The girl looked at him in bewilderment, and suddenly, he picked her up and said that he would take her to safety and that she should hold on to him. With tears in her eyes, she believed him and replied, "Okay." After some time, while he was carrying the girl, he looked up and noticed something was wrong. The protagonist was flying on his dragon, and he said he didn't think he'd see a necromancer of his level here. At that moment, Himbok descended to the ground and reported that they destroyed many monsters and collected enough materials. Looking at his bag, suddenly, his attention shifted to Andromalius, who emanated an incredible aura. Nidhogg turned to his master and said he was sure he wasn't human. He greeted him and said he hadn't seen a necromancer of his level before. Would he like to speak with him? Himbok replied that he could talk, as long as he wasn't his enemy. Andromalius replied, of course, he was glad to meet him, and his name was Andromalius. When he introduced himself, Himbok was stunned and realized that he was the demon of Solomon, the 72nd deposed god, the Earl of Justice. As far as he knew, he was an archdemon. Andromalius replied that people did know him by those titles, and it was strange that he wasn't surprised. Himbok replied that he had monsters, undead, and dragons, so the demons certainly wouldn't surprise him. Andromalius remarked that he truly was an amazing wizard, and hadn't thought there were such people among humans. He took another step toward him, and Nidhogg addressed him by name again. Himbok replied that everything was fine, no matter what they did. He was a demon, and they definitely couldn't defeat him. Andromalius replied that he was still very young and had already achieved such heights at such a young age. Himbok asked again, does he know that much? He replied that many demons have access to information about human lifespans. By the way, does he have purification magic? He couldn't leave their treasures in such a state. Could he? Himbok asked again. Them? This girl is the demon's treasure? He replied that he saved her life, which means she now belongs to him. Himbok reflected that he didn't know what happened here, but he said that he saw that he truly valued her. Andromalius smiled again and replied that it was true. Their conversation was dragging on. Perhaps they could talk elsewhere. After a while, Himbok asked again, why would a demon need a mere human? Did he have a contract with her? Andromalius replied that wasn't quite true, as there was no contract as such. He had merely helped her escape death. And if you think about it, it was quite surprising that she had agreed to his help so easily and simply. Himbok wondered silently, but why would he save an ordinary girl? He then asked directly, why was he telling him all this? Andromalius replied, of course he wanted to get closer. Himbok asked again, but why? He was much weaker than him. Andromalius smiled and said that he had low self-esteem, but his skills were quite outstanding, and that Vasago had once given him advice. He was one of the demons who could foresee the future. Himbok asked again, advice? Andromalius said he should befriend the first skilled person he saw on Earth, as this encounter would be useful, and it just so happened to be him. Himbok responded that it was an honor, and reflected on the fact that he was probably still alive in the future, which was a relief. He then asked if the demons were planning this. He replied that they were simply working for each other. This was a very obvious answer, which Andromalius confirmed. The protagonist continued by saying that he had already seen two of the strongest enemies and knew that demons weren't the strongest, so he didn't see the point in demons doing anything for humans. At this point, Andromalius was dumbfounded, then grinned and said he thought his advice was sound and that he was curious about who exactly he had fought. He told him about Gloria and the creature he had encountered in the desert. Andromalius remarked that it was an interesting story and that his enemies were truly formidable, even representing a dragon race. He thanked him for the story and opened the box, which contained a monocle that could grant his wishes. He could use it up to 3 times. He could also personally ask for his help this way. Himbok replied that it was too expensive a gift and returned the box. Andromalius asked him to keep it, as it was in honor of their friendship. Himbok put it in his pocket and said he would remember it. After that, they continued talking and exchanging information. He told him a lot about dark magic and the demon world. Demons haven't visited Earth for over a century, except when summoned by dark magicians. Himbok thought about how much he was talking, and Andromalius continued to say that Lucifer fell in love with that woman, which is why he didn't leave his home for 20 years. He also explained that they received permission to come to Earth only after the last dungeons appeared. That's why his treasures are so precious to him. At that moment, he looked at the girl and said that, considering he hadn't been here for so long, but before he could finish his sentence, Andromalius interrupted him and said that there were many more dark mages. 300 years ago, There were 1,000. Hyunbok asked in surprise. How many are there now? He replied that there were over 10,000 and that the number was growing. Everyone wants to get stronger in a situation like this, right? And if he needs a book, he can give it to him. All dark magic from the 1st to the 6th circle is here. Christina also wanted to see it, and Hyunbok replied, of course. A moment later, a talisman appeared in his hand, and the director announced that he had quickly arrived in Seoul, to which he congratulated him. Hyunbok asked in confusion, what is that? Is it really a phone? What are they going to do now? He used the talisman to ask him to come here. I'll be waiting for him at the designated location. Have him come, he said, and the people above will begin to move. Andromalius smiled and said, that's how it works. He's maintaining neutrality, so he'll remember that. Hyunbok wondered if he really knew Andromalius. He continued by saying that he'd long known about the existence of heaven and the underworld, which is why he wasn't surprised. In that case, he stood up and said he was leaving. And by the way, he's not married, is he? Hyunbok asked again. What? He's not married. Andromalius, surprised, replied that he knew it. That's great, so see you later. Hyunbok didn't understand what he meant and was dumbfounded by surprise and embarrassment. After a while, the guys arrived in the living area, and the guy asked him to come closer. Hyunbok asked what happened to his face. He meant, what? Hyunbok replied, nothing, after which the guy said he thought he'd kill him right away. Hyunbok replied that he wouldn't say that he hadn't thought of it, after which the boy thanked him for his concern and saving his life. As a token of his gratitude, he would give him something. They had already given him a talisman, and he would need this one too. He should rest tomorrow. But the day after, he had to go to Yoido. Hyunbok replied that he understood everything, but asked again why rest tomorrow. The director said he would find out everything himself and should rest before the trip. At that moment, he began coughing up blood, after which he said everything was fine and that it would get better in the future. Hyunbok was surprised and asked again what was happening to him. The director wondered why he should worry about him. He was, after all, a selfish person who only thought of himself. His family had supported this country for generations, and he should do the same. Many other people would do anything to save their own skin, and he wouldn't let this country fall, and he was doing this for himself. Hyunbok replied that he understood everything and asked again, was he going to Yoido? He replied that there would be other people there, but he wouldn't be teamed up with them. Now he had to go, as he had a lot to do. Christina said they would go there too, and Hyunbok confirmed that they would pass through the magic circle. Meanwhile, in the city center, the soldiers continued to kill monsters and shouted to collect their corpses. They needed to do it faster. Some of those sitting in the trenches asked each other, he knows that selling these corpses pays well, another soldier asked. Yes, maybe they should do that. They killed them themselves, so why shouldn't they use their skins? But as soon as the guy finished this sentence, an incredibly huge shadow appeared above them. It was day 2 of the 4 dark days on Earth. These monsters were alive and immediately began to approach the guys. The dead monsters began to return to life.